Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The time has almost come. We've got 2 hours to go, which is why this is kind of our hype slash reaction slash recap slash behind the scenes stream. It's a packed one, so get comfortable, get cozy, because this is gonna be a doozy for all of us. Or should I say a doozy for all of us? But the Apple Store is down. I was just checking this out with this beautiful visualization. Look at this. Apple marketing, I feel like every event, they're just like, try to make it as hard as possible for fans to replicate the animations. And you know what? Apple's marketing team, their crack marketing team, is still the most impressive in the world with all of these, infinite loop visualizations, all the simulations and colors and animations they come up with for every event. But the fact that the Apple Store is down nearly, I hate acting out of complete certainty, but I will say this highly, highly, highly increases the likelihood that there will be hardware of some kind. Now, to be clear, I don't believe that means yet you'll be able to order the headset. In fact, there was actually a little leak bomb. See, now we're getting into last minute leaks because analysts and people are actually dropping rumors and dropping reports just a couple hours before Apple's actual event. But Ming-Chi Kuo just minutes ago said that they might not even start shipping Apple Reality Pro until next year, which would definitely mean you can't order it today. Even a dev kit, hypothetically, would not be available today. Like Scott said, the hardware could be new Apple Watch bands. We could be totally off on it. So you can't act out of complete certainty because Apple has always surprised us, and we expect one thing and then we get something else. Holy crap, that's a huge super chat for no reason. Thank you, Option Command Media. Happy Dub today. Happy Dub for you, and thank you so much. But yeah, I think what's most likely going to be available to order after today's event is going to be new Macs. I think a 15-inch MacBook Air should be available, potentially an M2 Ultra Mac Studio, and I suppose that would also mean an M2 Mac Studio. So, yeah, not like game-changing stuff, but spoiler alert, I just want to remind everybody, you should not buy the 15-inch MacBook Air. It's probably not going to be worth it compared to a refurbished M1 Pro 14-inch MacBook Pro. I guess you could wait around for that, but you can find those heavily discounted for pretty affordable now, actually. Where's that link? I was just looking at one that's from Amazon Renewed. $1,400 for a 14-inch MacBook Pro, and that's going to be so much better than a 15-inch MacBook Air. I'm expecting the price is not going to be very good, but I'll drop it in the chat if anyone's interested in that. $1 Snake says 15-inch MacBook Air is probably the worst value since the iPad 10. Oh boy, the website just reads shipping, I don't know. Yeah, something like that. 15-inch MacBook Air makes sense, and if they really want to push MacBook Pros out the door, a midnight M2 Pro and Max probably would do it. That would be, yeah, that I guess the Pros don't get color, right? That's not allowed. If you're buying a Pro laptop, you're not allowed to have a nice color. You have to have gray or grayer, as Justin Long would put it. But now all that's left is our Apple Reality Pro headset. But we're going to save that for another day. Can you imagine everyone's reaction? Well, there's definitely stakes now. I don't know if you guys saw it, but Sam Cole from Apple Track, he claims that he's going to delete his channel if Apple does not release the headset today. So, Tim Cook, an entire YouTube channel is in your hands right now. I was tempted to tag along with that, not simply because I feel very confident in the headset launching today, but simply because I'm getting so bored with the tech space. All the Macs are blurring together, all the iPhones are blurring together. It's just not that exciting for me anymore that if we don't get a Pro headset, I might just retire from tech videos. So I'm like, maybe I should just tag along and say, okay, if we don't get the headset, I'll delete my channel too. That's probably a bad idea. David Empire super chatted. Wow, thank you. He says, excusing myself from school to watch Dub Dub. That's not recommended, but I can't say I haven't done the same thing. There was definitely a day back in my early youth where for some crazy reason on the day of the Apple event, I just so happened to get sick. So I stayed home that day. DJ says, bro lost hella weight. That's hilarious you say that because I did lose a ton of weight and then I've put it all back now. So now I'm trying to lose weight again. Well, I didn't go back to how bad it was before, but I leveled out at around 178, I think. That was like my low. And then started being more careless with what I ate, so now I'm back up to like 192. So I'm trying to get back down to the 170s. So I don't think you've ever just like finished the diet game, and the weight game is always just fluctuating. So I appreciate the comment though, DJ. Thank you. Okay, Connor Dunaway, super chat. How far in advance do you think Apple films their events? That's a great question. I feel like it takes time to edit, and it certainly feels like they do these like last second, like we start to film an event, but then we decide. So just to keep in mind why there's probably a lot of hype surrounding this event, we have not had an Apple event since September 7th, I think it was. So almost 9 months have gone by since the last Apple event. But there were lots of site refreshes since then. We had an iPad drop in October and then a Mac drop in January, which is very unlike Apple. It's the return of Macworld, I guess you could say. Very bizarre, but I think that both of those site refreshes had little 10-minute or sometimes 20-minute videos that looked like they were filmed as an event. There was just no invite and there was no visualization, and it wasn't streamed live, of course. You just turned into the website and suddenly there was a site, like a 20-minute video that was all filmed like an Apple event would be filmed. So I think that they had probably filmed those a while back and decided that the product wasn't ready to release yet, but then they could convert part of the event into a site refresh if they need to. So depending on when the product was announced or how complicated the event was, I actually think they could be in the like 2 to 3 months filmed in advance thing. It probably just depends on what is scheduled to announce, and maybe something like WWDC, which is very consistent. You know, it happens on the first Monday of every June every year. That's why I was able to anticipate when WWDC would be this year. You can pretty much anticipate when WWDC will be every single year, which is why it's pretty easy to anticipate what's and Apple knows it's a software event, of course. So I think that makes it pretty easy for them to know, okay, here's what we need to have ready. Here's what we have confirmed will be in iOS 17. So they film all the bits about that, but then they have, the visualizations and, they're not the PowerPoint slides, but keynote slides behind the presenters. They can change that and they can crop in and cut things out. And there's maybe even some things that they film in case that the product or software is ready. And then when it's not, they can just cut that part out, which is likely why the transitions may not be as smooth today, because Apple's probably taking a more modular approach with the event. It's like, okay, if that's ready, put that in. If that's not ready, take that out. So I think it might be filmed potentially a month or two in advance. Maybe that's too much. Maybe you don't believe me, but I think there's a lot of predetermined stuff. There could be a lot of filming going on well in advance, but probably the next question would be like, when have they finished editing it? When is it like hands off the Final Cut timeline? Okay, we're done editing. That's when I think it might be more like a couple weeks before is when they finish editing and they watch it through and they go, okay, this is good. We're happy with the announcements. Now we're good. Let's send out the invites, basically. David McPeak super chat, donation to go towards this new headset I keep hearing about. Well, thank you, David, but I don't think we're going to be able to buy it. That $5 will really help cover the $3,000. But thank you, David. That's very kind of you. Geez, it's 1:05 a.m. here in Australia right now. Did you stayed up till 1 in the morning? I hope you got... Yeah, you probably didn't sleep, did you? My God. Man, this is going to be a long night for you. You're going to feel miserable. Hoping for a car. That would be fun. How do you like impersonating Tim Cook? I don't think I'm that good at it, but people tell me I'm good at it, and I don't believe them. But you just kind of have a southern draw, and you talk about Apple products, and people think you're doing a great Tim Cook accent. When do we find out what devices will/won't get iOS 17? My mom's phone is an iPhone 8, 80% battery health, and she is completely fine, does not have any desire to upgrade. Well, I just try to remind people that even if you don't get the latest software support, that doesn't mean that you need to upgrade. A lot of people have that mindset with it, and I know there's some concern about security patches and stuff, but even that, like, I don't think you inherently are exposed to a ton more risk by not running the latest software. Yes, there are sometimes third-party apps that stop working on older versions of iOS, but it's not like the day iOS 17 drops, all of iOS 16 suddenly stops working. Like, there are still a ton of commonly used third-party apps that work on devices that are not running iOS 16. So yeah, if she's happy with it, she has no desire to upgrade, keep using it. It doesn't matter if it doesn't get iOS 17 or not. But personally, I think we'll definitely find out today. They probably won't mention it during the keynote. No, that's not true. They might mention it. I think when they did, I don't know why I don't remember it in previous events, but I remember when they unveiled iOS 12, they said that all devices running iOS 11 would get 12. So if all devices do get iOS 17 that are currently on 16, maybe they'll make a mention of that during the keynote itself. But if they do stop support for certain devices, you probably won't find out until after the event is over, and that's when you have to find the iOS 17 preview on Apple's website and go to the, scroll all the way to the bottom, and it says iOS 17 is compatible with these devices, and then you'll see what didn't make the cut. But if everything is compatible, they will probably mention it. Martinez Jerka says, I think they won't even say the price today. That's what I'm trying to remember. So a good example, continuity camera, why do you keep turning on for no reason? I turned the Wi-Fi off on here. Or did I? No, it's just disconnected. Let me turn it all the way off. Maybe it'll stop doing that. Sorry, there's so many questions. Now I'm stuttering. So Ming-Chi Kuo said this morning that the production capacity is super low for the headset, which is partially why I think they'll price it so high, and also partially why I don't think it's going to be ready to ship today. Like, I don't think they're going to be taking orders for it. I don't even think there's going to be a dev kit ready for it today, to be honest with you. I think this is Apple just trying to get people in the mindset of what a headset is for and why it's a good thing and why you want one. All that's left to talk about is the price, but that's for another day. That would be kind of embarrassing if they said that. But Quo is saying that it may not ship until early 2024, which means that this is kind of a premature unveiling, but not completely unheard of. The similarity I would compare this to is the HomePod, which I know a lot of people are trying to block the HomePod out of their memory because of how poorly Siri went. But they unveiled it at WWDC 2018 or 2017. Yeah. No, it was WWDC of 2017 when they unveiled the HomePod, but you couldn't take delivery of it until I think it was like February of 2018. So that was like 8 months from unveiling to ship date. I don't really know why it wasn't like there was a big dev kit push for it or something. Developers needed a bunch of time to optimize their... Yeah, AirPower just never happened at all. That's a whole nother story. But did they... I'm trying to remember. Did they announce the pricing of the HomePod in 2017? I can't remember if they did. I gotta look that up. Or was that unveiled later? I'm pretty sure I remember seeing $349. Apple unveils HomePod 2017. I need to just see slides. Apple introduces... Well, now it's the... Yeah, that was actually June 5th. This is the anniversary of the HomePod unveil. That's appropriate. So I found a old Verge article here. I want to see if it mentions the price, because that would definitely come up. Okay, looks like we're getting weird ads. Yeah, okay, they did unveil the price. Yeah, HomePod will cost $349 when it ships in December. That didn't happen. It did not ship in December. Huh, okay. So they did unveil the price technically 8 months in advance. So I guess we might get the price today. But I think the difference is the HomePod was a $350 product, and this headset is rumored to be around $3,000. So if it's something that is this risky, that a lot of the board team does not feel super confident about the products, and if it's this like sketchy. By the way, thank you, Alexander, for joining Tailosive Tech Plus. I appreciate that. Um, that's the only reason why I think they might not talk about pricing, is because they know it's a tough pill to swallow. I mean, the $350 HomePod is a tough pill to swallow, but still, it's not that crazy compared to $3,000. You know, that's just in a completely different pricing segment of like, hey, this is a great headset. We think everybody should buy. Okay, let's not talk about the price. Maybe we should talk about the monthly price rather than the upfront price, because Apple's pushing all the financing, right? So we know affordability is difficult with our products. So that's why we introduced Apple Pay Later. So you can finance Apple Reality Pro across... Oh, that'd only be 6 weeks. Okay, maybe if you have the Apple Card, you can stretch it into 12 months. Even that sounds expensive. Okay, so it's a $3,000 headset, right? We divide that by 12. Oh, it's only $250 a month for a year. It's not that expensive, right? Right? That's Apple's logic about it, I think. 3,000 is ridiculous, but it's Apple, so I'm not surprised. Well, I think they'll try to justify it. I think Apple's headset is probably going to be more pro and have higher-end hardware and be more lightweight and have better software than any other headset. So I do expect it to be the best hardware in the business. But yeah, just for the sake alone that, okay, it's a headset, what can I do with it? What could it possibly offer me that is justifying that price? That's what I'm so excited for, because I can't justify it in my head. I can't theorize a scenario where I'm like, yeah, 3,000, that's reasonable. That sounds worth it. So what does Apple know? Do they have some use case for it? Do they have some software for it that justifies it? I don't get it, but yeah, that's only $8 a day when you think about it. Thank you, Technophile. Drew Shoto super chatted. I'm sorry about this. I went to bed at 6, woke up at 1 to watch you. Love your channel, but so worth it, mate. So excited for Well, thank you, Drew. That's nice of you. That's a good, solid name, Drew. I like that. JF super chatted. I think the headset will be pretty disappointing. Just a feeling. Remember my words. I agree with you, JF. I think the expectations are way out of whack. I was on Twitter this morning. I've actually said multiple times, and I want to double down on this again, since we've got, almost 600 people here. Thank you all for tuning in. That's kind of you. Alexander said, how are you doing? I'm doing well. I'm kind of prepped for a sweat fest, so you're going to see me get very sweaty today, unfortunately, because it's hot in here, and the thermal of my house is not very good in the first place, but for audio purposes, I'm going to leave the fan off, so I just know I'm going to sweat. So I just chugged an entire bottle of this water to stay hydrated, because I know it's going to get hot in here and I don't want to pass out because I'm going to be streaming for a while. And then I just filled it up again. So this is a 40-ounce water bottle, and I just downed the whole thing and then filled it up. So I think I should be good, but I'm hoping I don't have to go to the bathroom in the middle of this stream. Luckily, I have good bladder control. It's like I was made for this. But I think that that's right. I was scrolling through Twitter, and I kept seeing all these people typing in all caps, like, Apple's gonna change the world again, or there was these headlines saying, like, this could be the most impactful Apple event since the launch of the iPhone. Like, this is a whole new era for Apple. Like, all these years leading up to the headset have finally accumulated to today. This is where it all changes. This is where everything happens. And like, yeah, I'm interested to see Apple go into a new product section. I'm not trying to say that it's not interesting, but acting like this is on par with the launch of the original iPhone, yeah, that's where I disagree. I'm getting lots of HomePod vibes with this. I'm getting lots of, like, crazy new sector with maybe some interesting tech, but I'm more fascinated by the marketing of it, to be honest. I'm more excited for the event itself than the hardware, like actually buying it and trying it on, because I imagine everybody, well, first of all, it's hard for me to get excited about that because I'm not on Timmy Cook's nice list. I don't get products early. Other YouTubers are going to get Apple Reality Pro probably like at least a couple weeks or maybe a month early. Of course, there will be developers that get it early probably, and they're going to get all the YouTube video firsthand experience with it. They're going to try it on. And that's the other thing, like from a YouTuber's perspective, it's so easy to show you guys, yeah, exactly, EDM Dragon. The bigger the hype, the bigger disappointment. That's why I retweeted Technophile's tweet about expectations are the thief of joy. And right now, because it's a new product segment and it's, you know, it feels like a pretty substantial one. It's not like AirTags, or honestly, it's not even, it doesn't feel as massive as the Apple Watch was. I remember when the Apple Watch came out, people were not that impressed by it, and they were kind of like, what? It's just a wearable. It's not that big a deal. But this feels like its own product segment. It's like, okay, Apple's getting into the headset space. They're getting into augmented reality. This is huge. This is going to change everything. This is going to replace the iPhone. This is going to blow our minds and everything. And I think the expectations are way too high, which is why inevitably we're going to be disappointed. And I also think all of the renderings made by both Ian Zelbo and Marcus Kane, they've made these beautiful headset designs. Do I have any in my downloads here? I could show you. Yeah, here's one. This was in 9 to 5 Max report. These are beautiful renders, by the way. Ian did a great job with these. It looks slick. It looks clean. And that fabric looks straight out of, you know, AirPods Max territory. But the truth is, if they want you to be able to see your surroundings or wear the headset passively, maybe they don't, but I believe that's the intention of calling it a mixed reality headset and not a augmented reality headset, is the thing that I keep thinking about. You need cameras on the outside. I'm excited, sorry. You need cameras on the outside of this headset in order for it to showcase your surroundings, and none of the renders really bury that. I mean, I think their logic is that, oh, there's cameras in there, but the glass just completely hides them. Like, I want to believe the tech exists for that, but I'm not entirely sure it does. So I think the real headset is probably going to be, to be honest, a lot uglier than this. Like, I think it will probably have more seams. It might not look as fashionable as we'd like, and it'll probably have outward-facing camera positions that make people go, ew, this is, I think, you know, the first time Apple ever unveils something or shows it off, usually the reaction by the public is, ew, what the heck is that? Holy crap, start select. Why'd you super chat so much? My God, you guys need to calm down. Thank you for keeping your content fresh and diverging into recent but not new Apple tech. It's really made me appreciate my existing tech. Here's a slither of what I didn't spend on new products in the past year. Oh, well, that's very kind of you. No, I mean, I want you guys to save money when possible, but it's not because you can then spend it on me. That defeats the purpose. Keep it to yourself. Invest that money. You should open a retirement account. It's a good idea. James says, Drew, you didn't see her, but I introduced you to my mother. She dropped by for a moment. Whoa, in the chat? Where's Mrs. Sanders Cedarloff? Where? Tag her. What's her name? Is that her name? Mrs. Sanders? That's awesome. Well, thank you for introducing me, James. I appreciate that. Isn't Ian's elbow made that render? Yeah. He did the whole thing with just his elbow. It's impressive. Doesn't Apple's iPhone renders hide the front cameras? Yeah, kinda. Actually, that's a good point. Let's bring that up. The renders tend to. Oh, I can't bring it up because the Apple Store is down. Wait, so you can't. Oh, that's interesting. We'll be right back. We're making updates to the Apple Store, and they're saying watch the event. Okay, let me just look up real quick iPhone 14 Pro. If I just look that up and we look at a picture of one. If you look at the front, yeah, here's a good close-up of Dynamic Island. Well, okay, that's not entirely true. They do sometimes show the camera lens. Like when they're showing the island, they put the lens there. But I feel like sometimes they don't. Does this one have it? Yeah, it still does. I feel like this one... Jeez. Is it there? Yeah, they kind of... They're not letting me zoom in very much. How about this one? Yeah, they don't completely hide the lens. Maybe they're changing it with Dynamic Island. What if I just do iPhone 14 Plus, just a regular notch? Can you still see the lens? No, I don't. Ugh. Yeah, you can still see the lens. So, okay, I don't think they hide the lenses that much. But at least on the fan-made renderings of the headset. I think the concept art that is made by the render artist probably looks way better than the real thing. That's just what I'm trying to say. And anytime Apple unveils something for the first time, the overwhelming reaction from the public is, ew, gross, what is that? Even if the product ends up being a huge success. I just want to remind people, I remember very clearly back in 2016 when Apple first unveiled the original design of AirPods, and the public lost it. Everyone thought this was the dumbest design. This was the stupidest thing ever because the pieces are just going to fall off and you're going to lose them. And they're expensive. They were way more than people were willing to pay. And then the AirPods ended up becoming one of the biggest sections of Apple's business. AirPods, if they were spun off into their own separate company, they would be big enough to be in the S&P 500. So obviously, AirPods were a huge success, but they were not immediately met with positivity and hype. Unless, you're that part of the Apple Sheep community, maybe you just like anything they announce. But, I mean, I definitely loved them from day one. I didn't care about the stem design, which was a big concern. People that were like, yeah, the little sticks coming out of your ears, that's stupid. I actually love the stem design because you can just interact with that and you can just pull that part out instead of trying to dig it out. But, again, different story because Apple Watch also started at around $350. Is that a coincidence? The HomePod and the Apple Watch both were around $350. These started at $170, which relatively nowadays we don't think of that as too expensive. But back when it came out, everyone thought it was crazy. Everyone was like, $170 for a pair of headphones? That's ridiculous. And of course, it doesn't come with the phone anymore. So that was a big contention, people. So I feel very, very similar about this headset launch. All of the rumored specs about it, everyone's just like, ew, that's crazy. $3,000. What would I do that? What would I use a headset for? I don't buy headsets now. So I'm wondering, like, is this going to be the next big product category because Apple's found a use case for it, or Apple's found a way for you to use it more passively? Because to me, that's the only way I think I could justify that. If this is just a big gaming push and they want me to spend $3,000 so I can play No Man's Sky and pretend to be a cat. There's games called Stray and No Man's Sky that launched on the Mac, so that's why I'm bringing that up. I'm not making this up, but if it's just a gaming tool, I'm definitely not interested. Because for one, I'm not that big into gaming, but also $3,000 for any kind of gaming hardware is kind of like, geez, you're really into this, and it's not a PC. It's just, it doesn't cover the price of the games or anything. Maybe it will. Maybe Apple will try to sweeten the deal by throwing in a bunch of game titles, or you get a year of Apple Arcade or something, But if they can show use cases for it outside of gaming and showcase how this is something that you can use pretty regularly, maybe it's a desk tool for external monitors, maybe it's even something you could wear walking around in public if it's fashionable enough and you can see outside of it. And you could have augmented reality for your directions. Probably not something you could drive with, though. I imagine they're going to have rules about that. Like, no, it's a display, so you're not allowed to wear this while driving, obviously. Especially if the battery died. Now you're just blindfolded operating a moving vehicle. That would be horrible. There'd probably be a way for the headset to detect that you're driving a car because it's got the cameras on the outside. So they'd be like steering wheel, motion, GPS, you're moving on the highway. No. It would just say turn off, I told my mother earlier how I'm learning things about YouTube from you, so I can do YouTube. She lurked in the background unannounced. Oh, interesting. Okay. Well, shout out to James's mom. Appreciate you for introducing me. If they could have it like having a Macintosh on your head, then it's worth it. I don't know. Do I want a Macintosh on my head? I mean, I could do that now. I'll just take my iMac. That might be cheaper. I mean, $3,000 for a Mac is expensive. And the rumored battery life, I think, is like 2 hours. So I think I would, once again, much rather have a 14-inch MacBook Pro like the one I keep dropping in the chat. I was thinking today, Apple Music has been streaming concerts recently. I wonder if they also made 360-degree captures for headset wearers. That sounds believable. Oh, thank you, Manny Martinez, for the super chat. Keep up the good work. It's totally unnecessary, Manny, but thank you for the donation. Yeah, that's $2. You could get Tailosive Tech Plus for $2, and then we could see you in the editing streams and all that. Anyway, yeah, they probably could do stuff like that. I really don't see the point of the, like, you can act like you're in a concert now. It's like, okay, you're gonna get in there, you put the headset on, and now I can turn around and just see a bunch of screaming people at the concert. Wow, okay. And then turn forward. Oh, there's the concert. There's the musicians. They're playing. Got it. All right. You know. It's like, do you really gain that much from just looking around and seeing people in an audience? I don't know. I haven't found 360-degree videos very immersive personally. It's just like, hey, your head is controlling the gyroscope. Doesn't feel like I'm actually there. You want a Mac on the iPad, not on your head. Yes! Thank you, James. That's a great headline. We might be able to do that if they say that this headset just has a Mac built into it, and then you have to use a keyboard and mouse to connect to it and then use it. Oh, why did I think of that? Cheyenne, thank you for subscribing to Tailosive Tech Pro. I really appreciate that. This is the glasses that can replace your laptop. What? $3,000 for the headset is still quite expensive, even if it could run Mac apps, considering it's only an M2 and 16 gigs of RAM. That's a $1,500 Mac experience for twice the price. But it goes anywhere, and you don't have to... Well, is the headset really that much easier to pack than a laptop? I feel like it's probably not, right? You still... What's the case for this thing going to be like? Or are you just going to chuck it in a bag with the straps and the... I don't know. For something $3,000, I hope it comes with some kind of, like, protective case, I guess. Somebody special super chatted. That's literally their name. Congrats on 250K. I'm a bit sorry. He said, I'm a bit late. Stop. Love from Osterhagen and the rest of the Tailosive Discord. Oh, thanks, guys. I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. Sorry I'm not in the Discord as much lately. It's just a time commitment thing. Discord was just a rabbit hole. Every time I opened it, I was in there for way too long. So I had to call it quits. But I appreciate the donation. I hope you guys are having a good time in there. How do I sign up to Tailosive Tech Plus? Should be the first, I think it's, well, not for this stream. It's the second link in the description for this live stream. If you want to watch the event yourself, I made that the first link of the live stream. So that's probably a good reminder now that, oh my God, over 700 people are tuned in. Thank you, everybody, for joining. So just as a reminder for maybe some new people, thank you for reminding me, somebody special, that there's a lot of new subscribers we might have watching. Essentially, there's a copyright issue, so I can't show the event as I'm reacting to it. So now's a good time for me to let you know that if you want to watch my reaction and the event, you're going to need separate devices, or if you're on a Mac, separate tabs. See, Mac OS can do this. iPad OS can't because iPad OS sucks. But on the Mac, if you have two separate tabs, you can watch the Apple event on one window and then my live stream on the other. And because I have to watch the event and then my computer has to catch my reaction, that takes time to process my reaction, push it up to the cloud, up to YouTube, and then they stream it to you. Oh no, here comes the wave. Slow down, guys. There will be a delay, and there's no way around it. It's nothing wrong with my internet. I can have the fastest internet in the world. It's simply because I'm watching the same event that you are, but I'm having to cast my event and stream it. I'm going to be a little bit delayed from the Apple event you're watching. So if you want to try to sync it up, you basically just pause the Apple event for like 8 to 10 seconds, and then it should be pretty in sync with this live stream, assuming you're watching the YouTube stream in real time. So I can't show it. I can't play the audio either. That doesn't work. We've tried that. It gets copyright claimed as well. So I can just show what I'm showing you right now. I can show my face and I can talk about it, but I cannot show the event. I've tried that many times. So if you do want to watch the event, of course, I assume you don't want to just watch my reaction. Make sure that you queue up the first link in the description, which is to Apple's stream on YouTube. But you can also watch it directly on Apple's website, by the way, if you want. But oh my God, we've got a big wave of Tailosive Tech Plus joiners. So Crystal Viles, thank you for joining. Christian Diolivera, I hope I pronounced that right. Thank you for joining. Papa Lags 2. That's a great Minecraft skin. Thank you for joining. And Manny Martinez, thank you all for supporting. I think you probably get more out of the membership than you do. The reason we do the memberships, just for the record, like, I don't think you should do them, to be honest. It's like, there's so many memberships these days. So I know it feels weird when I'm telling people to not sign up for so many memberships. You know, I canceled my iCloud, I canceled my Apple Music, I canceled Prime Video, I canceled Netflix and everything. But the reason I started offering the memberships on the channel was because I felt bad when during these live streams you guys would be so generous, and sometimes like Manny Martinez would do, he would just super chat, or like somebody special did, they would just super chat like $5-10, sometimes more. Just they don't even ask a question. They just tune in and they donate and they go, thanks for making videos. Bye. You know, and I felt like, okay, you should get more. If you want to support the channel that much, thank you, by the way, it's totally unnecessary, but if you are going to support the channel that much, I would like you to get a little more out of the donation than just me reading your message and saying, okay, thanks, let's move on. You know, so I offered the tiers to be like, okay, instead of just reading your message once in a single donation, I can do behind the scenes live streams where we can interact on a more regular basis, and then I do posts about, here's my upcoming videos, here's what's coming next, and what do you guys think about for this video idea, what should I address? And you know, for the Tailosive Tech Pro members, they get to pre-ask questions before the stream begins, so in case I do a live stream and they're not available during it, they still get their question answered. And then the higher tiers for people who are crazy, if they want to be mods or they want to collab, you know, that's why I offer those, is because I felt bad when people would just donate once and ask one question. And sometimes they would ask one question and I couldn't even answer it very well. They were like, what do you think of, you know, what can I do for audio settings and Logic, or what do you think? And I'm like, I don't really know, and there's not a refund button on YouTube's end, so I can't say, sorry, can't answer that, let me refund you. They don't let me do that. So I wanted to incentivize, you know, making it a better deal, I guess, because I felt bad with all these just massive super chats coming in and you don't get much out of it. So I felt bad. Oh my God. TY Zhang, thank you for 19 months of support. Mixed reality headset and iPhone accessory like Apple Watch. I think so, personally. I bet it might have some limited functionality without any other devices, but yeah, I do think that there's probably going to be a little bit more with it. JF said, welcome, sorry, didn't say it. JF joined Tailosive Tech Plus. Appreciate that, thank you. Okay, we got to catch up here. You guys are not slowing down. Puroski Super Chat, it turned off 120 hertz on my 14 Pro, and after all weekend, I've adjusted for the most part. Exposure therapy worked out better than I thought. Good, okay, it's not just me. That did work out. It's helping you. So for those who don't know the context of that, Puroski asked on a previous live stream how to get used to 60 hertz because he wants to downgrade to the 13 mini because he's unhappy with the size of the 14 Pro, but he said he's gotten so used to 120 hertz. So I just told him to turn it off and try to just adjust to that. Oh, jeez. There's so many. Calm down, you guys. Option Command Media says, let's hear the biggest good morning! Good morning! That's the biggest I could do. You know, there's still people in the house, so I don't want to wake them up. I've got family in town, so I'm probably waking them up already. It's not a very big house. But thank you, guys. Jason congratulating us on 250,000 subs. I appreciate it, but I also want to remind people that the subscribers really don't matter. They don't mean anything. I think around 50% of my channel views are from people that are not subscribed, and the vast majority of my videos do not get 250,000 views. Most of my videos get 10 to 20,000 views. So with that being the case, I appreciate the people for clicking the sub button, but it doesn't really translate to anything. Like it's like, that means over 95% of the people who click the subscribe button aren't watching. People associate channel size or channel success with that number, and I don't really measure success that way. I think that if you're making videos people enjoy and you're making videos that people find helpful, you're a successful YouTuber. Like, you don't have to have a bunch of subscribers, and in that same caliber, there are channels with way less subs than me that get way more views than I do, and vice versa. I get more views than other channels with more subs than me. So I think people associate that subscriber number a little too much. Honestly, YouTube took away the option, but if I could remove the public sub count from my channel, I absolutely will. Please inform me if YouTube adds that option back, because I don't like the association. People just attach that number to your channel. It's like, oh, this is how many followers you have. That's what matters. Like, that's how big your channel is, and it's really not. I think you should go off of weekly or monthly views, how many views you bring in. That should dictate channel size, because that it paints a much better picture of how impactful or how large the channel is. The sub count doesn't really translate to much, in my opinion. But oh my God, JF, why did you donate so much? That's way too much. He says, don't feel bad about donations. Okay, I'm trying. I think it's causing the inverse effect, where I tell people not to donate and then they keep donating. So maybe I need to tell you all to donate so you'll stop donating. David Empire says, is Tailosive Tech Pro worth it? Absolutely not. It's not worth it. Don't do it. Save your money. I would do these live streams regardless of what you guys donate, for the record. It's not like I'll be in trouble if nobody super chats. Just so we're clear, you don't need to support, that being said, Nora, welcome to Tailosive Tech Pro. Right after it's totally not worth it, but thanks. I appreciate it. Papa Legs 2 says, what are you most excited to see at Dub? Yeah, I've got a boring answer for you. To be honest, I'm actually most excited for more CarPlay information, because my heart is more in EV news right now than it is tech. I ran a poll. We should actually look at the analysis of that poll. Let me go to, what are we at now? I ran that poll yesterday. Oh shoot, I'm wrong channel. I ran a poll to see what people are most excited for, and actually iOS 17 news was quite high. I believe it was actually higher than the Apple Reality headset, which I find interesting, because when I ask what people want out of iOS 17, most of them say like stability. Like, they don't have a ton of features to say. So okay, here's our poll. We got almost 6,000 people voted. Thank you, by the way, for voting. Almost 50% said iOS 17. By the way, on YouTube, they let you have more voting options than on Twitter, so I could separate iPadOS from iOS. I do find it hilarious that iPadOS 17, despite having the most amount of flaws and the highest number of people complaining, that's only 6% of people are interested. I think this is kind of funny, by the way. It's like the YouTube community admitting that we've given up on iPadOS, because iPadOS 17, in my opinion, is what needs the most amount of work, but only 6% of people are like, I don't really care what they have in store for iPadOS 17. Whatever, who cares, But I guess CarPlay would be part of the iOS 17 section. But yeah, whenever I ask people, like, what about iOS 17 do you want to see? They always go like, stability. I want less bugs. Which is like, okay, how does Apple announce that? Like, on iOS 17, it's really stable. It's very smooth. But then, of course, we get the dev betas, and they're betas, so they have bugs. So how do you know if it actually follows through on its intended feature? Because that's more ambiguous. It's more vague, like side loading or something like widgets or, control center customization. That's a bit more objective. Like, do you have the feature or do you not have the feature? In this update, we have the feature. Okay, it's a little buggy, but it's there. If the feature for iOS 17 is it's stable and smooth, how do you know if it's really there or not? Because it could be there one update and then totally gone the next. So it's funny to me that most people voted iOS 17, but they don't have a super clear feature for it. Yeah, I don't get it. But what am I most excited for? I guess basically the startup company that I'm most pumped for is Aptera, and they've announced that they're going to be incorporating CarPlay in their vehicles. So that's why I guess I want to see the enhanced CarPlay experience, hopefully on a real car today, because they actually announced it last year, way early, honestly. I don't know why Apple wanted to announce the next generation of CarPlay like a year and a half in advance. But yeah, they showcased the new design for it. I think I have it. I think I can show this without getting a copyright strike, right? It's in my Aptera section on my computer. I have a whole folder just for all my Aptera footage. Oh no! There's the volume. But yeah, it showcased how CarPlay can take over the speedometer and more of the UI and basically get rid of all of the crappy car user interface, which is kind of cool. So, yeah, if they can show this actually working on an existing vehicle, I think that would be really, really cool. I'm excited, like I mentioned earlier, I'm excited for the headset also, but not so much from a potential customer standpoint. I don't know what I'm going to use it for. And frankly, if it's $3,000, I don't want a justification for it. I don't okay, assuming Apple comes up with a really great use case for it, like, oh, you should totally use the Apple Reality Pro, or you should buy it so that you can do this. Okay, great. If you come up with a really useful feature for it, now I got to spend $3,000. Great. that's wonderful. So I'm curious how they will market it. I'm fascinated by it the same way I would watch a documentary, the same way I watched Apple Explained did a great video on Tim Cook and his legacy and how he got started at Apple and where he came from. Jason C., you were already a member, but you changed the card on file information, so you get the notification again. Well, okay, welcome back, Jason. Appreciate that. And yeah, the same way I would watch a documentary about Apple, that's why I want to watch them unveil the headset, because to me, this is another major piece of Apple history in the making, even if I'm not in the market for it. So it's a different level of what am I most excited for. Like, I guess I've placed a reservation on an Aptera vehicle, by the way. For all intents and purposes, I intend that on being my next car, and the enhanced CarPlay experience will affect, I think, the CarPlay on the Aptera. So that's why, like, it affects me in a more personal way than everything else does. I guess iOS 17, like I said, it'll have some changes and some updates that we all get to benefit for free, hopefully. I don't believe it's going to switch to a paid model. That would suck. Jeez. No, Apple wouldn't do that. Right? But again, I don't have a big list of features I want out of iOS 17. So right now, that's not on the top of my list of most excited, but it could change if maybe Apple showcases some new feature, some new thing from iOS 17 that I'm like, oh, that's really helpful. I really want that. But the more I speculate in it and the more I think about it, I'm like, no, I can't fathom really anything iOS 17 that could do that would be that helpful. I really like iOS in its current form. Like, it's useful. It gets the job done. There's not a huge list of things I wish they would change. Unlike iPadOS, where there's a huge list of things. Mike Galabo says, my dad didn't believe me when I told him the headset will be around $3,000, so we made a bet. He believes it will be under $700. So if it's over $700, he will buy the headset as a gift. Oh my God, Micah. You're really going to play your dad like that? This guy who raised you, or this guy that supported you? Oh, I don't know your relationship, but man, you're like telling him to walk into a bear trap. Like, this is Apple we're talking about here. He thinks it'll be under $700? Really? Serious? My God. That's kind of savage of you, Micah. Well, can your dad adopt me? Can he buy me a headset too if he's got that kind of money? Alexander Ernst super chatted and didn't say anything. Why? Okay. Option Command Media super chatted. Who is Leaks Apple Pro? I don't know. He's some scam artist on Twitter. Moving on. Piroski super chatted. Well, since you asked for donations, yeah. Keep them coming. Everyone donate your entire life savings. Drain your bank accounts and support me. It's a totally great idea. Does that in reverse? Now we're doing reverse psychology, I think. Alexander Ernst super chatted. Okay, calm down, Alex. Seriously, don't make me mute you. I will mute you if you keep doing that. Jeremiah says your car doesn't even have CarPlay. I know, but my next car will. My current car doesn't need CarPlay because it's a Tesla, and Teslas have really great in-house software. But Aptera's doesn't have the resources to develop their own in-house operating system that would be really capable and really good. So they're going to rely on CarPlay, which is going to get better. I don't think having CarPlay is a bad thing, but I also don't think not having CarPlay is inherently a bad thing. There's a right way to have CarPlay and a wrong way, and I think Tesla has done the right way to not have CarPlay, where you develop your own in-house platform and custom operating system that runs really, really well. It's still the best software I've ever seen in a car. But if you're going to go on if you're gonna support CarPlay, you should go all in, which is what it sounds like Aptera's gonna do. Cheyenne says, I've tried not to watch any dub leak or rumor video, so I'm genuinely excited this year. Rumors ruin expectations. Oh, well then don't watch this, Cheyenne. This is the whole 2 hours leading up to the event is total speculation and hype. So I'm going to ruin it for you, I think. Margel says, Drew's just giving us the freedom to make bad decisions like super chatting. Honestly, the more you bring it up, Margel, the more I'm tempted. Maybe I should turn it off. But I don't know if you can just turn it off on streams individually, because when I do the members only streams, like when we do the behind the scenes streams, I turn off monetization. Monetization is shut off. So when I do that, there's still a super chat option. Bizarrely, I don't know why, but some people still super chat during the members only streams. And there's like 5 people watching. It's like 5 people watching. I pretty much read every message that comes in, and there's still people. I don't know why they do it, but yeah, so I don't know exactly if I can just manually turn off super chat for live stream. I don't know if that works, but I don't got the time for it right now. Alex keeps super chatting and doesn't say anything. Attach the message with the donation, Alex. Jeez. Yeah, Penn is reminding us, thank you for your 6 months of support, Penn, that the Apple Store app is closed. That is correct. Matt8352 says, I'm convinced iPadOS 17 will be iOS 16 for iPad. Hey, if that means we get a calculator app, I'm for it. But yeah, I would like to get the lock screen customization on iPadOS. Not that I'm going to use it, but yeah, that would be appropriate, right? Soham Vasudeva, thank you for supporting. Wow, you joined Tailosive Tech Pro. That's unnecessary, but thank you. Welcome to the channel. Crystal Vial says, I feel like the software is behind the hardware in many aspects. Wonder if we will see software and hardware to be equal for amazing performance and capabilities. On what? What are you referring to? The iPad? Kira Yip Mavisi says, if they announce that you'll be able to install macOS on iPad with iPadOS 17, I'd be hyped for iPadOS 17. Right, but it's not the actual iPadOS that you're excited for. You're excited for the iPad getting macOS, which I agree. I would be super pumped if they did that. That would make me forgive a lot of iPad sins if they actually listened to me and just added it. Jason says, I'm looking forward to see how they market USB-C. Did it just get real? That's true. If we're getting a new Mac Studio today, or if we're getting a 15-inch MacBook Air, there's a Mac update today, now would be a great time to drop some new Magic Keyboard, Magic Trackpad, Magic Mouse that has Type-C on it. Now would be a good time. And if that happens, the likelihood of the iPhone getting Type-C goes way, way up. Do you really think that you can sit for 6 hours straight without needing to go to the restroom? I've done it for 12 hours, actually. I've done way worse than 6. It's probably not good for me, but don't worry. I got a big belly. I can hold a lot. Brendan Shark, thank you for joining. Oh, my God. There's way too many of you. I appreciate that. JF says, I always wanted to ask, I hope it's not too personal. Is YouTube your main job? Yes, it is. And it's not too personal. We've got a ways to go till we get to too personal, JF. But yes, this has been my full-time job for over 6 years now. And I could not do it if I lived in a major city. The cost of living in a big city like the Bay Area or LA or New York City, I don't make enough to live in a city like that. But I live in a fairly rural area, so we were able to lower our expenses and pay off our house, so there's no rent or mortgage to worry about. So that way, by keeping our expenses low and by budgeting and making sure that we don't spend like crazy, that's why I'm using an iPhone SE right now, I can continue doing this as a full-time job because the channel doesn't need to make a lot to cover all of our bills, which is really helpful. So I appreciate your guys' support because that makes this dream job a possibility. That's why I'm so passionate about trying to make the memberships a good deal, or trying to help you not waste money on super chats like you are right now. Is because I enjoy this for the community. I enjoy making friends and talking to people, and I'm not trying to become a million subscriber channel. Honestly, I'm trying to shrink the size of my channel. It doesn't work when I try, but I'm trying to just connect with people more so than just focus on how many views does this video get, which is why I try not to clickbait and don't use confirmed in the title and that kind of stuff. So yeah, this has been my full-time job. Thanks to your guys' watching. I hope you guys are aware, even the people that have never super chatted, even the people that have never supported the channel directly, you're still helping. Just by watching the channel, that helps a lot. That's still the vast majority of income from this channel just comes from people watching the videos and live streams. So that helps me. Thank you for putting up with the ads, those who don't pay for YouTube Premium. And I know they suck. I know they're annoying. But you guys have just enabled such an amazing job that I've been able to support myself and my family. Louise is doing well. She wished me luck right before I started. So I'm grateful for you guys enabling this kind of this job, because this is really a dream of a job. So I'm permanently grateful for you guys, and I hope you know that as long as people are still watching, I'll keep making these. So thank you, seriously. This is awesome. We'd be excited to not use iPadOS. Yes, I'm right there with you, Umberto. I don't know if I mentioned it, but Micah Dibb also joined Tailosive Tech Plus. Thank you. Kyle Colgan says, what are you most excited for in this event, and are you planning on buying anything? Okay, we got another what am I most excited for. So yeah, just to recap, CarPlay, because I might own a vehicle in the future, not near future, but in the distant future, I might own a vehicle with CarPlay, so that kind of affects how the car experience goes. And after that, I'm excited for the headset from a marketing perspective. I want to see how Apple pitches it. Obviously, I want to see what it looks like, and I want to figure out, is this next big thing or is this next big flop? You know, like which category are we going to put the headset in? Is it going to feel like an iPhone moment where this is the beginning of the new era for Apple, or is this going to feel like a HomePod moment where we all go, what the heck? What were they thinking? Why did Apple want to launch this? You know, even if it sucks, I'm excited for it. Like, I'm not going to be disappointed if it's a big flop, for the record. I'm just excited to talk about it. I want to hear your guys' thoughts on it as well. So I'm just curious from like the community's reaction perspective, what are people gonna feel like when they see this thing? What's gonna be the vibe of it? You know, like, is this gonna be I don't think it's gonna be a smashing hit out the door, honestly. I think the first reaction from the public is gonna be very negative, and there's gonna be a lot of people complaining about it, which is why it's so fun to speculate on, because we don't really know if it's going to be a major success from the beginning, because even Apple's biggest successes, like the iPhone or AirPods or the Apple Watch, those products were met with so much criticism on the day they were unveiled. Everyone thought it would be a big flop and it wouldn't work out. But that's not to say that every product Apple announces ends up being a huge success. There's still some flops Apple has. So it's hard to tell, but it's fun to speculate and try to figure out which direction is going to go. Will the headset go the way of Apple Maps? See? Well worded, Micah. Joachim Monson says, one of my favorite times of the year again with you, Drew. Thank you for the super chat. That's very kind of you. Yeah, this is a fun time for me as well. It's like there's so much dry season throughout the year where all we have to go off of is very unreliable leaks and rumors, where most of the leakers do not know what they're talking about, and they change their mind on things left and right. But today is fun because, of course, we're all fans of Apple, the brand and the company and the products and the services they offer. And today, it's not about leaks. It's not about rumors. Finally, we get to push all of those rumors to the side and just say, okay, there's been a lot of talk. There's been a lot of speculation. Now let's just see reality. Now let's just see, what is Apple actually going to give us? What software changes are coming? What hardware is going to be there? And now it's more in the confirmed space, not so much the speculative space. Although even that's kind of hard to believe because AirPower took longer than we thought. And by longer than I thought, I mean forever, because it never happened. Byron Ross super chatted. Geez, $10 just for saying I'm humble? Okay, how do I act less humble? Super chat more! I don't know. Keep up the excellent work. Thank you, Byron. I don't think it's that excellent, but I appreciate it nonetheless. That's very kind of you. Aptera is going to have CarPlay. Yes, that's what they announced on their last report. Purosky says, I don't think no calculator app on the iPad was that big of a deal until you said calculating was one of the first computer functions, and my world has changed. It's a very basic function, you know. I think didn't the iPhone have a calculator on like day one? Is it on the app? Yeah, it did. I'm looking at the box of the original iPhone, and there's a calculator on it. So the iPhone has had a calculator since 2007, but the iPad still is like, use Spotlight search, I guess. Michael says, Drew has come up with the greatest strategy of reverse psychology super chat revenue. Tell everyone he doesn't want them. And then, okay, so I really want them, guys. I really, really want you to super chat. That would be great. I would really appreciate it. And it'd be even better if you super chatted without saying anything. Don't make me read a message. Just donate $500 with and put the goblin emoji, the red goblin face. Just that face with 500. Please do that. Please do that. If you do not do that, I will end the stream immediately. Is that better? You have influence without overly trying. You turned me from an anti-Apple to embracing Apple, and you were simply being yourself. How does that work? I still don't understand. I just said in a video not long ago, James, that if you have Android, I think you should stay on Android. If you have iOS, I think you should stay on iOS. As someone who has tried switching between iPhones and Androids, I can tell you it sucks. It's horrible. It's not fun. Switching phones and switching platforms and getting the contacts together and all that crap. It's miserable. Like, do not switch. Just, there's great options on the Android side, and there's great perks of Android, and there's great options on the Apple side, and there's great perks of iOS. So just stay in your respective camps. The whole switching thing is a nightmare. And I don't think I've ever on this channel actively told anyone that's on Android that they should switch to iOS. If there's an Android phone that I don't like, I tell them to try a different Android phone, because I'm always in the camp of just to stay on the platform you're at, because switching is a nightmare. I'm really tempted, man, but I'd rather send it via pay. Well, just don't do it, JF. It's not worth it. Don't do it. That's a joke. Nation super chatted. I'm an Android guy. Love your content. Skits are great. I don't know what kind of skit we'll have to do today. I can't write it. What is Apple's biggest flop? Ooh, I don't know. They've been around for like, what, 40, 50 years now? I want to say the Pippin? Or maybe the Newton? Biggest flop? I don't know. I've heard the 14 Plus isn't selling that well, if you want like a recent example, but there's so many flops over the years, from like the Steve Jobs era or the not Steve Jobs era, I should say, like when he was alive but not at the company. But yeah, that's probably not what you're asking for. Thank you for the super chat, Nation, though. It's completely unnecessary. Yeah, this is a Tesla flag. It was a gift. I have all this Tesla merch, ironically, and I didn't buy any of it. It's all gifts. People bought me... a friend of mine for my birthday bought me this Tesla Semi, which I use in my videos. There's people who bought me Tesla Hot Wheels. I have a Tesla hat that was a gift from my cousin. He found it at a thrift shop. The battery pack that powers my microphone right here, that I use every time I record a video... It's powered by a Tesla mini Powerwall. It's like a battery bank that looks like a Powerwall. And my friend Nick, way back in the day, got me that as a birthday present, and I still use it. So I have all this Tesla stuff, but I didn't buy any of it. I'm not really a big merch guy. I don't buy a lot of merch, but so I keep the things people give me as gifts. I don't usually keep merch and things, because I feel like there's some sentimental value to it. It's like, well, I think of my sister when I see the flag. I think of my dad when I see the sword on the wall, and I think of my friend Mike when I see the Semi. So I can't get rid of gifts. I feel like that would feel wrong. But Alexander Ernst is still super chatting like crazy for no reason. Knock that off, Alex. I will mute you. Okay, how about the 10 francs? Okay, Alex, I'm warning you now. This is your official warning, and I'll give you a little bit of time for delay. But if you super chat again, I will mute you. Please knock it off. It's too many donations. Lewis super chatted. Thank you for streaming and making Dub even more enjoyable. I'm an app developer in the UK, watching while working. Oh, that's cool. I guess this is kind of work for me, so I'm also kind of watching while working. But thank you, Lewis. That's awesome you're an app developer. See, I respect people like Lewis a lot because they're actually creating something. I don't feel like I create anything. All I do is just talk about what I like and don't like. And I don't understand why people find that valuable, but I appreciate the support nonetheless. You guys are just being far too friendly. Nikov Master has been a supporter for 13 months now. Love the videos. Anything special for iPadOS today? luckily, we won't have to wait too much longer. In 2 hours, we'll probably know for sure. We've got less than 1 hour to go until Dub. I don't know why I'm holding this. We've got less than 1 hour to go, and then we'll finally find out. Yeah, the 14 plus is selling a little bit better now, but yeah, Hector, because everybody who doesn't know what they're doing is buying it, of course. App developer here while in university. Yeah, you guys are actually making software, and I have a ton of respect because I know it's not easy. Software engineering and coding is just incredibly difficult, and you guys, I really appreciate from the bottom of my heart great software. Like in my car, on my phone, it's not so much the hardware that sells it for me. It's usually the software, and how like really really good software can help you tolerate pretty crappy hardware. But it doesn't matter if it's great hardware or cheap hardware or expensive hardware. If the software sucks, it's not worth it. Like to me, the software is kind of the make or break thing. So the people who are making great software is like, you're making the future happen. Good for you guys. Dan also joined Tailosive Tech Plus. Thank you. And Burkhardt's part of the developer crew too. Thank you, Burkhardt. FaceTime holds a special place in my life because I used it to talk to my dad until his death. Oh wow, that's too bad. I'm sorry to hear that, James. Man, you're getting too emotional on me now. I'm gonna think about that with my dad. You're supposed to be a hype train, James. But yeah, it's a special place, I think, for all of us in many ways. We should have been at 1 million now. Why do you think your growth is stunted because of lack of quality or quantity of videos? I don't really care, to be honest. I don't consider Burkhardt's gifting memberships now. Jeez. I don't think bigger is better, to be honest. I don't think bigger channels are better than smaller channels. So I've seen other channels grow past me, and they tended to do things that I'm not willing to do, like clickbait or use confirmed in the title or act like things are a bigger deal than they are. Thank you for gifting memberships, Burkhardt. That's very kind of you. Which memberships are you gifting? Does it say? I don't even see what membership he's gifting, but that's very kind of you and completely unnecessary. But no, I'm actually I'm not too concerned with subscriber count, like I said earlier. That's not how I dictate success, and that's not how I dictate channel size. There are channels with over 1 million subscribers that I get more views than, and there are channels with less subscribers than me that get more views than me. So the sub count, I think, is super overrated. People act like existing members get the gifts. This is so rigged, it only lets me gift pro. Oh, that's weird. Why do they only let you gift pro? That's messed up. Sorry about that. I wish there was more options. If I could let you, I would let you gift the plus memberships, but there's nothing on my end that they give me to control that. Come on, YouTube, work it out. But I think that a lot of the time channels that grow bigger make it less personal. You can't. I already feel like there's, oh my God, over 800 people are watching, and I feel like I can't keep up with the chat because, I mean, obviously I could just try to read every single message as it comes in, but then I can't really give thought out, meaningful answers. So that feels like a waste of time to me. I want to give more intentional answers and more complex. My brain will talk endlessly. That's why I do live streams. I think too much about individual subjects and I expound upon them. So I'm grateful I have YouTube as an outlet to basically word barf all over you guys every day, where I just keep coming up with thoughts. But if I wanted to be more strategic, then I would have to change my style. Okay, I'm gonna do more clickbaity videos, or I'm gonna up my production quality and have to spend more time making them or spend more money making them. But the truth is, there's so many channels with high production value. I don't even think, if I doubled down and spent thousands and thousands of dollars on my lighting and my equipment, I don't even think it would really translate to much of a difference, because I've seen a lot of channels that do really, really well and have hardly any production value at all. Most people don't watch for production value, especially in the tech community where we've got people like MKBHD. I'm never going to be able to compete with that. His budget is high. His creativity is way better than mine. He's going to have the best B-roll. He's going to have the best footage and lighting and audio. I can't touch that, even if I spent my entire life savings on equipment. I can't beat him. So what's the point in trying, I guess, is my logic, when most of the people watching him, I think, watch him for his opinions, his thoughts, his takes. And I think that's the main reason you guys watch me. And I'm not super passionate about B-roll. Like, there's only so many ways I can film an iPhone from how many different angles. I can increase the production value, but at a certain point, it becomes so high production that it doesn't even feel, it's just like you're watching an ad. It's like, ads are high production, but that doesn't make them more convincing. That doesn't make them feel, oh, I should really buy that commercial. That commercial had really great video quality. It's like, no, you watch creators for their take. You watch them for their opinion, not their production quality. That's why I'm streaming to you guys off a MacBook webcam right now. And I'm not using an external microphone. These are the mics built into the MacBook Pro. And they're great. I love this machine. So I think it's more honest and more personal, and I get to feel a bit more close to people as an individual and recognize people like Josh and James and Jason, all the J's and the Micahs and the Michaels. There's so many Michaels watching this channel. There's like 5 different Michaels, and Nathan and Skylar. I recognize people in the chat by a first name basis, and I feel like by having a smaller audience, it still is probably too big. If anything, I would like to shave people off. That's the whole reason I started doing the skits on this channel. I knew they were embarrassing. I knew they were cringy. And I knew that a lot of my audience wouldn't like it. But I thought it was funny. And I thought, okay, the people who will stick around are at least going to appreciate my style of comedy, which I like cringy content. I like embarrassing myself. Like, it's fun for me. So I'm like, well, at least the people who will stick around will be sticking around for me and not just watching me read off tech specs from a website, because that would be up to random. It's like, okay, there's so many tech channels now on YouTube, right? It's like spinning the wheel of fortune. You spin it, and some people just, I'll watch his channel because I like his music, or I like his B-roll, or I like his intro and outro animation. So I'm just going to watch him because I happen to stumble upon his channel, but I don't want him to be crazy. I don't want him to act funny. I just want him to read the tech specs. Just give us the news and then wrap it up. That's why some channels can really successfully do a ton of shorts, is because YouTube shorts don't require much depth. They don't require a bunch of analysis. They could just, here's the news, here's what I think of that, and what do you think? Okay, bye. And then, you can be really concise and probably get a ton of views off of that. But you won't get to know people very well, and you won't get to really expound upon your idea. I love the speculation part. Okay, here's what Apple might do. Here's what they're thinking of doing. Here's what the rumors are saying. Here's what rumors you can and can't believe. I love that stuff. And I love getting your guys' take on it too. So I did the skits intentionally because I thought it might shrink the size of the channel. We might lose people if I start doing something cringy that some people like and some people don't. The inverse thing happened too, though, which is hilarious, because I started doing the skits and the channel actually started growing. I passed 250K, I think, a while ago, but we started getting well past 250K once I started doing the skits. So it had the inverse effect. I was trying to get people to leave. Obviously there's a certain amount of size you want, because I do use the channel's revenue to cover my life, and that's why we budget, so that I don't have to worry about, oh no, the channel didn't perform very well. I guess I gotta clickbait more to cover my livelihood. Even on our worst performing month, we have enough to cover the bills. And then some left over to invest and save so that we can build up more passive forms of income and all that stuff. But yeah, I'm not worried about, I don't really care why I'm not growing. It could just be because I'm weird. It could just be because the market is, well, we are growing now a little bit, but the person earlier was asking, why aren't you at 1 million subscribers? And I was like, first of all, if anyone acts like they know how to game the YouTube algorithm, they don't. It's constantly changing, and if you knew, you would be there. It would mean one thing if you had millions of subscribers and you were telling me, why aren't you at 1 million? But if you're not there, that means you don't know, and I don't know either, because I'm not there. So, and even the people up there probably don't know how to. There's some people that can get a lot of subscribers, but then lose it as they get bigger and they don't know how to manage it, or they're not as active. They won't sustain themselves. So you can be over 1 million and still be getting very, very little. There's a channel I watch with like 100,000 subscribers, and they get like 10 times as many views as I watch. I think it's Out of Spec Reviews, which I watch a lot of. So I think people obsess over the sub count. It really doesn't translate to anything. You don't get paid more based on subs. There's really no advantage on YouTube to having more subs, other than after 100K, they let you verify they give you a check mark, which there's so many bots in the comments anyway. I don't even think the check mark matters all that much. And again, like I said, most of the time, like half of the channel's viewers aren't subscribed, or more than half. Can it be called a YouTube career if you're not growing? I think so. If you're making content that people are enjoying and you're able to live off of it, or even if you're not living off of it, even if you're just making a decent amount to help cover part of the business, and some people just do it as a hobby, then I would say, yeah, it's a YouTube career. There's still people working full time at YouTube, even if they're not necessarily growing. YouTube has almost like 3 billion active users. There's only so much growth you can do. Everyone finds their niche, and there's so many tech channels now with all their own little niches. There's a lot of supply and shrinking demand. Honestly, we're losing a lot of people to TikTok, so I don't really expect that many people to be growing at all. If you even look up big channels on Social Blade, there's some massive channels that are not experiencing much growth, but that's okay because they've got their audience and they can support themselves off of those views. Okay, sorry, that was a long-winded answer, but basically, I'm not worried about growth. Let me see if I missed. Oh my God, I missed a bunch. Sorry, guys. Oh, what else? Okay, Christian Dioliveria, thank you for the super chat. iOS dev at work too. We can't use this year's stuff in production. We can now use last year's announced dev tools, and one is annoying, but is an industry standard. Really? Okay. Yeah, you're telling me all the stuff I don't know. Kyle Colgan says, I've had the developer beta free through settings. Do you know if that'll change with iOS 17? I've been seeing conflicting things. I heard some people have told me that they're changing the way you get dev beta. Excuse me, sorry. They've changed the way you're getting dev betas this year, but then I think it was Burkhart told me that it's actually not that different, and you can get the dev betas if you know someone paying for a developer account. So that's a good question, but I don't really know. I think it's best to wait and see, because all of the rumored differences of the dev beta will probably go into effect after today. So we'll find out for sure probably after the event. But I'm sorry, Kyle. See, this is the times I feel bad when people super chat a question I don't know the answer. It's like, one CTF 178 banana smoothies, if you know what I mean. Okay, thanks for the donation. Nathan Gibson super chatted. The thing that makes you great, Drew, is that listening to you talk about tech is like talking with a neighbor. You're just overwhelmingly friendly and kind. Well, thank you, Nathan. I don't really talk to my neighbors all that much. They're very noisy, but I think it's I think it's fun talking to you too, because you guys are usually into the same stuff I'm into. So I don't have people in my personal life that watch these events or are into the same stuff. So I appreciate that. Skylar says, am I excited for tvOS? Absolutely. Considering it got 0 minutes of screen time last year, it should be amazing this year, right? Kyle says, he asked that again. I wish I knew the answer, Kyle. I'm sorry. Your channel comes off more genuine than others. Well, thank you, Cole. I think everybody should try to be, if you want to be in the YouTube space, you should try to be the channel you want to watch. And I actually don't watch that many big channels. I tend to watch a lot of smaller channels because that doesn't feel like they have some algorithm. They're not super calculated in the video. They're just making a video based on how they feel about a product or service, and they're just trying to be honest about it. And when they're smaller, you feel like you can ask a question and get an answer, whereas a lot of the time when you watch videos from huge channels, it feels so calculated, it feels so scripted, and they're doing everything to maximize audience retention, and they're doing everything to maximize how it performs in the algorithm because they want it to get tons of views, opposed to a channel that's just like, we're going to check this out, here's what I think. And that feels a lot more real to me. I'd rather watch creators that I feel like, just like they said, it feels like you're talking to a friend. They just feel like they're being honest. So you feel like you get the more real opinions rather than a guy just reading tech specs or reading off, here's what it has, here's what it doesn't have. Okay, we're done. And when people express how a product or service fits into their daily life, here's why I chose this product, because of how it affects, my family or my wife or my, James tells me all the time about why he uses certain Apple products that help him in his accessibility issues. And I've seen other people in the chat many times with vision problems. I think Christian mentioned that earlier. I hope I didn't miss anything. That he was, I think I saw it a while ago, but he said that he has vision issues, which was why he was interested in the Apple Reality headset. That might help him with some of his vision limitations. So I like hearing about how it relates to people's personal life. You know, like how I met Randy, who's like, I'm an audio guy, I do music, and this is how I use Logic, and here's how I, you know, prioritize what I should buy with a Mac. Or he takes a lot of pictures and videos, and how that applies to his life. That's why he gets the phones that he does. I haven't watched a ton of Doug DeMero, to be honest. I think he's even too big for me. But he's a good YouTuber. I've watched some of his stuff. He's very thorough. I appreciate channels that go into nitty-gritty details. So he reviews a lot of cars that I'm not interested in because he's just an overall car guy and I'm just an EV guy. Yeah, I'm not saying any names, but you guys can fill in the blank with whatever channel you think fits that definition. But I'm not pointing any fingers. RT Ricky, thank you for joining Tailosive Tech Plus. That's awesome of you. They said, happy and grateful to be watching since 2017. Loved how you openly shared your bias at a time that so few people would. Well, yeah, I think admitting bias is just another way of being honest. You know, that's just another form of let's get to know each other rather than just I'm a brand and I have a embargo and I have a script that I need to stick to. Exploits are great for us, not for Apple. Yes, exactly. Has Burkhart weighed in on the chat? I know he was here earlier. I know he would have the answer for us on whether or not you can get the dev betas for free if you know somebody. I think somebody with a dev account has to have access to your Apple ID. Do I think Apple will ever go back to live on-stage dub events instead of pre-recorded? At this point, I think, you know, say what you will about COVID, but according to at least the state of California, where Apple films and has their events, it's no longer under a state of emergency. They have lifted pretty much all requirements. So by all intensive means, Apple totally could have an in-person event right now if they wanted to. Google I.O. was in person. It was, obviously they live streamed it, but there was a huge crowd of people that were all there. I didn't really see anybody wearing masks. So it's not really a concern anymore, and yet Apple is still doing the pre-recorded ones. I think the main reason they're probably still doing pre-recorded is because of control. Apple likes knowing exactly what's going to be shown at the exact right time. And back when they did in-person events, there was a lot of mistakes. And I know that a lot of people like that. I've seen that happen in the chat a lot in the comments. People are like, I like when it's happening in real time. It feels more real, or when they make mistakes or the demo doesn't go right. Yeah, we like that because it feels more real. But Apple, as a $1 trillion brand, they don't like that. For their purposes, they prefer the more calculated and pre-recorded because the people presenting can have as many takes as they want, and they can reveal things, and Apple's marketing team is so fancy. They can reveal things in really creative ways. Yeah, let's switch to backup here. We like that. That's funny because we get to meme on it and point and laugh. Apple doesn't like that, though, because that looks bad on them. So if their goal is just to look good and be calculated and professional and everything looks super fancy, I totally understand. I think from a cinematography perspective alone, the pre-recorded events are far more interesting to watch. And personally, I'm in favor of it because the truth is 99.99% of people watching are watching online anyway. Like maybe even in its heyday, there was like 4,000 or 5,000 people watching Dub in person. There's like millions and millions of people watching it online. So to just have like, should we do a stadium event where we rent out a whole venue and security and have to give everyone badges and show up? Should we rent out a whole space just so that 5,000 out of the whole, you know, like 10 million, 20 million people that watch it can be there in person and see a guy from the very back of the room, really, really tiny, walk across the stage, and they're probably watching on the big overhead projectors that are showing the camera feed anyway. So yeah, I'm not a big in-person event guy either. I've always said if I was invited to an Apple event, I wouldn't go, just because this is another good reminder for you guys. Apple events have a lot of fluff. I know there's a lot of hype and a lot of excitement building up to them, but the reason I've always done these reaction streams is because there's a lot of time where not much is being said, or Apple will recap a bunch of information we already know. And there's really boring parts of the events, and I want to make jokes. I want to talk. I'm like the kid in the back of the classroom cracking jokes about the teacher, and I'm like talking your ear off because I'm like, what does he know? What are we doing here? That's ridiculous. I want to be able to laugh while I'm watching. If I go in person, I can't do that. I have to sit and just watch. Okay, now we get to hear about the health app and how Apple really cares about cycle tracking, which is good for some of the audience, but for other of us, I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna tune out right now. I'm not that kind of guy that sits still and just focuses. I did terrible in school because of that. I have a lot more fun. For one, Apple doesn't have a live chat, so it's fun for me to have a live chat that I can watch while I'm watching the event, because I get to see your guys' real-time reaction. You'll probably see it today, but if you go back and watch my old reaction streams, there's absolutely a ton of times where, like the 24-inch iMac unveil with the white bezels, like, I just totally lost it. And being able to not only document my real-time reaction to that unveil, but also seeing the chat freak out. And everyone in the chat is like, "Oh my God, what is it?" It was busting me out like I was cracking up hysterically just reading your guys' messages as the event was happening. And I couldn't do that, I couldn't do that if I was there watching in person. So I'm not really big into in-person events. There's a bunch of people that get invited to this. I think Apple's doing like a hybrid approach, but they're still watching a pre-recorded event. But it sounds like, according to Mark Gurman, there's going to be a live, not a live demo, but a hardware demo area, so that after the event, the people who were invited get to check out the hardware. But I don't know if I mentioned this earlier. As a YouTuber, like, it's really easy to market and showcase how these types of tech products work. Like, we can show, here's the iPhone, here's iOS 17, right? Here's how it works, here's the new UI changes. And you guys can understand it because you all have, most of you at least, have smartphones or have displays of some kind, and you can imagine what it's like to have that code and use that on your phone and your device. That's digestible, you can understand it. The tricky thing about the headset is that it's something that Apple's probably going to reiterate, that you need to experience it yourself. You need to try it on. There's not a great way to market it because most people don't have headsets, and even the people who have headsets are probably having far inferior hardware compared to what the Apple Reality headset is. And Apple's going to boast about how their headset is the most immersive and has the best display and the best software. And they're like, you're not going to understand it until you actually try it. But the vast majority of us aren't going to really try it. So I'm sure some YouTubers that are there at the event, they're going to get to try it out and tell you what they think of the headset. Honestly, I don't think their opinion is probably going to be that different from people online's opinion. I bet I can see Marquez talking about it right now. He's going to be like, so it's really good, but is it $3,000 good? Probably not. It's not that great, whatever. So that's probably going to be the overwhelming consensus. So because it's such a hard thing to market, I really don't even feel like I'm missing out by much, because I could try it and be like, okay, yeah, it's kind of cool. But then I'd probably be in the same place that I was just watching it from home. And I won't get to talk to you guys as much. Plus, there's a lot of driving and parking. And the Moto Media channel, thank you for the super chat, says, you don't want to at least walk around the campus? I've checked out the visitor center. I mean, I'm sure it's nice inside the campus. I mean, if I could just go for a walk. I'm not a big fan of crowds. Like, I don't go to concerts and stuff either. I don't like big groups of people all together in one place. It just makes me nervous and anxious, and I'm just not the kind of guy that likes that. I enjoy talking to people, but I like one-on-one conversations or just a small group of people interacting with them. I feel like you get to know people a lot better that way, and big crowds kind of create more mob mentality / crowd think, and that's when you typically get into bad situations. I'm not a big crowd guy. My best thing at big crowds is things like this with a live stream where the messages are coming in, and I can have slow mode so there's not too many messages all at once, and I can see individual messages and address them. one at a time. That's more fun for me. Margel says, your reaction to 120 hertz on the MacBook Pro is still one of my favorite moments from you. Yeah, see, like we make a lot of good memories by live streaming our reactions, and I feel like we would totally miss out on that if I went in person. I don't think they would let me live stream from in there. And it would be harder to have a phone set up and everything because you're going to be watching the event on a big screen with a big speaker system. Your next thumbnail should have your face surrounded by white bezels. Ew, James, I thought we were friends. Why are you insulting me? Kayup says Apple live stream has 89,000 people waiting. Your stream has 890 people watching. So we've successfully captured 1% of Apple's audience. All right, congratulations, guys. We got it. No, that's just people waiting in the stream. There's going to be way more people once it actually starts. YJ Choi says, do you think they'll do an intro sketch like they did 2 years ago? They didn't do one last year, and I want them to bring it back. Oh, that's a good question. I hope they do. I like the little sketches, but yeah, the last few Apple events have just been like a visualization. They tend to go live. This is another good time to remind you guys. Apple tends to go live 10 minutes before. So I know the event doesn't start for 30 minutes, but the live stream will probably start in 20 minutes, and it'll just be music with a visualization of, like this, what is this thing called? The Apple Store being down. It'll look like this, except close-ups. Just, the pancake lenses and the waves. And there will be music playing, and there'll be like 10 people in the chat that say, Drew, it's live, it started, it's the event, they're starting it early. They're not starting it early. They're just letting people know, here's the stream, and then 10 minutes in, it'll actually start, announcing stuff. But hopefully there's a real skit. That would be nice. Yeah, Apple's copying me with the skits, right? That was totally my idea. Bird Guy says, I was watching this dude, Tailosive EV. He looks like you. I know. I get that a lot. It's weird. Let's say hopefully there is some update for iPadOS except for the rumored lock screen, and shout out to the most enthusiastic tech YouTuber on earth, 6282. Who? Who's the most enthusiastic? I love the react streams of these events because all my friends aren't that much into Apple tech, so it's cool to watch it with you in chat. Yeah, I love it too. Apple doesn't typically allow live chat on their events either. So it's refreshing to actually have a place that people can in real time be typing all of their thoughts and reactions. It's not live. They aren't starting it yet. I'm saying in 20 minutes they will. In 20 minutes there will be a live stream, or 18 minutes now. There will be a live stream with visuals and music playing. But they're not going to actually start announcing or saying anything until 10 a.m. Tailosive VV is better than Tailosive Tech. I agree, Roman. He's a much better YouTuber. I'm on Eastern Time and woke up at 12 p.m. Now I only have to wait an hour for the event. Hey, that's good. Welcome to the stream, Dawson. Good to see you. Apple does skits every year. They talk about iPadOS, right? That's all a comedic joke. How about let's do a laugh track under the iPadOS announcements. Now, with the M1 chip, we can allow for external monitor support. And everyone starts laughing. That would be great. Apple needs to allow live chat. It would be funny. Like, I feel like we make more than YouTubers make more than they probably should. Just like how I do it with these live streams between the memberships and the super chats. Just think of how much money Apple could be making, and I would be losing, which is even better for them. Like, if they did a live stream and they were like, okay, this is a members only chat, but to become an Apple channel member, you needed like, I don't know, $10 a month or something. You would probably get like thousands upon thousands of people sign up for that just so that they could write in the chat, and then you'd have people super chatting. They'd have tons of people show up. They would make so much money from that. Same thing with SpaceX. They do live streams all the time of their rocket launches. I don't know why they don't monetize on the fact that you have a really big YouTube channel with a lot of people watching, Come on. Technophile says, are you going to skip breakfast? I always skip breakfast. I don't eat breakfast. We do intermittent fasting, so we eat between 12 and 8 p.m. typically, but that helps us keep our weight somewhat under control, but I'm not doing a great job at it now. Hopefully I can lose some more. I'll probably lose a bunch of weight today because it's going to get hot in here and I'm going to be sweating like crazy. It says starting in 30 minutes. Yeah, we're technically at 26 minutes now, but yeah. We're almost there. In a half hour, it will have officially started. They'll probably start with software, I think. Stage Manager on iPad for both M1 and M2 models still causes heat issues. Well, you can't win them all, right? How does it not? Is it just because it's so thin? Like, the MacBook Airs don't have fans, and they can do a lot more than Stage Manager. I don't even think Stage Manager is that complex. Now the iPad has all the features the iPhone got last year. Next year, we'll get all of this year's iPhone features. Yeah, exactly. We'll get a bunch of things on iOS 17, and they won't bring it to the iPad. Do you think that we will see the Apple Car that was rumored for years? No, I don't. I've given up all hope on the Apple Car project. I think all there is now is enhanced CarPlay stuff. Anyone know where I can find the Tailosive Tech reaction stream for the 24-inch iMac event? Man, I really should clip the best moments and upload them as separate videos. That would be fun. Do you think that we will... Sorry, I read that. What if the dub marketing images is the new iOS 17 wallpaper and the moving bubbles are hinting at a return of live wallpapers? Oh, that would be great. I miss the live wallpapers. Why not? Kevin Poinsett says, calling it now, 27-inch M2 iMac. Ooh, that would be a surprise. No one has said that. That has not been leaked or rumors, but that's oftentimes what ends up happening, you know? So there's definitely... This is the time to speculate, guys. What's your wild card guesses? Do you think that the iPhone 15 models will get USB-C? Most of the rumors are pointing towards that, and I believe the European Union is going to force Apple to switch to USB-C, whether they want to or not. I don't think it's very likely for them to just switch to Type-C in the EU. That doesn't sound like Apple to me. So I think they will, but I won't use the word confirmed. Other channels will use the word confirmed. To me, it's not confirmed until Apple announces it, and even then, you still could have an AirPower moment. But USB-C on the iPhone sounds a lot easier, so I don't think we'll have an Apple Car. I don't think we'll have an AirPower moment with that. If those are live wallpapers, does that mean we have dead wallpapers? Yeah, I guess all our phones have dead wallpapers. And likewise, if you turn off Do Not Disturb, does that make it disturb mode? Let me activate my disturb focus feature. Jen says, is the headset worth spending one of my kidneys? Probably. I don't know why you'd need all those kidneys, Jens. What's the point of that when you could have a 2-hour battery life headset that lets you play Angry Birds VR? I mean, it's kind of obvious to me. Kidney or Angry Birds. Come on. It's pretty straightforward. Which will happen first? AirPower, Apple Car, or Armageddon? Probably Armageddon. Hopefully Armageddon, at least. Then we could all be done with this planet. Sorry. That was dark. iPhone and iPad should really be feature parity by now. I wish they would, but it's been 13 years since the iPad came out. If they don't have it now, I don't think we're going to get it now. If you haven't had it so far, we're not going to get it ever. Will Apple make any mention of sideloading in this event? Yeah, we talked about that on our latest podcast. It was a good subject. It was like Mike's theory was that no, because it's something they're being forced to do, and it's not something Apple's really passionate about. They probably won't address it publicly. They'll just enable it in certain markets, but not bring it anywhere else. Whereas I was trying to play... I mostly agree with Mike on that. It does sound like Apple would just enable it but not talk about it. But I will admit, I think if they do want to act like it's their idea, if they want to make it seem like they're not being forced into it, but they decided, it would be helpful for them to control the narrative and at the event themselves say, here's what sideloading is for, here's how to do it, and we still care about privacy and we still care about security, but we want to enable developers to have even more options to enhance the iPhone experience. You know, they'll find a way to phrase it that's very Apple PR friendly and everything, and they'll be like, oh, it's all fine, don't worry about it, we're going to do it in a safe and predictable way, kind of like how you can download apps on the Mac that are not from the Mac App Store. And I hope you guys are aware, I'm not inherently against sideloading. I did a video on it, I feel like a few months ago. I think there's a right way to do sideloading and a wrong way, and because we haven't seen how Apple's going to do it, it's too early for me to decide if they're doing it the right or wrong way. I think if you make it kind of challenging and make it kind of a backdoor option that is not very easy to do, then it won't hurt much. Because for everyday people, they'll just continue to use their apps on the regular iOS App Store, and then only the real geeky nerds will find the way to sideload apps, and then they'll be happy that they found a way to sideload, and then the everyday people won't even notice that anything changed, which is, I think, the best case scenario. The worst case scenario is that because the EU forces it to be super easy and super accessible, anybody can now sideload, and because it's an iPhone, the only way for you to sideload, hypothetically, if they supported it, would be it'd have to be on the device itself, which means that you'd just be able to open Safari or Chrome on your phone and just be able to tap a few links, and now you can start downloading apps that Apple hasn't looked at or analyzed to make sure they're not scams, they're not malware. So if it becomes super duper easy to sideload apps, I think malware will go up, scams will go up, and it'll also become abundantly easy for Google, Meta, whoever is developing Epic, whoever you want to name it, will find it incredibly easy for them to say, hey, if you want to play this game, don't do it through the iOS App Store, do it through our App Store. So download a secondary app, and that way we can take 100% of the revenue, and we can track your data. Or, you know, if the app is doing something it's not supposed to do, Apple's not going to be able to catch it anymore, and there's going to be huge financial incentive for those third-party companies to develop their own. Here's the Meta App Store. You got to download that in order to access the latest Instagram, Messenger, Facebook, and Google's like, you need to go through the Play Store now on iOS in order to get YouTube, YouTube Studio, YouTube Music. So I know they don't do that on Android, but I think it's because Android doesn't make that much money off of app stores in the first place. Just the Android customer base doesn't spend a lot of money on their apps. But there's a ton of money spent on iOS apps, so I think the financial motivation for sideloading on iOS is very, very high for those developers. So if they open the floodgates without any regulation, then I think it could go really poorly. But if they regulate it and keep it really hard to like access for the everyday person, so that you can't just be browsing a website, happen to tap on a link, and now you're downloading an app. If they make it hard, there's a right way to do it, and I hope that that's how they do it. But it's weird. It's kind of in a gray area because the EU was enforcing it, so they're going to have to support it, at least in the EU. And their whole bill was about making it super easy and accessible. So if it's all about making it easy and accessible, I don't know how hard you can make it or how many doors you can put behind it. But I think the iOS experience would definitely be worsened if you had to download a different app store for all these different brands and companies. So it's too early to tell, in my opinion, if it's a good idea. Let's see. Even though we may not have met in real life, you might be able to recognize me. I look like my Memoji and use a wheelchair. I won't be the one just standing around. That's true. I would love if we met up at some point. I'm sorry if I'm so busy. I wish I could meet up with all of you individually, but that would take forever. Let's see. No, I don't. I don't follow Rossman. Sorry, and it's nothing against him. I just don't watch much tech videos. I pretty much just watch Marquez, but the rest of my YouTube is EV stuff. Sorry, Wheelbase Knowles. Thank you for the super chat. Do you think that Apple should give a more budget laptop option? And what do you think of OpenCore Hack Macs for super budget people? I don't know much about OpenCore. I think you mean Hackintoshes. But to me, they kind of defeat the point of a Mac. I think the beauty of the Mac is how simple it works and how easy it is. And when you start doing Hackintoshes, or I don't know what OpenCore Hack Macs are, but they sound like that, it kind of defeats the whole point of buying a Mac, which is this: it just works. It's simple. It takes it out of the box, and everything is. But when you're doing Hackintoshes, you got to download drivers and all this third-party stuff, and then every time there's an update, it breaks it, so you can't update it. So I've tried. I had a Hackintosh growing up. I tried to make one. But there were so many driver issues with the hardware I had, and it wasn't doing a lot of the basic animations or airdrop things that I appreciated about having a Mac. And after a while, I was like, what's the point of this? I'd rather just like use Windows at that point, because at least it's intended to work on that hardware. In my opinion, M1 MacBook Air is a fairly budget option if you're willing to buy secondhand. I wouldn't recommend you buy it new, but you can find them for like low $700 now on eBay refurbished, and eBay refurbished has tons and tons of buyer protection, so you're not going to get scammed. Don't worry about that. And of course, you can return everything if you don't like it and get a full refund. I've done that myself. It works. You're not going to get scammed. Relax. But I think that if you need something more budget than the M1 MacBook Air, like $700 isn't cheap enough. then you're probably better off just buying an iPad. I don't know what you want to use the laptop for. For the record, I've not said that there's no market for iPads. I just don't think there's a market for iPads over a certain price point. Like I was tweeting the other day, these really great iPad options that you can find on Amazon. You can get an 11-inch iPad Pro for $400. It's from 2018, but if you're on a budget, then beggars can't be choosers type thing. Or an iPad Mini is $400. Like, what are you using the laptop for? I guess is the main question. If $700 isn't cheap enough, then I think Apple's just going to expect you to buy an iPad. I don't think Apple's going to make a $500 MacBook. To be honest, because they would have to probably put worse silicon in it and a much worse display, and the market for it probably wouldn't be incredibly high because it's not going to be Chromebook levels of affordable. It's not going to compete with the budget iPad in that way. But so yeah, I think about $1,000 new is about as cheap as Apple's comfortable going. Honestly, today they might actually discontinue the M1 MacBook Air, so it may be redundant for me to say that they're gonna don't buy the M1 Air new, because the Apple Store is down right now, and they're saying they're gonna be right back. And on top of that, when it comes back, there might not be an M1 MacBook Air anymore. The M2 MacBook Air might be the base model from here on out. Neil Pitt super chatted, which iOS 17 would have improved support for non-Apple device messaging like Windows, Tesla, RCS? I don't know what Tesla could do. Tesla just syncs with the phone. But yeah, I'm with you. It would be nice for them to play nice with others, but I will admit they have basically no financial incentive to. They don't gain a lot by spending money and time on making the competitors' products better, which is probably why they don't put much emphasis towards it, is because it's like, why don't we let our software developers and engineers focus more on making our products and services better? Because there's probably a huge list of things that they want to get done, but of course software development is really hard and takes a lot of time. It's very difficult to box software development into these strict annual timelines, which is why even when iOS 17 launches in the fall, there will still probably be a bunch of things missing. So that's why I understand it would be cool if Apple made the competition's products and services better, but I totally get why they don't, unless they are legally forced to. Like if they were forced to support RCS, okay, yeah, now we're incentive, because if we don't support it, we're going to miss out on a huge market. Apple Stream is up. Their homepage is redirecting to it now. Wow, 15 minutes early, huh? Yeah, I'll be listening, but again, if you want to watch it with me, you're going to need a separate tab or a separate device, just to remind you guys. But yeah, we've got the visualizations going now. Pretty colors. Oh, I better not show this, actually, before they get mad at me. I'll drop the VR. You can run macOS in a virtual machine and get it to perform better than what Apple offers. Also, in general, works way better than a Hackintosh build. Oh, sorry, you're explaining everything about it. To me, like, perform is not just like how fast is it, because honestly, I think my favorite thing about Apple is how the software and hardware works together. And there's not really, for one, I'm guessing all of those run macOS in a virtual machine things, they're probably all desktops, right? I mean, the main advantages of Apple Silicon, that's the other funny thing. Why are you so into switching when most of the advantages of Apple Silicon were with efficiency? Yes, performance was part of it, but the main focus was it uses a fraction of the power. Wheelbase is open core is just older Macs hacked to run modern. Yeah, I don't know much about it, but I'm just trying to tell you now. I'm not going to get much into it because I'm the kind of guy that just wants it to take it out of the box and it works. And it sounds like something that you have to hack and run special things on. I'm sure other channels will cover that for you, but I'm not going to probably cover that. I appreciate the super chats, but I just like things to work, and I love Apple Silicon, which is, I did a whole video on why it's hard to recommend older Macs. But what I love about the MacBooks available today, which is I think most of the Mac sales, is the battery life and the portability and the efficiency, how little power it consumes. So I don't know much about the hacking the older Mac thing, but I don't think I'm going to get much into it because pretty much all of my go-to recommendations are going to come back to M1 MacBook Air and 14-inch MacBook Pro from 2021, which you can find for $1,400. It's just such an incredible value for what you get, and Apple Silicon is just, it's getting so affordable now and so fast, and the battery life is so good that it's like, it's really hard to justify really anything else for me. Let's see. We have almost 1,000 people. Wow, geez, a lot of you guys tuning in. Thank you for those leaving to watch the Apple event. I hope you have fun. I'll be back here when you realize how boring it could be. This happens every year when people are like, okay, I'm going to turn Drew off so I can just watch the event uninterrupted. And then they try to watch it and it gets really boring and there's a lot of fluff and there's Apple talking about services and there's Apple showing you trailers for TV Plus shows for 30 minutes. And then they come back and they're like, I'm bored. Hopefully it's so interesting that you don't have to come back to the stream, but I'm just telling you what happens every time. I just wish we still had Boot Camp because the one Windows device is super slow and I need it for like 2 programs, so there's no way I'm paying for a Windows on a Mac OS service. Didn't Craig at one point claim that the whole limiting factor preventing Windows on Apple Silicon was Microsoft? He was like, we're not against it, but that's entirely up to them if they want to bring Windows to the Mac. But I don't think, I feel like the Boot Camp option is not there if you have Apple Silicon. Maybe it is and I just don't know about it. But Dub is a slog sometimes, especially it specifically worked better in person keynote style. I don't know. I've been watching Apple events for a long time, and I personally still think that the pre-recorded style is way more interesting to watch. The in-person style still had a lot of fluff. You just don't remember it. All of the best parts that happened in person you remember because it was memorable. But I think you're forgetting how many boring sections of those events were. There was the whole March 2019 keynote. It was 2.5 hours of no iOS update, no Mac OS, any of that. There's no hardware. It was just services. 2.5 hours of convincing you to sign up for some membership. And it was so boring. And it was like 2.5 hours. It was super long. It was a terrible keynote. And it was all in person. But we've all blocked that out of our memory, you know. Well, see, what I like about if you're watching me on one device and the Apple event on another is when there's something interesting going on, you can just mute me. Just lower the volume on that media player on YouTube. You can just click the little volume button. It should be down here. And I'll shut up for you, which is why I just want to remind people, don't tell me to shut up in the chat, okay? If you're watching a reaction stream, I'm going to make comments. All right, but it's ridiculous. It's a waste of your time and the chat's time for you to write in the chat, shh, Drew, be quiet. I'm trying to listen. It's like, if you want me to be quiet, hit the mute button in the volume thing or just lower the volume on the device you're watching me on. And like during the interesting parts of the events, you can shut me up and then just blast the Apple event and turn up the volume all the way so you can just hear Apple. And then when the Apple event gets boring, you can turn up the volume on my end and be like, okay, what's Drew saying now? Is he making jokes? Or is he keeping this interesting? You know, you can mute me on your end. Exactly. I'm giving you permission. Just please don't waste the chat's time and just say, Drew, stop talking. It's like, what do you want me to do during the reaction stream? Just be like, the whole time? You just want me to stare? It's a waste. It's a complete waste. I like what came out of that keynote, but I'll agree it wasn't a fun watch. Yeah, the announcements were somewhat interesting, but a lot of the announcements they made at that keynote were not available after the keynote. There was like, the only thing available after the keynote was Apple News Plus, which was a complete flop and a waste of time. But then they were like, Apple TV Plus is going to be really good, but if you haven't seen any of the TV shows, you don't know if it's good. And they didn't even tell us how much it would cost. And they said it was coming later in the year, so you couldn't even watch any of the TV shows. So, and they spent like an hour talking about TV Plus and the Apple Card, and that wasn't available either. So it was just a bunch of talk and no delivery of any kind of valuable insight or anything. Let's see. Hello, when are you going on holiday? Not long. You'll see very shortly. M1 Air is a solid buy along with any of the 2021 MacBook Pros. I agree, and it's very hard to beat the value. The M2 Air, in my opinion, I wouldn't recommend over the M1 Air. I wouldn't recommend you get the M2 Pro. This looks like a headset. I'm just going to say it right now. This looked like the little goggle thing for a second. And I was like, oh, God. What if they unveil the headset in like the first 10 seconds of the keynote? That would be kind of hilarious. Let's see. I truly like your channel. It's authentic. Oh, thank you, idiot. Okay, that's enough about me. I appreciate all of the kind words, but y'all need to knock it off. I don't take compliments very well, so I'd appreciate. I like questions or statements that point back at the subject at hand. It's almost dub, guys. They're starting in 5 minutes now. 5 minutes. We're starting Apple's big event, the first event in 9 months. So let's talk about that. I don't want to talk about me. Lord Zero says, shh, love you, buddy. There we go again. Okay, thank you, Lord Zero, for the super chat. Love you guys too. Who do you think is the best tech YouTuber? Marquez, no question. There's no question in my mind. MKBHD is the best tech YouTuber. He's got the production value, but he's also got the great takes. He's always able to summarize a really complex topic and make it easy to understand. I can't do that, which is why I respect it so much. I can take a tiny bit of news and turn it into a 30-minute, hour-long live stream, whatever. But Marquez can take a super complicated subject, or he can watch a 2-hour event. He'll probably do it today after the event. He will take a 2.5-hour-long event and condense it down into an easy-to-understand, concise, well-articulated video that's probably 10 to 15 minutes. And I cannot do that. I suck at it. Like, any tiny piece of news I can extrapolate on and my brain won't stop talking. And that's why I do these live streams, is because I can't shut up. That's why I'm telling you guys, you have to mute me. Don't ask me to be quiet in the chat. Just full warning you, because it also won't work. Like, if your goal is just to get me to be quiet, asking me to be quiet in the chat is the worst possible way to do that. Dawson says, Tim Apple walks out on stage with Apple Reality Pro on. It would be kind of hilarious if every presenter at WW was wearing the headset, but they were acting like they weren't wearing it. They're going to be like, did you know during this entire presentation we were actually wearing the headset the entire time? That would be great if they just try to act like it's not that big a deal, but it's super obvious. AJ says, how about buy secondhand 14 Plus? No! There is no circumstance in which you can buy a 14 Plus. I will never approve of that. If you're buying secondhand, buy a 13 Pro. You'll probably get it for cheaper than a 14 Plus. Neil Pitt Super Chat, it says, you missed CarPlay, teasers for new CarPlay. That's what I'm most excited for. I don't know if you heard that earlier in the chat, but no, I don't miss CarPlay because I never had it. I've never owned a car with CarPlay, but my next car should have CarPlay. And I hope that because they teased it last year, here's what enhanced CarPlay can do. I'm hoping this year they showcase an actual vehicle that you can buy that's on the road that supports the new CarPlay. Preferably an electric one. I don't want them to showcase a gas vehicle. If Apple, you care so much about being carbon neutral by 2030, don't demo software on your gas cars. That's annoying, especially for someone like me. Kyle Super Chatted says, I own a 2015 MacBook Pro. Should I get M1 Air for coding? If the 2015 MacBook Pro isn't cutting it, that's the only instance in which I don't think you should upgrade just for the sake of upgrading, just because you're bored. You should upgrade because something can't be done with your 2015 MacBook Pro. Basically, what problem do you have with your current MacBook that the M1 Air would solve? Can it not code? Can you not get something done in a reasonable amount of time? If so, then yeah, I would say get it refurbished. You can go through Amazon Renewed, which gives you a 90-day return policy, or eBay Refurbished, which has great quality products. You can find them for low $700, and I think it would be worth it. Dawson says, MKBHD is the second most popular YouTuber, and Linus hates Apple so much. Yeah, a lot of people hate Apple. Linus is not alone in that way. If you like working on your tech, Apple's not good for you. I'm acknowledging that. If you like repairability and you like being able to tweak the hardware, the software the way to your liking, Apple's not good for you. That's not a big shocker. So someone like Linus, who likes building PCs and likes gaming, is not going to like a Mac very much. I understand that. But someone like me, who travels a lot, who needs something with good battery life and good efficiency, and who live streams a lot, and who edits a lot of videos on my computer, having a MacBook Pro is super duper helpful. And as someone who doesn't play a lot of games, I love Mac. 89 Texas, what are you looking forward to the most today? I think this is the 5th time someone's asked that, but thank you anyway for the super chat. I'm actually most excited for a CarPlay demo, to be honest with you. And I should get my headphones in, actually. We're starting here. It's 1 minute to go. And Raphael says, let's go. All right. Headphones are going in. I'm connecting to my MacBook. I'm watching from Apple's website, but the stream is frozen. That's weird. Let me refresh it. I want it to be... Okay, now it's moving. I'll try to sing the lyrics so you guys can sync it with my stream. Well, they're not singing words. Okay, I'll give you the visualization just for a couple seconds so you guys can see where I'm at in the visualizer. Probably what usually works for you guys is to pause it for like 8 to 10 seconds on the Apple event. Pause Apple's event on your end for 8 to 10 seconds, and then it'll probably be close to in sync with this YouTube stream. I'm always going to be delayed because I have to stream my reaction, and that takes time. There's just going to be a delay. There's no way around it. Gemmo Waffle Sponge, fun super chat, says, I've not watched your content in a while, but I always watch your Apple events, and you remind me of what I missed. Oh, well, thank you for the donation. We're starting. Ooh, I see a Mac Studio. He's coding. Okay, is that a USB-C Magic Keyboard? Is that Orlando Bloom? No, it's not. Nice afro, though. Oh! Bubbles! Oh, no. This is Apple Reality Pro, guys. It gives us bubbles to chase. Everything's reality-based. No! Wait. Why does he want the bubbles so much? Shouldn't the bubbles be blue? I also like to code at coffee shops. It is a coding event. I guess that makes sense. That poor man had to run through the water. They probably filmed this in a cold climate, too. Get the bubble! This reminds me of Bubble Boy. Hilarious movie. It's terrible, actually. Don't watch it. Apple car confirmed. He climbed over the Apple car. Man, I can tell this is going to be a long event. What? That is scientifically not how bubbles work. Dream it, chase it, code it, buy it, use it, break it, change it, lock it, break it, it's upgraded. Bip, bip. Tim! Tim! Good. WWDC. I'll try to get us synced up. We love to see our amazing developers dream up big ideas and bring those ideas to life in the incredible apps they create. It's remarkable to think that this year marks the 15th anniversary of the App Store, which changed everything. Okay, now we're synced up. Okay. My final message. Change the world. It looks kind of smoky. It is California. Yeah, you look excited, Tim. What watch band is he wearing? It looks white. Products. Ooh. Biggest announcements ever. Wow. Okay. Headset? New platforms. Yo, Mac first? Wow. We're jumping straight into hardware. By the way, Twitter might spoil things for you. Well, that was These are satisfying transitions. Get this 15-inch Air out of the way. Let's get it over with. It's time. Ooh, is it Mac Pro time? We know that, John. This is... Let's go quick. We've got a lot of announcements. I did not dream of the M2 iMac. Here we go. MacBook Air. Not most loved. What? Can they say that? It's a bigger one. Oh, wait, that's it? Oh, I see. It's an animation. Whoa. That's literally all they did. They just clicked and dragged. Wait, is there no speaker grill on the... Where's the speaker grill on the sides? Oh, and it's in midnight. That's nice. I guess you can't get that on the MacBook Pro. It's not worth it. It scratches easily, guys. Don't do it. How much is this thing? Big Chungus. Whoa. Well, because it's Apple's only 15-inch laptop, right? 120 hertz, M1 Pro. Does it have it? I'm going to knock that thing in half. Okay. Take that, Razer. Ooh, 3 pounds. Okay. So versatile. The same finishes. Don't get midnight. Nah, they're not as thin as the Pro, though. Ew! What episode of Lazy Town is that? Jeez. So you can show your jeans. Yeah, where are the speakers? What? There's no little holes. Oh. M3 is not ready, guys. Well, yeah. That you sold 4 years ago. Oh, that's pretty good. Not as good as a MacBook Pro, but the price, I hope. And Windows. That's the other trade-off. What is that? Show that one. In performance units. The speakers have been inside you all along. Take that, Windows. Whoa! I like the text. The font animations are cool. So there's still no fan. How much is it? Except promotion. If it's not your first Mac, you're in trouble. Subject lift is pretty awesome. The fact that it's the first thing they're announcing. Well, active touch ID. This is where they reveal everything. 2 terabytes of storage, 24 gigs of RAM. Okay. Yeah, not that different. How much? How much? Tell us. Okay, I'm not looking at the chat because you guys are going to spoil it. Whoa! Not bad. Okay. That's really good. That's a great price. I still think I would take the 14-inch Pro. Nice price cuts! Yay! It's still there. They're still selling the M1. Oh, you guys have so many laptops now on the website. Pro products, guys. Is this it? I'd still recommend the 14-inch Pro. Oh, it's just a spec boost. It's a good price, though. It's way better than I thought. I like the price, though. $1,300 is what I said it would have to cost for it to be worth it. Yeah, we know. Oh, don't take credit for that. NSL sucks, and it's the Mac Studio's fault. Can they... I'm more interested in the keyboard. It has an M2 Max chip. Back to John, and she turns around and leaves. You just said that! How does the connectivity get better? Wow! That makes sense. Developers. Wow. Wow! 50! Why are you comparing it to an iMac? Wow. Final. This is the last M2. Hey, there we go. Among Us. You did the thing. You did the thing. How much RAM can that hold? Wow. 76. Jeez. I hope the price is the same. Wow. Wow. Tim Cook reacts to Dub Dub. I like to eat my chips. Let them come. ProRes encoded decode. It's the same bandwidth, I think. Most, yeah, I knew that would say that. The fastest chip ever. It is not that big. Shut up. That rendering annoyed me. Da Vinci? Wow! Wow. That's all I can say. I don't know what else to say. Oh, see, I need to do 25, so 22 is just not very good. If they're announcing this now, there's probably no Mac Pro, right? They just said it's the fastest chip ever, so why would they unveil Mac Pro? Are they still going to have the Intel Mac Pro? Oh, yeah. It needs that. The MacBook already had that. You're still talking about Pro Display XDR. That's $40,000 in monitors. SDXC 10 gigabit. Please keep the price the same. Why is it still Bluetooth 5.3? It's time! Guys! It's Mac Pro time! PCIe slots, she said. Oscar Mayer Wiener. Bringing the Apple Watch. What? It looks the same. Oh, wow. It's exactly the same. It looks literally the same. Okay, that's okay. So it's the same as the Studio. Okay. Than the well, shouldn't we just buy the Studio? Why? I guess the PCIe slots. It's got Why do I need to render that? Wow, finally. This has been a long time coming. From like 4 years ago. What? Wait, what? It's not actually using a card though, right? It's just the chip. I hope they put an SD card slot on this thing. No, the rumors were it would look exactly the same. Where's the SD card slot? Jeez, 8? Oh my god. The transition is done. Wow. Okay. What is that? Networking and storage, so not GPUs. Did they seriously still not have an SD card slot on that thing? Yeah, no, there isn't one. Come on. So that's it. It's just a Mac Studio with PCIe slots. You can't do graphics on it. Just audio and networking cards. That's a good price. That's a good price. No price change. Uh-oh. Whoa! 7,000! Oh. 7,000 for slots. You're not touching the iMac, huh? 7 grand. Sorry, Intel users. 7 grand for a Mac Pro. Jeez. Hey, we're outside. Well, it took longer than you thought, Tim. Come on. But the M2 Ultra is like 4,000 in the Mac Studio, right? So $3,000 for slots. Oh. They put an SD card slot. Oh boy. Air Force time. Whoa. That was slick as heck. Dang. Okay. That power stance. His hair is on point. Ooh! Colorful icon. Hmm. Are they combining them all? They're going to combine them? I don't use the phone, to be honest. Whoa. That's clean. You got your name. I will take over your entire lock screen. Wow.
Wow.
Oh, that's nice. Huh. People love that depth effect. I'm gonna put so many memes on the lock screen. Huh. I like that. That's clever. Good job, Craig. Tim Cook is called. Tim Cook's praying. Huh. Yeah, what if it's a spam? Yeah, here comes the spam talk. There we go. They took the pixel thing. Mm. They did the pixel thing. Do they know they can talk? Which chip do you need for that, though? Oh boy. RCS? A message? Just text them. Hmm. Kim? Who's that? Huh. Here's another time where I'm like, it doesn't do that already? Hmm. Oh, that's nice. Thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna use that arrow. Oh, that's gonna get confusing. Just text me. Why did you do a voice message? Oh, that's interesting. I'm home. Graham, no! I see. Right. Check in with Apple. Oh, yeah, I was gonna say. It does look cleaner. Whoa. That does look clean. Oh boy, stickers, my favorite. Why do you think I'll love that? Oh, what? Make it huge. I'd put poop emojis on the entire message. What? What? Oh. Wait, did you have to manually make them? It'd be cool if it automatically knew. Oh. Clever. Ooh. Wait. You can do it for video too? Dang. Huh. Oh, there was a Tesla? I missed it. Oh my god. What the dog doing? That's cool. I like that. I'm guessing none of that will make it to iPad. We're not bringing this to Mac though. Ooh. What are they changing? What are you doing? How? Oh. AirDrop your phone? Oh. Oh. That's clever. Wow.
Wow.
Ah. Name drop. Hmm. Didn't you critique this, Craig? Is that using NFC thing now? They used to complain about that. Oh. It can fall back to the internet? That's interesting. So it'll default to internet speed. Huh. Twitch! Interesting. I like that. Okay. Hmm. I don't think they've said AI yet, which is nice. Oh boy. Here we go. I missed the music UI. That's ducking awesome. It didn't do that. There it is. He said it too. Wow. Craig dropping F-bombs. What if I want a space? He said it. Oh, it's a breathe app. Here we go. It's a photos reminder thing. Food 2021. Oh boy. Not the iPad. That's what we got wrong. New Apple Notebook. So what does the phone do? Oh, literally, physically writing. You went to the beach. Write about the beach. Oh, you still write it. Journal kit. Coming to iPad 2030. You can't actually write in it, though. What? I dreamed about surfing last night. What? Write in your journal. Uh, yeah, I don't think this is going to be used. It just recommends you write in a real journal. That's weird. Because it's paper. I hope you can't access it. That's my diary. It's not on the iPad. Okay. Oh, that part's real. Whoa. Nice. That's clean. Yeah, you need the 14 Pro. It'll stay on all day. Yeah, where are the fonts? Oh, whoa. That's cool. Oh, I love that. That's wonderful. That's awesome. Ooh, I like the calendar one. Nice. That's super clean. I love it. Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, where's that charger from? It's a super clean dock. How much is that dock? It's probably $80. Ooh, the now playing thing is cool. It's red! Oh, you need mags. I see. So it'll work even with a wire. He said as long as it's charging. Oh, they dropped the hay. They're actually fixing Siri? He's rushing now. My favorite people. Standby might be my favorite. Ooh. It's a pretty decent update, I would say. Journal's a miss. Oh boy. So they didn't tell us what devices are compatible with iOS 17. You notice that? Yeah, they just docked some dude. Now Siri's going to go off all the time. I think you can say hello, Siri. Yeah. Hmm. This will be short. All touch. Yeah, right. Widgets on the lock screen. Yep, there it is. They gave it the same thing iOS had since last year. Oh my god, Craig. That's dangerous. Wait. Only on the iPad? Is that an iOS thing? Now playing widget. Where is it? Ah. Finally interactive. There we go. Thank you. Without launching it. I want that on the iPhone, though. He is a Jedi. I want that on the phone, though. Yeah. You should have done this a year ago. Hey, there it is. Everyone saw this coming from a year away. Still no calculator. Yeah, we need a calculator widget. Could be interactive. Yeah, where's the widgets, though? Hmm. Interesting. I bet that'll work flawlessly. You just put widgets on the side. That's a really thin column. See how thin the widget column is? You can't move it around, though? That's a heavy font. Ah, just a column? I guess that's okay. It looks kind of clean, I suppose. Oh, gosh. It's so fast. Oh boy. Dynamic Island. That's right, God of Conquest. So it's not Dynamic Island, but it's something. Oh, finally. It's like he acknowledged how bad that was. Mm, is that it? Ooh. Is it happening? Oh, I thought he was going to say calculator. God dang it. No one wanted the health app. Ugh. We were like, this is it. This is it. Oh. I don't need health. I just look on my phone. Why would I look at it on my iPad? Can you pair the watch with the iPad now that there's health? Time for a potty break. They could have at least done a calculator widget because it's interactive. What? Jenna. Why is that? They teased us. They're using voice isolation on her voice. I can hear it. Just doxed someone's email right there. They basically gave iPadOS what it should have had a year ago. Doesn't pasting the signature defeat the point of the signature? Jenny does got drip. Look at that jacket. She's got the big yellow push. I don't think this was filmed on an iPhone. So helpful. Hello, fellow iPad enjoyer. You're telling me none of those guys have folio covers? They didn't buy keyboard cases, or no, they're just going to use them flat on the table. Yeah, right. I predict no one will use this. That's a still frame. I was like, he's not blinking. That's not a FaceTime call. That's it? Wow. I shouldn't be surprised. Uh-oh. Oh, wow. It's almost a Mac. Huh? iPad can access external cameras now? Thank you, Liam, for the super chat. I'm glad you'll use it. What the heck is that guy in the race car? External cameras. Okay, that's actually a big one. I'm interested in that one. I want to see more of that. Oh, this is weird. Back to the Mac. Return to the Mac. It's weird that they unveiled new Macs and then went to Mac OS. I thought they would have combined the Mac sections into one. crack. Mac OS crack. Potato chips. Oh, Napa Valley? Is it Napa? Uh-oh. Alcoholic. Sonoma. Oh. I've been there. That's a clean name. Death Valley. Freeform. Wait, widgets? Ew, why'd you have to do it on the Mac? I have a plugin that already does that. It just takes the tvOS screensaver. Oh, still animating. That's clean. Ooh. On the desktop? Yeah. Oh. They just stay there. Unlike the iPad. How'd you do that? Oh. Huh. That's kind of clean. Oh, that's so intelligent. I don't know what widgets I would put there, to be honest.
Wow.
Oh, batteries. That one I would use. Could check the battery life at all time. So I could see my Tesla widget. No, not Apollo. They're in trouble. Whoa, he has a Lucid? Did you see that? There was a Lucid Air for the car. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hey. Lucid Air? Whoa, are you going to buy that? Oh. Okay. Okay. Wow. I didn't know Lucid had a widget. It looks just like the Tesla widget. With Apollo. Talk about CarPlay. Oh no. Gaming. Well, he was ready to go. Jeremy looks like Ray Romano. Deborah. Yeah. Right, right. I'm sure the gamers think that too. Buy Lucid, Apple. Buy Lucid. What? Game mode? Why weren't you doing this before? Yeah, it looks amazing. That's a nice controller. I like the black part. with AirPods. Flex. Oh no. Elex. Ah. You need games. They just showed all the games. That's pretty much all of them. That's not the game I like, though. Now it's a gaming machine, right? Right? That's how it works, right? Oh. I think we all know where this is going. It's that walking around game. Yeah, there it is. Subtitles added an exclamation mark. How much do they have to pay him to do this? I hate that game.
Wow.
Yeah. Apple Card is safe. It's always hard to show game performance over a live stream. The walking simulator. It's probably going to take 6 months. Please look forward to it. Oh. You're going to fix the AirPod auto connect thing? Subject lift. Ooh. Here we go. This is what? How does his hair stick out of this? Whoa! That's cool. Can you do this with other apps? Yeah, it's Zoom. Bro, I might just record my videos like that. Whoa! That's fun. I want to use that. Ooh. Oh my god. Why is his face so dark? Wow. Whoa! Okay, okay. I could see myself using that for video recording, actually. Let me guess. Privacy, speed, extensions. I love those video features. That's amazing. I love macOS Sonoma so far. macOS team is amazing. Jeez. I can't read all this. Yeah, I thought so. They put the balloons behind and in front of the subject. That's so smart. Ugh. I'm most excited for the Mac updates. I think I am too, God of Conquest. Oh boy. Like these memojis. Huh. This is almost exactly what I predicted in the first 5 seconds. Hmm? We already have family passwords here. Oh. I might use that, actually. That's helpful. There's a lot of websites I would use that for. I want it to be the right icon shape though. Ew. Stage manager. Gross. Yeah, you could just have a YouTube app down there. That's cool. Yeah, Sonoma's in the lead for me so far. I love Sonoma. It's sweet. That presenter overlay thing is amazing. I love that. Oh my god. Craig, what the... What are you doing? How do you... How much is that guitar, though? Seriously. Oh my god. Ron Weasley. He can actually play. It's amazing. Wow. This event's moving. We're almost an hour through, guys. Who's that guitar belong to?
Wow.
Hmm. Wasn't this already a thing? I thought AirPods Pro 2 had adaptive audio. Oh boy, a new sound. That's a bell. I need to hear the bell. Well, it didn't cut it out right away, but I think that was the intentional. Do you need the second gen? Oh, that's interesting. Huh. So the volume lowers when you're talking? Right now, I wouldn't want that because I'm talking to myself. Huh. Oh, how'd you do that? This needs fixing. Airplay. Yeah, I want to know how they switch automatic switching. How they fix it. Yeah, what if there's people talking around me? Does it know to shut up? Not artificial. Yeah. I don't know if it'll be smart enough. How intelligent is it? I feel like Siri's gonna go off way more. Hotels? Hotels have to support that, right? Hmm. Ooh. Let's see the CarPlay. Not an aux cord, though. Hmm. You do you both need Apple Music? Oh, we're actually getting tvOS stuff. Unlike last year. Whoa. That looks nice. Gaming mode. But the iPad doesn't get profiles. Oh. Wait. How'd they do that? The remote has Find My? Since when? Oh. Oh boy. How does the remote support Find My? Your iPhone camera. Where do you put the phone? Oh, she has a perfect little MagSafe stand for it. Hey, it's center stage on the iPhone now. It won't look like that, though. That looks way too nice. They need to sell that MagSafe stand. That's cool. So you could do gaming with it. Or Zoom, I guess. Game with the camera. I expected more CarPlay stuff, but I guess this is audio and home. Yeah, it's neat. This is way more than we got last year. Kevin! Don't break my home screen. Yeah, we didn't get any tvOS stuff last year. Does he wear an Ultra? I can't see it. This dude is a dweeb. Says the guy named Tater of Tots. Widgets. Ooh. Oh, wow. That's clean. There's the widgets. Man, these are clean. You have like AQI watch face. That's the stock market. To go down. Oof. The cycle. Jeez. Ooh, that's clean. It's a lot of watch faces. Ah, Snoopy. Beautiful. Ah. It's like, he doesn't wear an Ultra. Respect, Kevin. Series 7 is still so clean. I bet it's a 7. That's a good point, Nation. Thank you for the donation. That's a different timer animation. Oh, nice. Clean. You know, most, even tech people don't use the apps on their watch much. Oh, the view's different. Oh. I don't know if I like that. Go back to that home screen. That's good. Can I see them in AR? Ah, that's clean. I like that. I don't know. The honeycomb doesn't look like there's as many apps. Finally! Now I can buy an Apple Watch. It's got Snoopy. He's not talking about the home screen, but I saw it. It's different. Hmm. No third-party watch faces, huh? Oh boy. You had cycling tracking. It has an airbag built into it. This is where they announced the AirTag. I remember this part. Skill issue. There's already things to keep, so many things to keep track of. Is that a thing? That's not how I bike. My back bent over that way. How many people have Bluetooth enabled bikes? Apple should make a bike. That would be cool. Hmm. Wow. Oh, jeez. No, I'm not. My bike doesn't have that supported. How do you update compass? Point north. Hmm? This is when you're disconnected. Oh, that's a good point. Or just buy an iPhone 14 to get satellite. Ooh, that's interesting. Huh. Jeez. It's a big screen. View pictures on your watch. I agree. WatchOS team has so much time on their hands. Seems like you have a skill issue. This looks so amazing. This is Scott Nation wanting to switch. Thanks for the super chat. A lot of people have Bluetooth computers and sensors on their bikes. They must. I've just never seen them. You can only sleep with this watch. Journal. Journal now. This would probably be a 2.5 hour keynote. No, it's a real pond. Elon walked there. The headset would be a one more thing. It would be at the end. I feel pleasant. My family annoys me. Apple Watch. Very pleasant. I feel so pleasant right now. You need to journal more. The calendar thing isn't an indication of the event time. Even so, we've got 45 minutes to go. At least. Mild risk of depression. Me after watching the Apple event. High risk. Are you depressed today? Have you tried buying an Apple Watch? This camera work is amazing. What is it? So we've decreased the battery life on all our devices. Go inside. It's too bright. Oh boy. More parental management. So we're shrinking the font size. What if I can't read it? Oh, that's going to get annoying. Oh, no. In order to hold the screen further, you need a bigger screen. Everyone needs a max iPhone. Oh, he's right there. Where's she going? She just keep walking. The Touch Grass app. Go outside. Go inside. You're holding your phone too close. Back up. Not that big a deal, honestly. I thought there'd be more changes for watchOS, but yeah, it's decent. Time and daylight. Yeah, who would... What is left? What is Craig gonna say? Wouldn't Tim Cook unveil the headset? Oh, availability. That's what he's gonna say. Dev beta available today. What about compatibility? Do I need an iPhone 14? Now people are saying the headset isn't coming today. I feel bad for Sam, if that's true. Yep. There we go. As per usual. Okay, it's Timmy time. You really think Dub Dub would only be an hour 20 minutes? It's usually not an hour 20 minutes, guys, so... Oh, he's in the theater, guys. He's in the theater. It's time. Ooh. Get ready for the one more thing.
Wow.
But... Here it is. He said it. Oh, boy. Here we go. Here we go. Here it comes. Oh, yep. He's talking AR. Storm Rider, you were so wrong. Oh, boy. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, boy. Fade to black, huh? That's the transition. Ooh, I see the nose cut out. Oh, it's very... Oh my god! It's very oval. Oh my god. Look at all the lenses. Didn't I tell you? You'd see the lenses from the outside. Oh, wow. They got the mesh fabric. There's cameras underneath it? Oh, that looks like Apple Watch Ultra speakers. Oh my god. There's the crown. Whew. Oh my gosh. It's real, guys. It's happening. It's happening. Whoa. Big old guy. Oh, the crown's like in the fabric in the back. Oh, that's pretty chunk. Oh, there's a screen on the outside. Vision? What? Oh, they put the eyes on the outside. Oh, no. Yeah. Whoa. Mindfulness. How is he scrolling? The eyes, bruh. Oh my god. Really? That low? It can see it? Scuba goggles. Oh my god. Oh, gee. That's a wide TV. Floating TV. Yeah, there's no headphones on them. Jeez. No, it's mixed reality. There's a cable. Oh my god. It's pretty huge. Whoa. The stage moves in. I can't believe the headset was... The Reality Pro was wrong, of course. Where's the battery pack? I didn't see it. Vision. Is it XROS? Whoa. Those app icons are different. Whew. Wonder what the peripheral vision is like. Oh, that's nice. Wow. How do you do that? You just pinch him? How do you move him around? With your fingers? I want to see how the interaction works. There's a cable. Oh, jeez. You can pretend you're on LSD. It's amazing. So you look at your pictures. Ugh. I want to watch Ted Lasso on the lake. The eyes on the front thing bothers me. Yeah, what does this have? The pinch? This is expensive, I can tell. That's... You look so freaky. It looks so weird. Oh, you just look? You just look. Ah, that's weird. That's really freaky, actually. So you select with your eyes. Oh, yeah, Siri's gonna save this. You control it with your eyes? Well, what if I'm looking at the search bar but I'm talking to someone? They could see you look stupid. Oh, no. Eyesight. Introducing eyesight. Oh, that looks so stupid. Oh my god. Ugh. You look so funny. Hey, get the bottom one. Oh, that looks so wrong. Oh no. No, I don't get it really. Web browsing, photos, TV. They're not even pushing much gaming with it. It's the interesting thing. It's just like basic stuff. Yeah, please, please. Show me. Ugh. Look at his eyes. They look so weird. Uh, I didn't charge my eyes. So you adjust it by looking at it? Is it? Oh, I don't get how they're interacting with it. Hmm. How often do you get 3D images in your text? Yeah, that thing's gonna get sweaty. Ooh, it's gonna. Where's that cable going? Does it have headphones there? Are those speakers on the side? Hmm. Yeah, do I get mouse support? Thank you. Yeah, what does the mouse look like? So it's a 4K panel? Oh, gee. Sorry, Tim, I can't listen to you right now. Hmm. It's a shame you look so stupid when you wear it. There's something in her pocket powering it. Does it connect to your iPhone? Hmm. I think the iPhone needs to be Type C. They're really not pushing gaming on it. It's like texting. How does it do FaceTime? What do you look like? What are those speakers, though? What are they looking at, though? You can't do this on a Mac? You look like it. I want to see what the other people are seeing. It's yeah, 3D goggles that make everything look 2D. Which is weird. I don't trust that scrolling. Hmm. It's all like just putting TVs everywhere. Oh yeah, I can look at my iPhone 5 pictures. What? So it can record videos? Mm. But you can't. Yeah, there's something in their pocket that's powering it. Oh, gee. Hi, kids. I'm recording you right now. Ugh. Wow. This feels Black Mirror. Yeah, where's the sound? You're just walking around with this big old thing. Hmm. Yeah, let's see the case. How loud is that if it's not headphones? It won't feel 100 feet wide. You're looking at a tiny thing. Hmm. Okay. So it can connect to AirPods. Oh boy, my favorite. Do people still watch 3D? It's like a MagSafe puck on the side. Oh no! It can get out. Feel like you're gonna die. Uh-oh. Hmm. So you can pretend you're gaming on a TV. Oh, there's a lot to unpack here. Mm. Star Wars. Bob is there. For what? Frozen 3 will be exclusive on Vision Pro. They dropped iPhone 10? No. That sucks. What's your vision? Mm. Oh boy. We're going to get a bunch of trailers now, I think. Disney 100. For $12 a month, the Disney Plus app. As if it was a TV. Location. Yeah, every Star Wars movie's on Tatooine, we know. Oh my god. Hmm. You can watch it, but you're by yourself. You can have ADHD overload. Oh my god. Micro LED. Yeah, they haven't talked about tech specs much. I don't know, Alex. Mickey's in my room! Get him out! For $12 a month. What if... I am Iron Man. What if Disney made good Star Wars content? Oh boy. Oh my god. Oh, I laughed at the Apple Watch unveil, just so we're clear. Wow, high praise from Bob. What if your TV was surrounded by widgets? Mm. They didn't go much into tech specs, did they? You could. There's lenses on the side too. The new design of Vision Pro, as in the first one. Here we go. Richard will get into the specs for us. Whew. I mean, It's been around for a while. Like, come on. There's little ovals on the side are the speakers, I think. That's a word for it. Oh, there's a lot of sensors on it. Oof. This is their Johnny Ive. Whoa. Jeez. Oh my gosh. It's like a robot. What, it moves? The eyes are adjustable? So this has a cooling system, but the MacBook Air doesn't. Dollar store, Johnny Ive. We need someone with an accent. Huh? Whoa. We smash your head against it to see what fits. Oh, those are the speakers. Audio pod. Wonder how loud they are. I love my back of the head to breathe. Ooh. So that, okay. Oh, wow. Huh. Jeez. All day? 2 hours with the external? What's that connector? Supple woven cable. What? You can't disconnect the cable from that battery bank? Two-hour battery life. Yikes. Mike. Yeah, they're really worried about myopia. The screen's too close to your face. That's not a very long battery life. All day when plugged in. That's what he said. Yeah, I did say that. It is micro OLED. Okay. Jeez. That's new gen tech. Ooh. That's micro OLED. Oh my god. Hmm. Everyone's worried about the price. Mike Rouled, yes. I didn't hear all day battery life. That's not what I heard. So it's got sound, but other people can hear that. Yeah, they haven't shown much gaming stuff with it, but that's okay. Oh my god. Jeez. It's just a little too tall, I feel like. Ha. Meta! Yeah, still the M2? When is this thing coming out? No wonder it's so big. Needs to be an M3. Oh. What? New silicon. R1. M2 and R1. Okay, that's not confusing. Well, I'd hope so. I'm looking at it. Looks like a stormtrooper. I don't think you need that, to be honest. Oh, gee. Your face? How does it do that? We came up with Memoji. Oh. You have to hold the headset at your face. Oh. Ah, it looks wrong already. I don't like it. It looks really unnatural. That doesn't look right. And that's what it looks like. Oh, it's not XROS. That's good. That doesn't look right. How does it know what clothes I'm wearing? It's a good point. Yeah, the leaks were wrong about the naming. A lot of stuff was right, though. It's an expensive platform. Very bubbly. If this is the future, God help y'all. Yeah, wear a Freddy Krueger mask when you scan your face. It's worth 3,000 if you have a YouTube channel. Oh, this is so weird. That uses a lot of energy. I think it is wired, actually. I don't think there's a battery pack on the thing. So you keep the battery pack in your pocket. They're hiding the cable in that shot, but it's just like having multiple monitors you can take with you, I guess. You have to look kind of weird at work. A very expensive school, maybe. Oh. Ooh. It's just like the iPad. I don't get the eye thing. That freaks me out. There's no cursor. Hmm. Hmm. I just no side loading. I know the eyes are the mouse, but sometimes I look at something I don't want to, open. Yeah, and there's a lot of buttons. How accurate can your eyes be? No, your hands aren't the cursor. They don't have you doing this. Yeah, this we have 8 months to save up the money for this. Hmm. Oh, retinal scanning. It's like the old Galaxy phones. There's a new biometric. Oof. So it's blasting IR into your eyes. Don't let a kid wear this. It's dangerous. This is definitely a mixed bag. That's for sure. Oh. Hmm. IID. Man, this is crazy. Ugh. More invasive than a colonoscopy. This thing's gonna break. Geez, that's a statement. Ooh. This is gnarly. With the for the same price. That's a desk full of monitors. If you're by yourself, I think is the key. We caught lots of patents. I'll say the price is right. 3,000. Oh, here's how they justify it. Oh no. Here's how they justify it. If you bought all this, it would cost you. You're doing the pro display thing. Oh! Ow! Ow! Oh! Ow! Ow! It was worse than the rumors thought. Oh. Ouch. Oh, God. 35. Oh, Jesus wept. Oh, my God. It's more than the rumors thought, and the rumors were already horrible. Why 35? Just go all the way to 4K, basically. Oh my God. Josh says that's almost worth it. Almost. Oh. Yikes. Yikes, yikes. Oh. What an event. This is packed. $3,500. Oh. Ouch. Oh, there's too much stuff to talk about. Yeah. No wonder they didn't want a live audience. Ugh. Everyone start saving your pennies. I think HoloLens was cheaper, wasn't it? How much was HoloLens? Oh, boy. Yeah, it was the same price as HoloLens, yeah. What would Steve Jobs think? That's a great question. You have to watch them by yourself. Yeah, there's a lot to dissect here. Oh my God. can pretend you're not on a plane. Don't worry, after you buy this thing, you can't afford to fly anywhere. Ugh. Ew. That was horrible. I hate the eye thing, honestly. Welcome, Matthew. Ugh. Okay, that's it. A little over 2 hours. It was like 2 hours and 6 minutes. Okay, guys, we did it. It happened. I can't innovate anymore. And you want to buy it? I did buy a Tesla. That's a much better purchase. Simply Source. I have many questions, but my biggest is if they would even work for someone like me with nystagmus, which causes my eyes or shake rapidly. Yeah, that is a good question. So they already announced that it's not going to be ready till next year. Why do you hate the vision? Look at it. Did you see it? Did you see the face it gives you on the outside? Okay, let me cue this back. It's still live. Where's the Vision OS section of the website? That would be helpful. So I saw spoiled through Twitter, by the way, that the iPhone 10 and iPhone 8 have been dropped from iOS 17 support, which is definitely a bummer. I'll definitely try to review one, but geez, 3,500. I don't know. I guess thinking out loud here, let's wait for the Apple website to load because it's still not showing anything. A lot of the use cases for it are seemingly like looking at windows that would already be on your Mac in the first place. Who knows what Steve Jobs would have thinked, honestly. I can't speak for him, but $3,500 for a 2-hour battery life is definitely a difficult pill to swallow. And I guess you can use it all day if it's plugged into the wall, but what's the length? They didn't show like the length of that cable or what kind of wattage brick it needs. Does it come with that? They don't even show like the box or the traveling case. Yeah, and it's very solo experience focused, right? Like it's just you watch a big screen movie by yourself. Here, I'll look up some pictures so we can all look at it together. Yeah, no USB-C back accessories is a bit of a bummer. This is what I hate. I don't like that look at all. That's just so awkward. It looks so unnatural to me. I guess it's a lot bigger than I was hoping, but yeah, so the speakers are on the outside, which definitely would make it annoying if you were watching. I guess you just still have to rely on AirPods if you want to listen to things privately. Alex says, in all serious, Drew, wouldn't you agree that this just isn't practical as a serious workflow accessory for numerous reasons aside from the price? Yeah, I mean, it does seem like a lot of the demos they had for it were basically just you can do the same things that your Mac/iPhone can do. You know, there's definitely not a health push like there's on the Apple Watch. And it's definitely not got the battery life of a Mac or an iPhone. The usefulness of it, I guess, is just you can have lots of big screens around you wherever you want. So you can take it to work and have many windows open simultaneously. Apparently Apple stock's not doing well, which is funny. Future child grows up not knowing what their parents' eyes look like. Well, they'll know. They'll just be covered in this thing. That looks so unnatural to me. That looks so weird, like having the thing cover your eyes, but then your eyes shine through it. Reject eyesight, embrace eyesight. You can do the same things your Mac or iPhone can do, but more expensively. Yeah. Oh boy. Thank you for the super chat, Passport Bros, but I ain't reading that. Yeah, they didn't really go into storage. So it's like a great media consumption device, I guess. You can look at pictures, you can watch movies and TV shows, you can look at 3D models, I don't think Meta's that worried, to be honest. Meta's headset isn't $3,500. Yeah, their website still isn't updated. I think, should Vision OS get a new tab up here? There's still no iOS 17 page, so it's taking its time. You know, I'm willing to excuse the looks a little bit, because you know what? Every Apple product, when it was brand new, everyone called ugly. This line design is definitely funny. I mean, that should help with breathability, but yeah, that adjusts the tightness of the headset. The fact that it's a wired connection definitely makes it feel like a hard sell. Can I not connect it to a Mac? I don't see them anywhere. There's no like ports on it. There's no like USB-C port for data. All there is the little MagSafe thing on the side for power. So already the EU probably doesn't like it. Sam S., thank you for the super chat. Joshua says you can connect it to a Mac. I didn't see... You can wirelessly connect it to your Mac. So your Mac can treat it like a display, but it's not like the Mac will be doing the heavy lifting. Or I don't even know if a Mac can power it. Like, they said that it can last all day when plugged in. Yeah, breathing through the back of your head. That's what they say. It can connect to your Mac via Bluetooth and Wi-Fi, so you can cast your Mac display into the virtual world and then use it through that. But I didn't see them connect it to the Mac. Like, can you power it through a Mac? How much power is this thing pulling? I'm guessing if it's 2 hours, it's probably pulling quite a bit. Content consumer's dream. I don't know. The price is definitely making it a tricky sell. People are saying website is up. Okay, let me check again. I still don't see anything. At least on my end, it's not up. Learn more. Apple Vision Pro. Here we go. We got the web page. Yeah, that doesn't... Oh, jeez. So there's this little cable on the side, and that's going either into a battery bank or the wall, I'm guessing. They're always kind of hiding the cable. Watch the film. Sam says, there's better things I can think of than spending $3,500. Yeah, save your super chat for one. Free your desktop, I suppose. See, what is he doing? He's making a presentation or checking notes or texting. Nothing super, like, high-end, in my opinion. Like, there's no drawing app because there's no controllers. And you can connect a keyboard and mouse to it, but I didn't see what the UI does when you connect a mouse to it. Does an iPad-style cursor show up, or does a Mac OS-style mouse show up? And it has a camera on it, so you can record spatial videos that are in 3D. Thank you, AJ. And it's available in the US only next year. So I suppose maybe the use case is people who travel on the go a lot. There's a notify me button. Yeah, they're not taking deposits, that's for sure. Yeah, I feel like Steve Jobs wouldn't like that cable. You have to move around. So what is that? The external battery supports up to 2 hours of use and all-day use when plugged in. Bruh, the choice of wording. You know, my MacBook also lasts all day when plugged in. So does the EU already ban this? Well, I guess it's not coming to the EU, so that's how they get around it. Huh. Yeah, it's quite thicker than I was hoping. Speakers positioned close to your ears. The close-ups definitely look fancy, but yeah, this is fat. This is a lot of cushion, I guess. They partnered with glass makers so that if you need glasses, you can attach little things to it. Could phase in and out of different backgrounds. I want to see the settings app on this thing. I bet that's going to be interesting. What's your alternative to the cable? Well, ideally, it would just run everything internally, but I guess all of this space, none of it is battery. There are mixed reality headsets that have batteries in them, and I just figured that, you know, Apple being all thin and light focused would have a way of shrinking it down to be smaller and thinner than most of the competitors, but this doesn't really look much smaller and thinner, and it requires an external power source. So there's oh god. I'm sorry. I can't help but laugh at it. Just that this picture of like they're having a conversation on the couch and she's just wearing it. I can see why the board was nervous about this. Your neck gets tired anyway. Okay, I understand if your neck gets tired because of the weight, but then I'm less inclined to spend $3,500 on something that I can only use for an hour or two, and then my neck gets tired. You know, it's just a lot of money to spend on. I mean, I'm sure there's use cases for it that are kind of cool, but how long are you going to be wearing this thing? That face, though. It's definitely made for a very narrow market, I think. Use AR to view Apple Vision. That's appropriate. Vision OS. Jeez. Well, I will admit it's refreshing that we have something new to talk about. It's probably going to split the audience. Let's run a poll. I don't even know how to phrase this poll. I'll just say keep it vague. Thoughts on Vision Pro? Love it. Another option will be needs time. Next option will be dead on arrival. And hopefully most of you vote in the middle or something. Okay. Eyesight reveals your eyes and lets those nearby know when you're using apps. That's gotta be a big battery consumer, having that display on the outside. When am I getting one to test? Well, no one's getting it apparently until next year. I'm using Safari, believe it or not. I know that's a shocker. It's kind of weird for them to spend so long on something that so few people are going to even buy. Yeah, I was just thinking about that. Like, they have an entire operating system just for this product. And this product has a very, very high starting price for, like, the entry model. That's not getting into the glasses for people who need a prescription with it. $3,500. Yeah, it'll probably sell better than most other headsets, though, just because it's Apple, you know. The digital persona is uncanny jank. I agree. That FaceTime thing looked horrible. And that's like the online demo. I bet it looks even worse in reality. Yeah, your eye is the cursor, I guess. Oh, so chunky. macOS Sonoma supports all 2018 Macs and later, as well as 2017 iMac Pro. Yes! That's awesome. My iMac Pro will get Sonoma, but it probably won't get the camera feed trickery. It seems like it would have been worth it to price it lower just to get people to buy into it. Maybe they're doing that. I don't know. This seems like a very expensive piece of hardware. Will it outsell the 14 Plus? Good question. Probably not. If it's only in the US. Can you not share it with others if it uses your eyes as the unlock? Well, you could. There's probably a passcode backup, just like all biometrics. There's no, like, tech specs page, which is what I would like. That's something Apple usually does really well. There's, like, a page where you can look at all the nitty-gritty details, like what's included in the box or how much power it consumes or the weight and that kind of thing. But no, I don't see any of that. This is so weird. All we get is 4K TV to each eye. Well, 2 4K TVs would cost about $400. How do you type? Yeah, I think you either need a keyboard. I didn't see a way to type in the air. So I guess the idea is you would buy a keyboard and connect to it via Bluetooth and type on it that way, or use dictation. Don't I think it's kind of rushed? Yeah, kind of. I don't know. There's whole fundamental issues, I feel like, with the entire product that I'm not sure if time is what would have fixed them. Only iPad to lose support is the 2017 5th gen iPad. Okay. 4K OLED is not $400. Yeah, but they didn't say OLED. They said 4K TVs. Okay, well, two 4K OLED TVs would still be cheaper than this thing, and then you could have more than one person watching them at a time. Akshat, thank you for the super chat. Businesses would buy it in bulk. Yeah, maybe. For what, though? They gotta buy keyboards with it, and then they gotta power it. Why? So that their employees can... It's kind of the weird thing. Like, it's still probably cheaper to just buy 3 monitors for your desk. So this is pitched for employees that are traveling a lot that also need several monitors. iPad Pro first gen lost support. Oh, no. Well, that's been around for 8 years. That's still pretty good. This is a Pro product, which probably gives them an out for the high price. I suspect there is a non-Pro cheaper version coming. This Pro is not for everybody. Clearly, it's only for one country. On top of that, is that what they said? Gotta find the event here. Gonna let me watch it? A replay will be available shortly. So Mac Studio got M2 Ultra, not a big deal. That's pretty much exactly what we thought it would be, just a bigger MacBook Air. But the price was good on that, $1,300. Doesn't it need data on the go? Yeah, this is, I don't think they talked any kind of cellular. I'm pretty sure this is just for Wi-Fi indoor use only. Yeah, 48% of people say needs time, which is probably, that's what I expected. 20% of you said dead on arrival. 34% of you said you love it, so that's good. We got a lot of apple sheep here. Dovena says, I did not enjoy this event. I like parts of it. It's never like, other than the March 2019 event, it's never like I hate everything they did, but there's usually some things I like and some things I don't like. I like macOS Sonoma. I like that the iPad got external camera support. I've been asking for that for years, so it's refreshing that it at least got that. That's probably... Yeah, you're not going to use this thing outside or on the street. Well, no, that's not true. They showed people using it outside. He was, like, recording videos of his kids with it, which is kind of weird. More countries are coming soon. Well, none of this is coming soon. It's 8 months away, probably, at minimum. You can use it with any Mac, but it's not a wired cable. It's not a wired feed. There's no data port on this thing, as far as I can tell. All the cable does is power. So you can connect it to your Mac, but it's going to be airplaying. It's like casting from your Mac to a TV. This is the TV, essentially. You just happen to be wearing it. Let's see. So yeah, you can use it with the Mac Studio. But man, the Mac Pro, kind of weird. It feels like they kind of gave up on that or something. Same exact design, they just slapped an M2 Ultra, which was technically what the rumors were saying. Of course, they give you the financing price, not the $7,000 starting. What's the... Yeah, order now. Let's see the tech specs. What is it? What does it ship with? Oh, the rack is more expensive. Jeez. $7,000 for the base model. Is it still 256 gig? No. Okay, well, that's good. It starts with 1 terabyte now by default. I sense a disturbance in the Apple ecosystem. I know. I thought 3,000 was still high. So that's... Everyone in the chat was saying, I bet it'll be 2,000 or 1,500. Everyone was trying to lowball it. And then I was like, no, I think it'll be 3. And then it was 35. I was like, oh. So they still offer a binned M2 Ultra. Or, no, that's not binned. 60-core GPU versus 76-core GPU? Maybe it is binned. What do you think of everything, Drew? I'm just coming... guys, I can't summarize 2 hours in 5 seconds. I'm still processing everything. I'm not an M2 Ultra chip. I can't encode all that so quickly. So there's no, like, slots to buy at checkout. This is actually a very simple configurator. Still USB-C to Lightning. God, that's annoying. No changes to the Magic Mouse or keyboard. I appreciate the super chats, but I'm taking all things in. I'm mostly impressed with macOS Sonoma. I'm disappointed by the lack of CarPlay updates. They talked more about CarPlay last year than they did this year, which is funny because there's still stuff from last year that they didn't deliver on. It was cool to see a Lucid Air. I know that the binned M2 Ultra, that does sound wrong. $1,000 extra. So what's a maxed out one cost? Let's figure that out. 8 terabytes of storage. It's technically a lot cheaper, I think. Yeah, even with the Magic Mouse trackpad, stainless steel frame with the stupid Apple wheels, which cost an extra $400, it still maxes out under $13,000, which I know sounds like a lot, but compared to what it was previously, it used to max out at $50,000. Thank God the Intel Mac is gone. That's refreshing. There will probably be a reaction podcast tomorrow, but I don't think Randy will be on it. We'll see what we've got time for. Holding on to Lightning until they're forced to let go. Well, not on the TV remote. They removed that right away. Vision Pro reminds me of HoloLens, to be honest. Yeah, it's the same price as HoloLens. If I go... Okay, now the home page is different. Available early next year in the U.S. So they're definitely not going to be ramping up production of this thing very quickly. Maxed out Intel had 1.5 terabytes of RAM. Yeah, but it wasn't as fast as CPU. They said that in terms of media encoders, this is like having 7 afterburner cards or whatever. So the RAM isn't as good, but other things are better. Way less RAM for the Mac Pro. Yeah, but how many people were buying that option in the first place? That's the real question. My God, this lineup has never been more complicated. They still have the 13-inch MacBook Pro. They have 3 different MacBook Airs. Yeah, well, and the iMac still has the M1. That's pretty hilarious. I thought they would kill the M1 Air. Can you turn the outside display off? I didn't see an option to, but they said that if no one's in the room, the display won't be there. Yeah, I wonder how quickly Tim is going to retire now. I don't know, 200 gigs of RAM versus 1.5 terabytes. How many people were buying that? This price was a surprise to me. Very, very reasonably priced for what you're getting, I think. Nice big screen for those who need it. I'm surprised that they said the M2 Air is the best-selling laptop in the world. What I loved about Sonoma... Oh, let me show you. Okay, so widgets on the desktop is cool. That probably should have been there a long time ago. This thing I totally could see myself using. It captures you, but using subject lift. This is why it's probably not on the iMac Pro. I bet the iMac Pro doesn't have the silicon to do this properly. But it masks you out and then puts your presentation or your desktop capture behind you. And you can switch between them. And then web apps, you can turn Safari pages into, oh yeah, screensavers that look like the tvOS screensaver. Sonoma, I think, might be the best part of the keynote. I think I agree with you on that. But yeah, you can just take... Oh, wow, the Lucid Air is permanently in Apple's website now. They just built it right in. Maybe Apple wants to buy them. Yeah, the widgets fade out when you bring up a window. iPadOS got lock screen widgets, which it should have had a year ago. This thing is so cool, though. You can use this in OBS, too. So I could do it, like, for my live streams, I could do this, which is kind of amazing. And then you have the little bubble in your head, like, comes out. Apple loves those little depth effect things. And there's animations when you do the thumbs up. That's so cool. Whew, they changed the lock screen on the Mac. Yeah, it looks a little different, but lock screens usually don't, they're not looked at very long. So yeah, it kind of looks like an iPhone, iPad style lock screen. Anything you're excited for in iOS 17? There wasn't a ton. They seemed pretty passionate about... Oh, yeah, this thing. I forgot. What is that called? Standby or nightstand? The thing with the phone on the side. Let's see that. Jeez, there's so much stuff. Recording a video message when someone misses your FaceTime call is kind of gimmicky. I don't know if I like that. Turn your iPhone into a camera for it. Standby, that's what it's called. That is so cool. That is a very, very intelligent use of the phone. I like all those widgets and the clock styles and everything. Am I going to install the dev beta? I'm not. I got so much stuff to film. I don't know if I've got time to mess around with the betas yet. It's going to be a lot. Where is this stand, though? I want that stand. Live activities in full screen. See, this is making use of the iPhone in landscape mode. Miles says I could see it being useful for my workflow. How is my question? What is the workflow where Vision Pro makes sense? I don't think it's video editing. Cause what? It's just a big external monitor for your Mac. They killed the iMac product line so many years ago. I never got an Apple Silicon iMac. I know, that upsets me too. What is a loaded M2 Ultra? Yeah, I feel like that's the way better deal. If you need an M2 Ultra for whatever reason. Just, yeah, same starting price. They didn't change that. 1 terabyte by default, $4,000 for the Ultra variant. If I spec it out, non-bin, same chip as the Mac Pro, 200 gigs of RAM practically, and it maxes out under 9,000. So you're spending a lot of extra money just for some PCIe slots that cannot give you more RAM or GPU. That's kind of the weird part about the new Mac Pro. Content consumption and entertainment. What? Vision Pro is perfect for editors and creators and video watching. So for basically, you just want a bigger screen than what your laptop has. Please do the entire video when you're talking using eyesight. Well, there need to be a person. It only shows your eyes if there's a person there. Is standby only on iPhone 14? I don't think so. They said it'll stay on all the time if you have a 14 Pro, but Apple I/O card. They showcase what you can plug in. SSD cards, so you can expand storage, networking, and more ports for audio and video, but not more GPUs. They didn't, you know what I noticed? They didn't do the vague graph anymore. They didn't have M2 Ultra graph versus old Mac Pro graph. So technically, in a way, it's a lot cheaper. Still Bluetooth 5, though. That's kind of weird. No SD card slot. Ah, that kills me. Because you know they don't update the Mac Pro every year. Are you going to stick to Safari on macOS Sonoma, or you'll be switching to the superior Arc browser on every OS there ever was? I don't know much about Arc. I appreciate the super chat, but I use Chrome and Safari because YouTube makes it hard to manage multiple accounts with one browser, so I just have both going most of the time. Yeah, this is like the exact same animation as the last one from like 4 years ago. Same wheels, same rack. It's a very manufacturing efficient, and they're still advertising it with the Pro Display, which is hilarious. No new monitor to talk about. More ports for audio and video. They need to expand on that. Well, yeah, I guess you can plug it into more custom equipment if you're using it to control, I don't know, the Stadium, or you're editing high-end TV shows and that kind of thing. I thought they would do their own dedicated MPX Apple Silicon GPUs alongside, maybe in future generations. No, I think their dedicated GPU is the Silicon. That's Ultra. M2 Ultra is Apple's dedicated module, if you will. That's the Apple way to do it. It's all system on chip. It's more efficient that way. But yeah, definitely kind of disappointing in terms of if you were hoping for a new design. There's not really many new designs to talk about. No, you don't need multiple YouTube Premium memberships. You can have one YouTube Premium membership and it covers like 50 channels if you want. You can have one for a friend and one for a family member, and one account can cover that. Vision Pro is cheaper than the Pro Display. I guess, but it's also only one person can look at it at a time. I can't wait for Mickey Mouse to jump on my bed. Did they just invite the journalists to their headquarters just to make them watch a video? No, I thought there was going to be a demo area. What I'm confused by... Okay, how do I show this to you guys? I'm looking at it on the big screen here. I'm going to use universal control. Whee! That's fun. This is a shot from Mark Gurman. This doesn't have, like, a detachable cable, which seems really wasteful. The virtual keyboard be clunky and slow on Vision Pro, considering you have to individually type each letter with a click like a TV. I didn't see a virtual keyboard at all. I think they either want you to connect a Bluetooth keyboard or use dictation, which definitely kind of limits it. But can't you imagine? Okay, so Baidoof says, as a student, I can see the Vision Pro being useful for studying in an enclosed personal environment, having multiple screens, multitasking. But, like, couldn't you see if you were wearing this thing in the library and you're focused on your work or whatever, but then, like, someone sits next to you and they suddenly appear because it, like, masks around them? Hey, someone's here. Like, you'd be in the middle of working and then you just, someone just appears in your vision and you'd be like, you couldn't see them coming from a mile away. Or you couldn't see them coming from 100 feet away until they sat right next to you, and then you'd be like, whoa. They showed a virtual keyboard? Where? So you have to look at each key? Boss Tron Pie says, will we get interactive widgets on iOS 17 like iPadOS 17, or is it just iPad? Also, thoughts on iPhone 10 support dropped. I'm sad. I feel like nothing in iOS 17 felt that intensive, but yeah, it's a bummer that iPhone 10 won't get it. Luckily, I'm on SE2, so I should be getting it. Alexander super chatted, as a programmer who travels, I can see myself using virtual display, hopefully multiple. I just hope you can afford it. Yeah, this is definitely for people on a high budget. We don't know the settings. There's a picture of the virtual keyboard on the website. Okay, I need to find it then. Oh, there's a vision tab now at the top. Okay, they're scrolling. Use your eyes, hands, and voice. You have to flick it around. Oh, yeah, there is a little virtual keyboard there. That's weird. It's, like, right in front of you. But you don't, like, reach out and tap it with your fingers, I don't think. Interactive widgets are also iOS 17. Oh, that's good. So that's not even an exclusive to iPad thing. Thank God for interactive widgets. Should have had that 2 years ago. Sonoma is a dev beta right now and public beta in the fall. I mean, public beta next month and then for everybody in the fall, which is probably September. This is advanced technology, but only for technology's sake. Kind of sad to see Apple went this way. I do think there's a market for it. I just think the market's fairly niche. I think, yeah, definitely has to be for travelers. Because if you're working at the same desk most of the time, I think it's still going to be much cheaper to just have monitors. And again, this only lasts 2 hours and then needs its own power supply. Do people always get shown on the Vision Pro? What if you have people constantly moving around? That seems distracting. Yeah, I guess, well, the digital crown phases out reality from, so you can see what's actually around you and then phase them out if you want to through the digital crown. So you can turn it into a nice landscape like this or whatever. Or turn it into the moon if you want to be on the moon. Let's see. You should iron your Tesla flag. There's more important things to deal with right now, but I appreciate you just staring at the background and not listening. I was expecting Sexy and Slim for $3,500 from Apple. It is quite large and chunk for something that is $3,500. Oh, jeez. You look at their eyes. Good luck to the travelers with that 2-hour battery. Yeah, it wouldn't even last through a whole flight. Most flights are probably going to be longer than 2 hours, right? Especially when you consider they have to sit down and take off, sit around, wait for everybody else to get on the plane. And so that's what I'm curious about is, like, what does the normal power cable look like? How many watts does it need? Can I display open eyes on the outside and sleep inside? Need this for class. That's a great idea. I didn't think of that. Should have been a car camera foldable instead. So much R&D and money wasted on this product that won't sell much. It does feel... Oh, I don't know. I'm curious what the market will be like this. For Norm, thank you for the super chat. To be honest, Apple will lead AR at least 3 to 4 years. Competitors do not have an ecosystem, even if they build better hardware. It's not about the hardware, in my opinion. The competitors have a $500 headset instead of a $3,500 headset. Like, there is such a wide price gap between the competition and this. There's not really much in the $3,500 space. I think 50 watts, assuming a 20,000 milliamp hour battery bank. Yeah, 50 watts is a lot. So, how long can this last on a flight? Yeah, Vision Pro represents one thing. Apple is no longer a company for the average consumer. They are pricing their products out of the range. Nah, I don't think that's true. They make some products that are very niche, but the vast majority of people on Earth are still going to buy iPhones, that's for sure. It'd be cool if there was a way for your iPhone with USB-C to power it in your pocket. But if it's an iPhone battery, I guess, and it pulls 50 watts, it's not going to be able to do much. It won't last very long. I'm so scared of people trying to snatch it off and it being damaged. Yeah, I mean, that's still a concern with any Apple product, but they probably will use this as a foundation to build something smaller in the future, probably. Yeah, I think that's the vibe I'm getting. That's why they call it Vision Pro and not Vision Air. Maybe Vision Air will be better. But how long is it going to take if it's not going to start shipping till next year? Imagine you're watching a tied basketball game, fourth quarter, 3 seconds left, and as soon as the ball is inbounded, the headset dies. Yeah, that would be a problem. Yeah, Vision Pro. I like the name, too. There's nothing wrong with the name, in my opinion. More so than reality. Light seal. What does that mean? There's just a little circle on it. Hardware and ecosystem won't sell this item. Rather, it's UI, UX, and app support that will determine its place. I don't even think it's a software thing, to be honest with you. I think the software will be state-of-the-art, and it'll probably, like they said, it can already run iPhone and iPad apps. So I think they're going to make the software as best as they can. I actually think it's more about the pricing and the hardware that's going to affect its success more than anything. Are we ignoring the $60,000 Mac Pro? Apple has been making products out of reach for the everyday person before. Yeah, I know. It's just this is a brand new one. The Mac Pro started at $6,000, went up to $50,000. This is $3,500, and yeah, 2-hour battery life. I don't know. Like, it's weird to have an entire operating system for a product that pricey. You know, Mac OS is available on $600 Macs. Yeah, how much is the battery bank? We don't even know if that's included or not. ESPN demo Disney gave with the player-by-player action. Neat demo. Where's the hardware on the court to capture that and share it with viewers? I don't know if there is, to be honest. They might have just been doing a proof of concept thing, but I don't know. That felt like a lot of information on the screen all at once. A movie can be longer than 2 hours. That's true. So if you want to watch Oppenheimer on this thing, you better buy 2 battery banks or connect it to some power outlet. 1CTF says, is the calculator or battery optimization on iPad? Nope. We didn't get either of those things, but we did get widgets on the lock screen. Hey, iPadOS 17, please. Let's see. Multiple timers, finally. The widgets are kind of crammed into a column there, which is kind of weird how narrow it is. But, yeah, you've got widgets on the lock screen. They animate your live photos. Oh, man. I don't know if I can I even recap this in one video? I feel like it might be easier to just do separate videos. Do you think Apple Vision will get Steam VR support? Probably not. JMO Waffle says they should give it a split dual battery option, one in each pocket. Yeah, that would probably be pretty complex wiring-wise. There's a health app now. Every year we get one new app from the iPhone that's been there for years. Freeform's got new drawing. Okay. Stage Manager has a few more options. Do you think the third parties will make battery banks for the headset? I don't know. It's probably a proprietary connector, which is weird. I don't know why they didn't want to go with USB-C, because I guess they want it to be magnetic so you can power it without looking. But wait, it wouldn't work without power, so why would you need to do that? I don't get why they went with the proprietary connection. That's weird. AirPods lower their volume when people talk to you. Where did they say battery life is only 2 hours? Did you not see it? We scrolled by it like 50 times. Trust me on that one. Battery life is 2 hours with a battery bank that you keep in your pocket. So much more. AirDrop continues even if you step away. let's see. Compatibility. Oh, this is iPadOS, sorry. They didn't show a demo of... oh, wait. Maybe they did with the monitor. Here you go. Use an external camera for FaceTime calls. Use the built-in camera in your external display. What if it's not in a display? It just says available on iPad Pro 12.9 3rd gen and later. Wait a minute. 11-inch 1st gen and later. iPad 10. Oh, okay. So that means I can test that on my... I could theoretically plug in an external camera to my iPad. Up to 2 hours. Thank you. Yes, it could be less than 2 hours. Proprietary connection equals more money. Well, not if people don't buy it. Geez, there's so much stuff to talk about. Overall, I'm not terribly impressed with Vision Pro for those just tuning in. I think it's fairly niche. In fact, it's probably the most niche product I've seen Apple spend this much time and money on. Let's see. For me, the question is potential for the 4th gen version, not the 1st gen. Well, you know, if the 1st gen does really badly, there won't be a 4th gen. As a pilot, with a lot of airlines and aircraft have plugs even in economy class, so therefore it would be fine, I think. I don't know if 50 watts, do they have that in the airline? At least here in Southeast Asia, there are ports. Not sure about the U.S. Yeah, there's some planes that have it and some planes that don't, but still, something you have to plug in the whole time. Yeah, the metaverse isn't very popular, that's for sure. Apparently, there is no live demo of Vision Pro today for the Journey. That's funny. So the YouTubers didn't get to try it on? Funny. Apple releases new 70-watt power adapter alongside 15-inch MacBook Air. Oh, yeah. How much storage does the MacBook Air come with by default? Is it still 256? I would assume so. Yeah, because it's pretty cheap, huh? Decently surprised by the pricing of the 15-inch Air, though. Plan to start niche and then slowly take over market over time? Maybe. I don't know. I still think an iPhone's going to be the default for most people. You're going to need a battery bank for your battery bank. iPadOS have the nightstand features? Otherwise, that will be the iPadOS 18 feature we're waiting for. Yeah, no, I don't think the iPadOS got that. Yeah, 70-watt USB-C power adapter. That's new. Huh. Up to 2 terabytes. Yeah, this was kind of a basic spec. Like, they reused the M2 chip for the 2nd year. They said it was 18 hours, which is about the same as the 14-inch MacBook Pro, but I don't know. I think if you consider this has 8 gigs of RAM and 256 gigs of storage, a 14-inch MacBook Pro is very close to the size of this thing. And it's going to have 512 gigs by default and 16 gigs of RAM, which easily pushes this to $1,700. And that costs way more than a 14-inch MacBook Pro does secondhand. Renewed or refurbished, you can find them for like $1,500, $1,400. Yeah, it's a roller coaster. Huge upgrade compared to the current watchOS. I didn't think watchOS was that big, actually. It acted like there was going to be this fundamental redesign with watchOS 10, and all it really does is put some widgets over the watch face when you scroll up, which isn't a huge deal, I guess. It's nice, but I was hoping for third-party watch faces. Still no. Activate Control Center from any app simply by pressing the side button. Oh, is that what's different? So the side button doesn't do multitasking anymore. Bunch of cycling data. Yeah, we talked about the Mac Pro. It's kind of more expensive and kind of cheaper at the same time. But I don't think most people will buy it, to be honest with you. I don't think it's really worth it just for the PCIe slots. How much storage? Most people are going to use it. Just buy a Mac Studio and use it with a NAS if you have that much storage, where 8 terabytes isn't enough. Yeah, the M1 Pro is still much faster than the M2 as well. So you'd get a faster computer with more storage and more RAM for less money if you bought a 14-inch Pro. The virtual avatar in Vision OS looks awful. I agree. It looked very unnatural. Users can quickly mute or unmute themselves on calls by pressing the stem on AirPods Pro and AirPods, but that's how we answer and end calls now. Ooh, that's confusing. Maybe they decided to just get rid of that. No, you need the Watch app to connect the Apple Watch to the iPad. They only brought the Health app to the iPad, so you still cannot connect. You cannot connect a Apple Watch to an iPad. Sorry. I don't personally think this is the future for everything, especially when it doesn't even have a battery and you need to have a cable routed to your pocket the whole time. And even with that, it's 2 hours. It's set to replace all electronic devices. I don't think that's true. I don't think a $3,500 device is set to replace all. And before you say, well, it'll get cheaper with time, the iPhone was $500 when it first came out. Now it's $1,000. So I don't think something with a 2-hour battery life is set up to replace all electronic devices, to be honest. And only one person can use it at a time. You know, I can quickly just with my phone show you something and just turn it around. Same thing with an iPad or even an Apple Watch. You can just show people something real quick. This is one person at a time. Dana F super chatted, this is normal for us to make fun of it and hate it now, but next year it will sell out in 60 seconds and have 6 to 8 month waiting time for it to get Vision. It's not super clear, Dana. There's been products like that, but there's also been products like the HomePod or the Pippin, you know, where it sounds cool, but then it never really takes off until Apple figures out a different way to do it. There's definitely some hardware that didn't go in the way, or the Siri remote, and they completely changed course, or the touch bar. There's certain products that get ridiculed and made fun of, and then they don't go anywhere. It could be AirPods Max all over again. They did show some games for Vision Pro, but they were just on a TV. They weren't like take over the environment you're in kind of games. Yeah, I understand that there are Apple products we laughed at first that later took off. But I'm just saying that doesn't guarantee that every product that gets unveiled. The Apple Watch, also when it came out, was $350, not $3,500. This is 10 times more expensive than the Apple Watch, so I don't think it's a fair comparison exactly. I'm not impressed with iPadOS at all. I guess my 2020 iPad Pro will continue to collect dust. Oh yeah, but I didn't have much hope for iPadOS in the first place. But thank you for the super chat, J. Patrick. Vision Pro is cheaper than the Pro Display. Yeah, and not very many people bought the Pro Display. It's not a good example. It's like saying, hey, the Mac Pro is $50,000, so this will sell great because it's less. It's like a different market. 14-inch is $1,539 versus the 1,700 spec match, lower resolution than the 14-inch, possibly worse speakers, worse screen, slower SSD, slower chip, less RAM, less storage. Portable, high-end HDR screen, but that's about it. Watching a movie on an 83-inch Sony A90J or an Apple Vision Pro. Well, I guess this is a TV you can take with you, right? Yeah, it's a weird one. I don't think it's dead on arrival. If I could vote in the poll, I would also say it needs time. It kind of depends on how many people can justify this. iPhone was $500 and now it's $1,000, but everyone has one. So is your logic, if this is set to replace all electronic devices, that in the future everyone's going to be dropping $7,000 to $8,000 on Vision? Why wouldn't they let it charge by USB-C? Why did they choose MagSafe? That's a good question. I don't understand the logic there. At first I thought, well, maybe they want it to be easy to plug in via MagSafe so that you can plug it in without having to take it off, but if it's not plugged in, you literally will not have power. If there's not a cable plugged in, like in this form, it will not turn on. There has to be a cable going off the side of it for it to actually show you anything. Let's see. Most people can't handle VR for more than half an hour. It will be interesting to see how long people can wear this for. That's another reason why I don't think it will replace all electronic devices. It doesn't have the, I don't think it has the, people get tired of looking at a screen that close to your face that often. Let's just reflect that 85% of people do not hate the Apple Vision. No, I don't hate it per se. I'm a little perplexed by it, but I like the M there for medium or something. How will it keep apps open if you have to switch the battery? Yeah, I guess you can't. Even switching from battery to powered, you'd have to shut it off, because I don't believe there's any battery in the headset itself. So once the 2 hours are up, you have to shut it off and then plug it in again to either a wall or another battery bank, and then it has to reboot all over again. I guess it could have a tiny battery to allow for switches. That's possible, but I didn't hear them mention that. Cheaper version. This is just an accessory for your iPhone. Honestly, I don't think it is. They didn't really advertise anything that this does in conjunction with your iPhone. This has a whole M2 chip on it, and the battery pack is totally separate. Like, that's not an iPhone that you're plugged into. So do we get the 14-inch MacBook Pro still? Yeah, because the 15-inch Air has 8 gigs of RAM and 256 gigs of storage by default, whereas the 14-inch Pro has 16 gigs of RAM and 512 gigs by default, and mini LED, and ProMotion, and better speakers, and a cooling system, and a faster chip. So I guess unless you want that base model and you just want a big screen, maybe I can understand why you'd want to get the 15-inch Air. To save a little bit of money compared to a Pro, but if you start speccing it up at all, don't do it. Like, only get the base model, basically, is what I'm trying to tell you. I would say Vision is a Mac accessory more than it is anything. The showcases they had for it was mostly watching TV, looking at pictures, which, again, watch TV by yourself. So if you're a married couple, I don't think this is a good... Or you just live with someone else and you watch TVs together. The Air is lighter. Yeah, but it's bigger, so it takes up more space in your bag. The 14-inch Pro is not a thick laptop, in my opinion. If you're convinced that the 14-inch is way too thick and way too heavy, then you didn't need my opinion. I'm just telling you, if you're on the fence and you start speccing up a 15-inch MacBook Air, just go with a 14-inch Pro. Vision Pro will need at least 3 revisions to get it down in cost massively. Even then, it's not down to under $1,000. Okay, well, if you guys are going to bring up the Apple Watch and AirPods and the iPhone as an example as, well, you know, the products are always ridiculed at first, but then they get more popular over time. Okay, well, then we should also acknowledge that all of those products that you guys said got more popular over time only got more expensive over time. AirPods, the most popular ones now, are more expensive than the ones that they debuted with. Same thing with the Apple Watch. The most popular Apple Watches are more expensive than the launch model. Same thing with the iPhone. So if your logic is that in 3 generations this will be way cheaper, history does not support that argument. I think if you want the display to be capable and you want the vision to be submersive, maybe they can get it down to $2,000 for the non-Pro variant, but that's still a lot of money for something that doesn't last all day, you know. Vision Pro isn't a very social product. It cuts you off from the outside world, even with eyesight thing, and you can't watch a movie with others. It's bizarre. Yeah, I guess you can see them when they walk up to you, but most people walking up to you are probably going to assume that they can't see you. This is different. That's why I'm saying we're in uncharted territory. I agree this is totally different from the launch of the watch, the launch from the iPhone, the launch of the iPad, the AirPods. This isn't... It's not a real wearable because you still have to kind of remain stationary when you're using it. So we're in uncharted territory. I don't think we can look at previous Apple products as an indication of what the future of this one will be. I mean, you could try to come up with similarities, but I don't think we can compare this to anything. How many do you think they'll produce? Imagine it will sell out. I think it'll sell out simply because they're not making that many of them. Ming-Chi Kuo said less than 1 million will be built this year, or less than 1 million will be built before they launch. So they're not going to be super common, especially if it's only in the U.S. Apple products get more diverse over time. AirPods Pro are more expensive today than Gen 1 AirPods, but the 2nd Gen AirPods are cheaper. There's also the 3rd Gen at the same price. Right, but that's not the best seller. And in people's logic with this will be popular once it's more affordable, that doesn't hold up with the AirPods or the Apple Watch or the iPhone claim. There are cheaper ways to get those products, but the most popular ones are the more expensive ones. So it doesn't really compare. It's in such a different pricing structure than all those other devices that I don't think previous evidence pays off. If they're committed to the category, they're going to want the regular users on board. Cheaper version would be necessary. You'd think, again, that's what we said about the iPhone and the Apple Watch, and they never really did that. I guess they did the SE, but so here it is in case you're wondering. External battery supports up to 2 hours of use and all-day use when plugged in. That's hilarious. What does it say? Testing conducted by Apple using video playback tested in conjunction with an environment using 2D movie content purchased from the Apple TV app. So they just watched a movie for 2 hours, basically. Yeah, they didn't say the refresh rate of the displays, which is kind of concerning to me. Apple is a services company. What new services will the Vision Pro allow? Well, I think they just kind of doubled down on existing services like Disney was saying. With Disney Plus, you can watch Mandalorian as if you were on Tatooine or something. People says it has a battery pack put in. Where did you see that? I didn't see that part. It needs 3D apps, not just screens, in my opinion, like the DJ app. Can you merge environments if there are two people watching a movie? I didn't see any mention. I assume that it could do that, but I saw no mention of like two headsets sharing the same experience. Like, what if you and your friend have the headset? You know, you both spent $7,000 on this equipment. 2-hour battery life is unusable in the field for my firm. Yeah. You'd have to buy multiple battery packs, I guess. Yeah, it has to get power directly from the wall. That's what they said. It lasts all day when plugged in. I think that's just their way of saying that it won't overheat. I don't think that's saying there's up to 2 hours of use with the external battery. I don't think there's a battery in it. I'll be working to buy the Mac Pro to replace one of my 2010 Mac Pros. I don't know about getting rid of my trash can. If you have a trash can, I would tell you to get the Mac Studio. Oh, Apple is selling upgradable SSDs for the Mac Pro. That's cool. For the PCIe slots. The Safari profiles will mean you don't need multiple browsers for multiple YouTube accounts now, right? Probably, but I still like having both because there's certain websites that don't show up properly on Safari versus Chrome, so I can just kind of go back and forth. And it's easy for me to just have two open simultaneously, and I just go to the dock. Maybe I'll try it. Yeah, they didn't mention the pricing of the battery packs, but I'm guessing they're not cheap. They look metal. They don't look like cheap, basic little battery packs. Where's that picture here? I'm just weird that that cable doesn't look like it disconnects. Weird. How's the resolution? Is this better or worse quality compared to the Pro Display XDR? Well, it's not. You can't really compare it because one display is literally like less than an inch away from your eyes, whereas one is a full-on display. The Pro Display XDR is 6K, but this is 4K per eye. But again, you're not going to be completely viewing the entire display at all times. You're going to be watching a screen in a room or in a virtual environment. So that's going to eat into the 4K resolution. So it's not, I don't think there's an easy way to answer that. Did they say if you could use this while driving? Definitely not. My guess is absolutely not. But someone will probably try to in a video. If they can make these things nice enough to use that it replaces a desktop workstation and a TV, $2,000 wouldn't be that hard to justify for future versions. I know, but $2,000 when you could just buy a laptop? I guess you don't get the big screen TV with that, but I also think it's kind of dishonest to compare this to a big screen TV because only one person can look at it at a time. 12 millisecond delay with this displays. Cheaper version without AR, you wouldn't need as many cameras. I think the first thing they should drop is the outward mounted display. I don't think that's helping at all. I don't know how much that costs, but this thing is dumb. Like, you don't need to see people's eyes. I know that they're like, well, there's a human element. You want to look people in the eyes. It's like, yeah, but that's not looking someone in the eyes. That's looking into a virtual version with, blue orbs over there. I'm not looking into someone's eyes when I look at that. That's just weird. Will I be able to power it with a non-Apple battery pack? That's a great question. Probably not, because it's a proprietary connector. How on earth are YouTubers going to show the audience what they're seeing during their review? That's a good question as well. How do you market this thing? Because you can't. How do you capture the displays and show that in video form so that people know what you're doing? This is really hard to market, honestly. Bizarre how correct the leaked concept from 2 years ago was. Yeah, it was. This was pretty accurate, honestly. That old-fashioned render. It's pretty spot on. Yeah, that's definitely uglier. Not a fashion piece, in my opinion, that's for sure. Thank you, Neem, for the super chat. Do you recommend Mac Pro for brands? Me and my friend's business is desperately looking for a line of credit on the company. If you're looking for a line of credit, I don't recommend the Mac Pro. I recommend the Mac Pro if you need PCIe slots for some reason. Do you need a networking card? Do you need an audio and video card for more ports? If not, buy the Mac Studio. That's the far better deal. And honestly, buy an M1 Max Mac Studio. You can probably get that for way cheaper. Just change the outer display to play the Shrek movie at all times. That's a good idea. See, thank you, YJ. I have health issues that I figure Apple would claim the Vision Pro isn't for me. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it's bad for some people. The cable slaps on and off like MagSafe. Right, but how much power is that cable pulling? If it's 50 watts, then a lot of battery banks probably wouldn't work with that. Why pay so much for a Mac Pro, which is basically non-upgradable over time? Yeah, it's the most upgradable Mac, but don't buy an Apple computer if you're looking for upgradability. Have you read the disclaimer at the bottom of the page? No, I don't think I did. Let me find it. Keep looking for it here. Generally, cloud computing is a better option for high performance. What did it say? Valid prescription required. Not all prescriptions are supported. Vision correction accessories are sold separately. This device has not been authorized by the FCC, which doesn't surprise us. What did you see? I don't know what you're referring to. Users must be 13 years or older. That's interesting. They don't want people under the age of 13 using it. That kind of narrows it a little bit, but I guess most 12-year-olds don't have $3,500 anyway. Congrats, Wheelie Base. Thank you for the super chat. I hope you still get iPadOS 17. Complete. It's the M chip. Thanks for Max. Just because it's tiny doesn't mean it's slow. The Mac Pro is honestly huge and has the exact same chip. Battery life depends on device settings, usage, network, environmental conditions. Who's buying this for their kids? You'd be surprised. I've seen some. If this product is targeted at rich people anyway, so rich people might buy their kids some stuff. Remember, it's 5,000 nits per eye. 13 is common for VR. I remember going to a museum years ago and I wasn't allowed to try the VR demo. 3,500 is what I paid for my first car. Mac Pro has better cooling. Yeah. I don't think cooling was... I don't think the M2 Ultra chip is going to be thermally throttled in the Mac Studio, to be honest, but maybe I'm wrong. Well, it uses, what is it called? Optic ID. So it's a biometric using your iris of your eye. And I've seen people tell me, or there were disclaimers when I reviewed the Galaxy S8, which had iris unlock and stuff, that was bad for toddlers. It was bad to shine that into your eye at a young age. More pixels than a 4K TV for each eye. Yeah, they don't really have a specific resolution. Let's see. Must have not gone car shopping lately. No, that's true. It's been a long time since I bought a used car. You keep saying like all of the fine print. I think I need you to be more specific because there's a lot of fine print. I'm not going to read every single thing. Point out the number at least. What is this page on a... It showed Mac Studio thermal throttle. Oh, LTT showed Mac Studio thermal throttle. Okay. Well, maybe the Mac Pro will get slightly better performance, but it cost you a lot more. But I think if you're asking the question, you probably don't need it. If we think it's actually too expensive for what it is, considering the tech R&D cost, first generation tech. I mean, there's two different ways to look at that. You can look at it as, yes, there's a lot of technology in it. There's a lot of cameras, there's LiDAR, there's displays on the front and back, and probably a battery bank is included, I assume. So yeah, you're getting a lot of tech, but there's also the, like, what it is. Okay, that's the big question. What is this? What does this enable? What does this allow? What is this? Is it a tool? Is it a media consumption device? I'm sure it's a bit of both, but for what you're getting, all of that tech is I mean, it'd be like buying, imagine if Apple just sold a giant brick of iPhone lenses this big, and they could say, see, that's really expensive, you should pay $5,000. But it's like, yeah, but it's just a brick of lenses, I can't do anything with it, I need a display or a battery to interact with it. So you wouldn't say that's worth it, even though it's fair for what you're getting, I guess, if we're just looking at the sum. A product is more than the sum of its parts. Please make the podcast thumbnail the picture you're looking at now. Probably will. If I was Apple, I would have done like a $10 markup. $10? That's enough. It's something, it'll probably get in 5 years along with a foldable iPhone, which will also probably take 5 years the way they're going. Irony of revealing you're sitting too close to a display feature and launching a product that goes right in front of people's display. Yeah. That's a great point. We should probably work that into the skit. Would I buy M2 MacBook Air? M1. Definitely M1. I don't like the M2 MacBook Air. It destroyed my podcast. When we tried to record a podcast off of it, it overheated and killed it. Everyone's asking me to look at Apple stock, which is probably everyone reacting. Why are you guys... It's not a big deal. It's at negative 0.76. It's not doing anything. It would do that regardless of if there was an event or not. Where this is wrong. I'm just looking at it today. Today it's down 1.5%. That's nothing, guys. What do you mean? It went down 2%. Oh my god. That's crazy. No, the investors are doing nothing with this, basically. You'd get that amount of share traffic. Anyway. You didn't read the fine print? First generation of mobile phones, not iPhones, were extremely expensive. Yeah, but now they're creeping up their way. It's much more expensive. Craig didn't swear. He made a swearing joke. It feels so surreal that this is true already. I will admit it's refreshing to have something to talk about. We went from like nothing to talk about for months now to way too many things to talk about. I don't even know how to combine this whole event into a recap video. Oh, it's gonna be such a long video. What's the next big product category after this? Nothing. Maybe a car. Maybe a foldable. For people who think 0.76% decrease is anything, have no idea about the stock market. Yeah, no, I agree. It does feel like a Black Mirror episode. Oh, geez. My chat's wigging out. What the heck happened? Do a separate vid for software and another for the hardware. I might do that. That might be an easy way of dividing it up. I think you need to break it up into multiple videos. Yeah, I wish I could just recap it in one. I know people want that, but that video is going to become like 30 minutes or something. I don't know. My camera's all set up and ready to go. You'll need to recap my recap. That's a good idea. Yeah, I'll try to get the Vision Pro to review, but we're not doing that till next year. We got a ways to go till then. Yeah, Craig has a Lucid, I guess. Yes, I will review one. I'll say it 1,000,000 times. Do the choose your own adventure recap. The description said product not for sale until approved. That pretty much happens with all new products. Sounds like your recap is just going to be like 30 minutes. Let's see. ChatGPT doesn't do current event stuff. I don't think it could work. Would it be great to record taking something apart, then you have good in the reassembly process? Do one video for soft, one for hard, and one for vision. There's not much hardware other than... There wouldn't be much to talk about for hardware. There's just the Macs. I'm going to try the beta of iOS. I will eventually try it. I don't think I can try it right now. Yeah, iPhone 10 is not getting iOS 17, which is definitely a bummer. Who thinks Mac gaming will be a thing in the next 2 years? There's been a thing for years. It's like there's no like, okay, it's a gaming machine now. They put a bunch of games on it and people are still like, yeah, but it's not the game I like. People will never be happy with Macs and gaming. Let's see. I doubt ChatGPT would do a good job recapping this anyway. There's going to be mistakes all over it. Not sure if this has been brought up, but the MagSafe stand that was used to show off standby is the 12 South Forte, and that's being sold by Apple. Oh! I wanted to see that. Let me see. iPhone accessories. Where is it? I don't see it. Stands? Is it a wireless charger? It kind of looks like this thing, but it's not that thing. Where is Apple selling it? Well, now there's going to be huge... these are going to suck now. There's a lot less motivation for you to buy a wireless charger that keeps the phone in the portrait mode position. No, they didn't talk much about CarPlay at all. All they did was some, like, share your music with the person controlling CarPlay now. Putting year-old games on doesn't help. Yeah, their Mac is getting all these old games. Yeah, tvOS got a new control center. That's correct. Screen just stays black and shows info when tapped or jolted, sort of like Apple Watch nightstand. Yeah, that's how I interpreted it. It was probably gonna... Or when an alarm goes off, it shows up. It understands. Okay. Where? Let me find it. Stands. Cases and protection. Where is it? Am I blind? Point of sale, power and cables. I don't see stands. Shop MagSafe. Mac gaming believers in the chat, rise up, says Simply Sora. Weird. I don't see a stand section. No, nothing really on the HomePod, but there's not much to do. Biggest game my MacBook Air plays is what productivity Apple use on it. Maybe CarPlay 3rd generation is CarPlay with augmented reality. That would be super dangerous to wear a headset while you're driving. Especially if it dies while you're driving. That would be horrible. What thoughts on Optic ID and Vision OS PS? Do you think Optic ID will come to... No, Optic ID is not a good idea for phone. It's good if the device is literally sitting on your face, but it requires a much more precise measurement that you couldn't get with the Face ID sensors. The Galaxy S8 did something very similar with the iris, and you had to hold the phone exactly right. It was not as easy to... It's like Face ID, but worse. William Jackson says he just tweeted me the headset in use. Oh, I want to see it. Where? Oh, God. Oh, I see. It's a joke. Thank you for that, Will. That's beautiful. Looks wonderful. There is a virtual keyboard, but they didn't really show. You basically have to look at individual keys and then do this with your finger. Let me try to do that with my MacBook. It's like I space 1 space 2 try space. Yeah, that's hard. That would be annoying. Do you think the magnetic prescription lenses will cost extra? Come it with you? Just specify. No, they said that was sold separately right on the website. So I'm pretty sure it does not come with prescription lenses for free. What is this link? Oh, 12 South. It's not even here. in the accessories page. I appreciate the link, but it doesn't show me what I was looking for. There's just iPad stands. Product type stands. It's just Macs. Oh, I see it. Okay. It's $40. It's a $40 stand they were demoing. Interesting. Okay. Thank you for showing me that. Sorry, now I'm lost. There's too many windows. I need Apple Vision to show me the way. S8 iris recognition didn't work for me, so it doesn't bode well for Apple's. Well, it didn't work super well because it was on a phone, and the phone had to get really, really precisely aligned with your eyes. It's probably a lot easier to do on a headset because it's literally covering your eyes. It's like right here. So there's only one place for it to look. Do we still get the 14-inch MacBook Air? Yeah, it's still a better deal. 14-inch MacBook Pro is still a better deal than the 15-inch Air, absolutely. Twice the RAM, twice the storage, better display, twice the refresh rate, better chip. And the only circumstance in which I'd recommend the 15-inch Air is if you're getting the base model. That's when it's cheaper than getting a 14-inch Pro. But I feel like the virtual keyboard will be displayed on a flat surface and you use it like a regular keyboard. That's what I thought, but it didn't. They didn't show it doing that. The virtual keyboard they showed is up in the air like this. And they didn't show anybody doing this where it just like looks up. There would be no feedback or anything. It would be cool if they projected it just on a flat table or whatever, but they didn't show it doing that. You could actually get pretty quick with a virtual keyboard like that. I don't like that idea at all. The whole point of keyboards, at least physical ones, is that you can type without having to look at them. You can just type and, it's writing out. If I have to look at every key and I have to look up to see where I'm typing or what I'm typing, ugh. YouTubers are showing videos of the headset. The cable looks detachable from the battery pack while using it. Who's showing it? Tell me who. Maybe you can pinch to move the keyboard and choose how to use it. Well, maybe, but that's still speculation. I don't have faith that would work too flawlessly. That's a lot of precision. It's the first Apple product you look through, not at. Huh. Will you be keeping AR headset? No, I'm definitely not keeping it. Not at all. I still can't figure out who this is for. I'm kind of struggling to make it. I think for people who travel a lot, it makes sense. But I travel a lot, and I'm not that interested, to be honest. No, Apple Vision has not revitalized my passion in tech. It has just further confused me. I think it'll flop, and I'm waiting to see everyone backtrack once it does, but I'm also wanting them to prove me wrong. Yeah. Apparently, Nikias Molina has a YouTube short. Let's watch it. Let's find it. I don't know if I can show it actually, but I'll watch it so I know what you're referring to. Where's the short? Oh, they have it on display here. Okay, I'll show it real quick. It doesn't seem like they're letting people wear it. But what did you say? It looks like... Yeah, it doesn't look like the cable would be detached. Are you really excited for swapping numbers with name drop? Yeah, that one's kind of weird. I remember Craig saying that it's nice that AirDrop doesn't require you to keep devices really close together, but if I talked about the EU law, I'll have to be way more specific than that, Samuel. There's like 50 EU laws that affect Apple. How do you travel with this thing? You throw it in the bag? Yeah, they didn't show like a travel case for it. I think I saw someone take it out of a suitcase, but no, I didn't see like a special travel case. Super Saf also posted a short about it. Okay, let me watch that one real quick. It's just can't run Mac apps natively. No, I thought it could, or at least iPhone and iPad apps, things that are optimized for Apple Silicon. So no, you can't sideload apps as far as I can tell. Let's see the shorts. Yeah, it's just another angle. You're saying that from these shorts you can tell that the cable can be removed from the battery pack? I don't know how you can tell that. It's funny they're not letting anybody wear it, though. Will they be able to sell the headset in the EU? I don't know if they can with that connector. I'm pretty sure that would qualify. I saw in another short the top of the battery pack has a USB-C port. Tell me which shorts. I'm trying to find this stuff before we do our recap. I'm looking at the Vision Pro video right now. Let's see. You can already airdrop contacts without the need to connect phones like handoff. It's just a gimmick. Yeah, there's design technology. Man, I would love to get my wife's thoughts on this. She'll probably think it's hilarious. I'm trying to find... There's a part in the keynote, I feel like, where they... There was a part in the keynote where she pulls it out of a suitcase. I wanted to see if it was in a special bag or something. But I can't find it now. Maybe in the work section? No, it's always just sitting on a table. Time for FaceTime. Let's see. Through the Nations? Is that the channel name? I've never heard of them. I don't... That's not giving me anything. Matt IH. Okay. Shorts. It's one of these. How can you see anything on these shorts? Did he do a close-up? Oh, yeah. I see a little port. Is that how you charge it? Oh, because it's a one-directional cable. That's actually a bad sign because of the... All right. Let me... This is what I'm seeing. That cable does not look like it comes out. There's a USB-C port. Hopefully it's USB-C and not Lightning. But through that USB-C port, you probably have to charge the battery bank because this cable can't be removed. So you can't charge it through the other cable. That screensaver is the iPhone 10 wallpaper. Yeah, I think it is. I think that means to plug it into the wall, you have to plug the pack into the wall, then the pack into the headset. Ooh! I really hope that's not true. So you'd have to have a cable going to the pack? You can charge the battery pack while using it so it acts like a really long cable. So you'd have one cable going to your pocket and then another cable coming out of your pocket? So two cables? Times when laptops were bulky. Yeah, but we're not buying bulky laptops that cost $3,500 in 2023. The bank itself was detachable from a cable. What if you don't have pockets? Yeah, don't wear it with a bathing suit, I guess. Yeah, it works with headphones, but yeah, it doesn't seem like you could wear AirPods Max on top of it. That would be tricky. The speaker will get in the way of them sitting comfortably. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, you have a cable tail at all times while using it plugged in. Oh, this is weird. Okay. Battery internally in the battery pack is an extension. I didn't see any evidence of an internal battery. I'm pretty sure that little puck has to be there the entire time. Maybe they like the puck idea because it can rotate and still provide power. You can at least power the headset with the AC adapter, so non-Apple batteries work that way. Probably. If you don't send power through the battery, then it would immediately kill your application if you lost power. I guess that's the advantage, right? So you'd be on battery, and then it'd say low, and then you would plug in the pack, but then you have to power the pack, and then the pack sends power to the headset. Ugh. The speakers are removable, but maybe if you extend the Maxes enough, they will slip over. Yeah, I don't think that Maxes would be a good fit on those. Women's pants usually don't have pockets, cuts them out of the market. Yeah, this is a big battery bank. Maybe they need a little clip on it so you can slide it onto pants that don't have pockets. Yeah, they didn't say the charging speed. They're very low on details, honestly. They didn't give us resolutions of the displays, just pixel density. They didn't give us power consumption data. They didn't tell us how big this battery is. I think they just said it's M2, but they didn't say the storage. They didn't say the RAM. Ugh. I think the puck was used over USB-C because it's flat. Yeah, but this... I'm wondering if that helps them bypass the EU law. If they make this puck and cable a requirement. Like, this is the only way to power the device. That might be it. Golden Face, thank you for the super chat. Hoping iOS 17 will be a modern day iOS 12, nice and stable. Well, it's already not an iOS 12 because they killed support for iPhones, which iOS 12 did not. Well, we have 6 months. I think we got more like 8 months. I don't think they're going to drop it on New Year's Day. The battery pack adds 2 hours, but it's pretty big. That's a pretty big battery for a 2 hours, so I imagine that the milliamp hours is... They said starting price. They didn't mention storage tiers. Yeah, it might even be more expensive. 100% they're going to make a $50 Apple leather, $500 Apple leather belt clip. You think we'll be able to play AAA games like the one they announced on it? No, it's just an M2 chip. It's super limited by its power. So whatever an M2 Mac Mini can play, this can probably play. Cole super chatted, should we expect any new updates regarding Tim Cook's retirement? Note that a new category has been released. Yeah, but he wanted to oversee the launch. This is just one part of the launch, is the unveiling. Once they should start producing it and start delivering it, and he might want to oversee the launch and everything next year, and then maybe think about retiring. So I don't think he's going to retire tomorrow. If the battery is USB-C to the wall, then it's good for EU, no? That's what I can't quite figure out. Because this is definitely a proprietary connection here. That doesn't look like an Apple Watch charge puck or Qi charging. That's just a custom Apple thing. And if that's the only way to power it, and they just consider this is actually just part of the hardware. This isn't really, it can't be used separately from this thing. Then you can plug any USB-C cable into this. Maybe that helps them get around. M2 Mac Mini is quite good at gaming. Go to a gaming community and say that and tell me how it goes. The Headset Vision Pro is a wearable, can overpass USB-C law. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it applies to all electronic, but it doesn't matter. They're not shipping it to the EU. Yeah, I mean, the EU law applies to laptops. It applies to keyboards. It applies to mice, I don't think it has any battery at all without the battery pack. This thing, any evidence or proof that this thing can work without the little cable attachment. A battery is for 2 hours. And after 2 hours, you plug it in. There's a clip there of the charging puck attaching to the headset in the reveal video. Yeah. I saw it too, but it was really brief. When do you think Apple will release AR glasses contacts like sci-fi films? Possibly never. I don't know if that technology, we thought it would exist years ago and it's still not here. This is the best they could do with state-of-the-art stuff. So I don't know if that we'll see that in our lifetimes, to be honest. Might be easier to go through the brain with Neuralink. Where's the reveal video? Yeah, all the footage of it is without the puck attached, obviously. An aluminum encased battery can be slipped into a pocket for portable power. It connects using a woven braided cable. I gotta find the reveal video here. Yeah, it's already got power when she puts it on. Yeah, it just kind of fades in on this one. It's during the event, I think, is what you're referring to. Yeah, the low battery still fills up the whole screen. Exactly. Wow, Apple, still no chapters ready? There it is. Let's see that. saw the puck, I swear. Tiny little speakers. That's kind of a weirdly sized speaker. Ugh, man, I've got so much work to do. Definitely surpassed my expectations. Much more like an AR headset than a VR one, like I was expecting. I'm not going to buy it itself, but man, this is so much cooler than I thought. I'm glad you find it cool. I find it confusing. But yeah, I had the expectation that it would be a pass-through thing because Apple's not a big gaming company, so maybe I just saw that dial. Oh, wait. Here you go. Yeah, see, that's circular, so it can change direction. You can have the cable go backwards or down. Auto activate. I don't think there will be a point to switches because this is the only way to power it. So what I'm trying to tell you guys is there isn't a this connector, whatever this is, Apple Vision Pro connector to wall outlet. I don't think that exists. That's why it's integrated into the battery pack. That cable can't be removed. Like, you have to power it through this. So there's not really a switching thing, per se, to worry about. But, oh, jeez. YouTube chat's glitching out. That's annoying. Now I can't read your guys' messages. Come on, YouTube. Get your act together. So, like, you'll get a low battery warning, and then you'll plug in a USB-C cable to that same battery bank. The cable is basically for securing things. USB-C don't have that tight of a seal. Yeah, they don't want USB-C going right to the headset itself. This is probably why JAWS was against the EU law. I don't think you swap to a fresh battery, per se. But I guess they could allow you to do that if you wanted extras. I wonder how much that'll cost. I have with the cable, if you're tall wall, the battery power cable reach. They didn't show a lot of people moving around with it. I mean, occasionally they showed them walk around, but for the most part, I think it's meant to be used stationary. Is there even the slightest chance you would keep the Vision Pro after reviewing it? Say you get more information before it's released that would make it more appealing? I can't visualize anything. What am I going to use it for? For one, you guys can't see what I see when I'm using it, so I can't really use it for making YouTube videos. It's super expensive, in my opinion, for what it is. Do we actually know it's a battery pack? Could be where the M2 chip lives. No, they showed it. The M2 and R2 chips are on the inside, and then the battery pack is separate. They said that. Mac Rumors hands-on article shows cable removable from the battery. Where? Let me find it. How is this possible? Hands-on. No, we don't need to play. Sorry. Let's pull up the article here. Oh, yeah, there's a little ridge around it. Okay, so it's a proprietary connection, but it should be removable. He's taking pictures around it. Gee. Okay, I don't need to see that. First in-person look, not hands-on. That's interesting how they don't let people touch it. I want to read the chat, but YouTube keeps glitching out. It's not working. It's a high-tech viewfinder. Yeah, pretty much. There are ways the chips could be in the battery because the connector can't do data. Probably won't do data, yeah. If the price was reduced by $3,498, would you keep it then? Guys, I don't even have an iPhone 14. Why would I keep this thing? Like, what? What about it? I always watch TV with my wife, so I can't watch movies and TV shows with it because she can't see the TV if I'm wearing it. And it's not going to, even if it has Final Cut, which I don't think it will, but even if it had Final Cut, I wouldn't be able to edit off of... okay, even if it can edit Final Cut, it's an M2 chip, not an M1 Max chip like my MacBook is. I'm not a gamer. Yeah, I'm not really sold on it, even if it was $1,500, to be honest with you. I can't figure out what I would use it for. I guess just external monitors, but you can buy external monitors for a lot cheaper. You can replace your Mac, TV, iPad all with one device. No, you cannot. Don't say iPad. That's for note-taking. What is the Apple Pencil going to do with it? You just take notes in the air. It doesn't support that. And it doesn't replace my TV because I have more than one person that watches my TV. They showed a guy using Final Cut Pro on the Mac while wearing the Vision Pro. I didn't see Final Cut, but I believe you. It's still going to be an M2 chip. No, it wasn't Final Cut. He was casting his MacBook display. So I would just be using it as an external monitor. If you could connect a battery pack to this battery pack through USB-C, then you could watch movies on planes for more than 2 hours. So 2 battery banks, but we don't know the power consumption rate. So we don't know how big of a battery bank you would need, how quickly it would chew through that. Watch movies on more than 2 hours of use. That's impressive. It is way more than just external monitor since the size is adjustable and you can have as many as you want. But how many could you need, I guess, is the point. Like, putting monitors everywhere, I guess. It better be much more than that because it's $3,500. I don't think the data transfer works through the battery pack. I'm pretty sure it's just a power only. What if it's possible to use it as a Steam Deck video output? They didn't mention anything about sideloading, no. Battery banks for 4 hours of use. Did show the Notes app on the Vision OS home screen. Yeah, there's a Notes app, but I mean, like, I can do notes on a $100 iPhone. What's the advantage? Like, it's bigger notes. Just everything's bigger, I guess, because you can completely cover your entire vision. So I have some windows up here and some windows down here. And okay. I don't know if that's worth $1,500 to me. Yeah, I'll record and edit the video live. I'm just trying to figure out how I want to handle this because there's so much to talk about. At this point, I'm leaning towards I'll do the headset video first, probably because that's the most exciting thing that everyone wants to talk about. And then after that, I'll do a video on everything else because this is just so packed full of information. But do we get the 14-inch MacBook still? The 15-inch? Oh, Bede, you're not listening to anything I say, so I'm not going to answer your question. Groundbreaking iPad feature of customizable home screens. The iPadOS team really went all out this year. Yes, they did. There was no mention of sideloading. Okay, what's the point? If you guys aren't going to listen to what I say, then I'm switching over now because this has officially become a behind-the-scenes live stream, which means the live chat is now members only. So now only the channel supporters can type in the chat, but because it's an Apple event, I know I'm crazy sweaty, right? Because it's an Apple event, I'll let the public still watch this. So you can still watch what I'm doing as I'm filming everything. But yeah, this is horrible. I could switch shirts, but I'd probably still be sweaty. So screw it. We'll do it live. Chat just cut in half. Well, there's too many people asking questions, and then I answer them, and then they just keep asking them. It's like you're not listening. You're just pasting the same question over and over again. 1 hour long video is going to take 4 hours to edit. Okay. Let me turn everything on here. Oh, man. You know what I just realized? My AirPods are still in. I used the AirPods 2 today, and that helped me realize that AirPods 2 fit really well in my ear. Let's see. Just booted up into iOS 17. Welcome, Hunter. Congratulations. Okay, we have way too much to talk about. I'm going to do a lot of videos. My goodness. Okay. Let's see. We'll do the Tim Cook skit. Do I have my dummy headset over here somewhere? Yes, I do. Okay. There it is. Perfect. Got Apple Reality Pro right here. Go over all the hardware first. I'm just doing a dedicated video on the headset because I think that's the most interesting announcement. That was the one more thing. I'll do a whole separate video on everything else, but I think first and foremost we should just talk headset. That's all anyone's really interested in at this point. There's other stuff we'll talk about, but I just putting it all into one video I think is going to take way too long. It's too stuffed full of information. Okay. Right. Hold on a second. I got a new pair of AirPods too after mine died because they fit a picture of your eyes over your eyes. That's beautiful. That's a great idea, actually. Let me take a picture here. And then we'll put it on this screen. I think I can do it. It's still too wide. Hold on, I'm gonna zoom in a bit. There we go. The best picture of all time. Hey guys! I'm wearing the headset. Yeah, a lot of the world can't buy a HomePod, that's true. When are we gonna get this thing? Introducing Eyesight. It's beautiful. I'm trying to see what it looks like. Hey, thank you, Jacob, for joining Tailosive Tech Pro. Appreciate that. Mac Pro was kind of disappointing. I mean, it was exactly what the leakers said it would be, but yeah, it was kind of lazy at the end. They just slap an M2 Ultra in there. Okay, we're all done. I like the standby thing for iOS 17 though. Okay. Let me do one test shot. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Test. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Watch that back. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Test. Okay, it's sweaty, but it's in focus. So you guys sit tight, and why don't I can unplug this. It's a laptop after all. I could just move you over here so it's easier to see. There we go. Okay. Okay, I think I got the skit down. I will address the chat more once I'm done recording, but obviously if you guys super chat or if new channel members join while I'm recording, I'm not going to be able to read the chat. So you're just going to have to sit tight, and then afterwards I can catch up with the chat and I'll edit the video. All right. Whew, here we go. But we do have one more thing. Oh my gosh, what is it? Is it foldable? Is it a car? Is that one gonna make a plane? Is that one gonna make an e-bike? No, introducing the first Apple product you look through but not at, and it is Apple Vision Pro. And it supports eyesight, so that it basically feels like you're looking right into my beautiful eyes. What are you doing, Tim? What is that? It's my way of staying connected with my virtual world and my real world. Okay, it's just, you look kind of crazy, and, Oh, and before I forget, make sure that your 2-hour battery can be fully unlocked through this battery pack that can stay in your pocket at all times. This is the future. This is where everything's headed, I guess, so, Did I mention that this is only $3,500? I'm scared! So yes, Apple has done it. They have entered the mixed reality headsets. So yes, after years and years of leaks and rumors, Apple has finally done it. They have entered the mixed reality headset space. It is no longer a speculation thing. This is real, and it's called Apple Vision Pro. Classic Apple figuring out what everybody wants to call it, like Apple Reality Pro. That's what all the leaks and rumors were pointing to, and maybe internally it was referred to as that, and then just at the last second, for marketing purposes, they go, everybody was wrong. It's actually Apple Vision Pro, not Reality Pro. And man, there is so much to talk about. We're going to do a whole separate video on everything else that was announced at WWDC, but I decided there was so much to talk about today that I couldn't do everything recapped in a singular video. And most people want to talk about Apple Vision Pro because it's this brand new category. Yes, it comes with its own custom operating system called Vision OS. Thank God it's not XR OS. That was just a mouthful, and they got so many patents and things and trademarked for it, but no, Vision OS rolls off the tongue a lot easier. That's a lot more simple to understand. But I was very excited for this product, not because I wanted to buy it per se, and that's probably going to be a lot of us, given it's $3,500. All the rumors were pointing to it being $3,000, so they got that wrong as well. Of course, even $3,000 was being too generous, I suppose. But I was more interested in how Apple was going to market it. How did they want to pitch us this product? You know, brand new operating system, brand new product category that Apple's never really been present in before. How do they sell us on this? How do they make it seem like a good deal? And I will admit it's quite bizarre. Definitely a lot less of a gaming emphasis than I thought. In my opinion, it feels like most of how they're pitching it is a giant a pair of goggles that will basically put infinite TVs in as many places as you want. Yes, it's a lot more complicated than that, but there's tons of cameras and LiDAR sensors all over this thing that's able to allow you to look through the display, even though it's not technically transparent. There's still these... the leaks about the displays were accurate. They're 4K resolution per eye, and there's this new technology called micro OLED, but surprisingly, a lot of the headset is weak on... a lot of the headset is mysterious on specs. Apple didn't go into the resolution or the refresh rate of those displays or the wattage that the headset pulls and what's included in the box. We don't know what the packaging looks like or if there's a travel case. There's still a lot of things we don't know, but I think today was just about introducing us to the product as a category. But most of the demos they had for it were showcasing a lot of like casual user type things, not a lot of developer use. It was like you can just have a TV in any room and you can adjust the size of the TV and you can look at pictures and check notes, and it doesn't have hand controllers or anything. It's just analyzing your hands essentially, and there's cameras on the bottom that are looking at the gestures you're making, and you basically don't have a cursor or anything or a controller to point and click on things. Now you just point at things and click based on you look at it with your eyes and then tap your pointer and thumb together, and that counts as a click. Definitely going to be very weird trying to do that with a virtual keyboard. I thought they would have some kind of, typing with your fingers type thing on the keyboard on a flat surface, but they didn't demo that. It seems like something you just look at and tap, or, of course, you can dictate because it has microphones and even speakers built into the side, so they're not headphones. I'd be curious to how loud they are, like how much they bleed out to people around you. But yeah, apparently spatial audio, and they sound really, really great, and they're channeling noise directly into your ears, but you can still hear your surroundings because, again, they're not in your headphones or anything like that. They encouraged people, if you wanted more privacy, though, that they encourage people that, you can use them with existing AirPods in case you don't want the audio to be heard by everyone else around you. But yeah, so this thing has an M2 chip on the inside of it, which honestly kind of surprised me because M2 chip is like a year old, and this thing is not shipping until next year. So why is the M2 chip shipping in this thing if 3 nanometer architectures are right around the corner with better performance, better efficiency, which with this thing is really going to matter, but they did introduce a new type of silicon called R1, and apparently that helps synchronize the video feeds of all the cameras that are stitching together reality for you and making sure that it doesn't cause motion sickness and that type of thing. So even though it's not running Mac OS per se, it has the same silicon as other Macs already have. So even though it's not running Mac OS, it has the same silicon as other Macs that run off of the M2 chip, of course, which means you can connect AirPods to it via Bluetooth, and you can even connect it to your Mac and use it as a giant external display, essentially. You can AirPlay to Apple Reality Pro, but I think the compromise is you're going to be looking at your Mac display in the virtual environment, or you're going to be looking at your Mac display in a virtual world, which is also part of that 4K display for each eye, but then it's going to take up a section of that virtual world. So I don't think it's going to be quite the same as just having a 4K external monitor. And as far as I can tell, there's no way to connect a data port to this headset. This is where the hardware gets really bizarre to me. So it has this little custom magnetic charging puck that connects onto the side, and I'm pretty sure just by looking at it that this is just for power. I don't think you can transmit data through this new proprietary Apple connector, which I'm sure the EU is going to love all this. But yeah, that one cable goes into this external battery mount. But yeah, that one cable goes into this external battery pack that I guess you just put in your pocket. It's like an aluminum enclosure, but from close-ups we've seen from the Apple event where they were showing it off to everybody, but not letting anybody wear it, of course. You could see a USB-C port. I think, I hope it's not lightning, on the side, and a way to remove that braided cable that goes up to the headset, but the fact that the battery pack itself has a separate USB-C port and then like a proprietary connector for the braided cable that goes up to the headset, it makes me think that that little power brick is probably the only way to power this headset. So that little battery bank lasts up to 2 hours if you're just watching a movie, so it might actually be worse. And then when your battery gets low, I believe you'd either have to buy another battery pack to swap it out really quickly, or you would take an existing USB-C cable and charge the battery bank. But again, we don't know how many watts the headset is using. It could be 20 watts, it could be 50 watts, it could be 100 watts. So you might end up needing like a super high-powered brick to charge up the battery pack fast enough so that you can use the headset for extended use. Apple claims it lasts all day as long as it's plugged in, which is kind of how iMacs work, honestly. My MacBook Pro also has all-day battery life if I leave it plugged in. Thanks for that, Apple, but yeah, the reason I say it's not just for big screen TVs that you can place anywhere or big monitors that you can put around your Mac is because this thing is also covered in cameras, and there's actually a dedicated button on the top that apparently is just for capturing something Apple calls spatial video. So it's like a 3D recorded video of whatever's in front of you, and it documents that, and then you can view it again in Apple Reality. So then it records that with multiple angles and depth data, and then you can view it again with Apple Vision Pro, and then you can like look around objects as you play them back. So it's supposed to be a more immersive way to capture your surroundings, but I'd be very curious to see what those videos look like if you try to put them on any other device, which is why this thing is really, really challenging to market. That's why I'm so fascinated by the marketing of it, because I can't like give you a headset while you're watching this YouTube video. It's very easy for me to say, here's the changes in iOS 17, or here's the changes in macOS Sonoma, because you can visualize what it's like to have, icons and features on a screen and I can demo them for you on this channel, and you can see what it's like. But with Apple Vision Pro, I don't know like how you're going to screen record. How do you capture your experience and then share it in YouTube form? What are YouTubers going to do other than just put it on and film themselves wearing it? Which, by the way, I know Apple's known for this kind of mockery throughout the years. They got a lot of similar vibes when AirPods originally came out, but I got to admit, this feels pretty freaking hilarious that they put a display on the outside, which I know I totally didn't believe. I thought that part of the report was ridiculous. There was no way they would do that. Never trust me, I guess, because they did it. You actually can see the user's eyes on the outside of this. You can actually see the user's eyes on the outside of the display, so that it looks like you're looking through the headset, and apparently that only appears if the headset detects that someone else is in the room. So if someone walks up, then they'll show like, hey, I can see you, but you look just ridiculous. Like, it's insane that that they're trying to pass this off of just like, oh, hey, how are you doing? It looks really unnatural and really bizarre, and I'm sorry, it just looks goofy. And, you know, I did not mock Apple for the AirPod stem back in 2016 when they unveiled that. I didn't think that looked too crazy. It's just like wearing normal headphones without the wire. But this doesn't look like anything. I guess it looks kind of like you're wearing ski goggles, but you have some kind of blue orbs going on top of your eyes. So the good news is this headset does technically work without the needed assistance of an iPhone or a Mac, so it's not like your iPhone or your Mac is doing the heavy lifting and then just offloading the visuals onto this headset. It's its own independent computer with its own active cooling system at that, and Apple said that there will be like proprietary lenses from prescription makers so that if you wear glasses, you can get your prescription size with the headset, but that's going to cost extra. It's not included. And yeah, and of course, as all great Apple products do, this also has a digital crown on the other side so that you can choose to completely immerse yourself in a virtual world, which could be on the moon, it could be by a lake or something, or in the case of the Disney Plus demo that was at the event, you can be watching Mandalorian as if you're on Tatooine, but again, just by yourself. So it's great that you can put TVs everywhere, but only you can see them. No one else is going to be able to. So as someone who watches most movies and shows with my wife, this isn't going to be a great use case for it for me, but maybe if you're traveling a lot, I guess that's how Apple was somewhat pitching it with like FaceTime in VR, where FaceTime in Vision OS, which is when you have people just kind of appear on their screens around you, but and you can have a screen capture to look at as you're doing it or whatever. But the weird part with the FaceTime demo was like, what does the other person see of you? Because you're wearing a headset and you don't have a mounted camera anywhere. Well, don't worry, Apple thought of that. So you take the headset off, first of all, right? And then you create a 3D version of yourself with the outward-facing LiDAR and camera sensors. And then they use machine learning algorithms to recreate this digital version of you that's supposed to be hyper-realistic, but it was still totally an uncanny valley. But, you know, they have your mouth motions being tracked and your eye motions being tracked, and they tried to make it look natural, but it was still kind of weird. I'd rather just not have a video feed if that was the option. So, very bizarre approach to FaceTime on your face. But they said that the straps on the back would be adjustable, and there's different sizes, and the lenses themselves are actually adjustable depending on the size of your face, so it should fit a wide number of people. They want to make sure no one feels excluded with Apple Vision Pro, other than the fact that it's only going to be in the US and it'll cost $3,500. But yeah, it won't be shipping until next year, so this is definitely a very, very early first look. And I will admit with Apple, it is by far the most technically complex and intricate device they've probably ever done. There's really complex displays on the inside, micro OLED, which they've never used before. They said 60 of these pixels can fit in the same space as one pixel does on an iPhone. So this is super rich display. So this is a super rich display. And then they've got a display on the outside to showcase your eyes, which makes so much sense. And then this external battery pack, and as far as I can tell, there's no internal battery. So once you run out, you definitely have to plug something into that module, and if you don't, then you're just going to lose your progress. The whole thing's going to shut down, I guess. So definitely don't wear this while driving or riding a bike or doing anything that's fast, because as soon as the battery runs out, it's basically just going to blind you. There's no way to look through it without power, which is a big, design. There's no way to look through it without power, which is a big issue if you are operating some kind of equipment. So don't do that. And I guess it all comes down, and I guess for a lot of people, the discussion we're all having right now, and this is my favorite part of Apple News, is getting your guys' opinion, is it's tricky to figure out what the market for this is. I could understand with previous generation Apple products, like the iPhone, okay? It's combining our iPods with our smartphones and just having this all-in-one encompassing device. Same thing with AirPods. It was like, okay, same thing with AirPods, right? It was like, okay, it's just headphones, but now they're wireless. You got to charge them and they cost a little bit more, but it's nice to not have the wire. And with the Apple Watch, it was like, yeah, okay, we've had watches for, centuries. This is not a brand new piece of technology. This is not a brand new concept to have a timepiece on your wrist, but we just make it a little bit smarter. Okay, you have to charge it a bit more, but it's got a display and it can show you information and widgets at a glance, and it was a bit expensive at first, but over time we got used to it. Do you guys think we will eventually get used to a $3,500 headset? And this I don't really put in the same box as those other categories, other wearables per se, or other, cheap, simple, pocketable technology. And I know a lot of us are probably thinking, well, this is just the first generation product, and in time it will get cheaper and more addressable. But keep in mind, all of these successful products Apple's made over the years, like the iPhone and the iPad and the Apple Watch and AirPods, they all started actually cheaper than what most of us are paying today. iPhone was $500 at first. Now most of us are paying $1,000. AirPods started at $170, and now most people get the Pros, which are like $250. Apple Watch started at $350, and now a lot of people are opting for the $800 Ultras, and the Series 7 and 8 start at, $400, $500 for a lot of the more popular options. So the mindset of, oh, don't worry, in a couple of years this will only be $1,000, I don't think that really holds up with how complex of a piece of technology that is. I know there's certain economies of scale that allow you to lower prices with time, but this I don't think is going to scale up all that much. For one, because it's just in the US market, and Ming-Chi Kuo has already told us how complicated this is to manufacture. They're expecting to build less than 1 million of them this year. They're expecting to build less than 1 million of them. They're expecting to build less than 1 million of them before they actually start shipping. So it's not a high volume product, so you don't really get that economies of scale, especially if it's just $3,500. And it's been fascinating to watch the so far it's been fascinating to watch the YouTube community's response of, like, is there a market for it? Are you actually interested in spending that much money just so that you can have more windows around you to, I don't know, look at pictures, check notes, browse the web? Is this going to be more convenient and easier than just pulling out your phone for doing a lot of that basic stuff? And where your phone may fall short is when you want, like, multiple big screens around your Mac or for replacement for your TV. But then it's even a niche of the Apple TV market because only one person can wear it at a time. At no point in the keynote did they showcase, like, here's what you can do if you have two people wearing the headset and they could have a share play experience and both be watching the same movie. They didn't really showcase that. They just showcased, like, you watching the movie with other people virtually, and they're watching on a normal screen, and you can see their faces, I guess, while you're doing share play. But yeah, this is by far one of the most fascinating and risky steps I've ever seen Apple take, because there's platforms that have been around for a while, like iOS, tvOS, and watchOS, but this is the first brand new platform that is requiring at minimum $3,500. That's before you get the prescription lenses for it. That's before you buy additional battery packs for it. And there's probably going to be different sizes for the headbands and everything, or different colors that you can mix and match. So we don't really this could easily become a $4,000 purchase for a lot of people, which definitely limits the market, in my opinion. And on top of that, they didn't even really go much into specs other than it just has an M2 chip in it. They didn't say how much RAM it has, how much storage it has. They did say that they should make it easy to translate iOS and iPadOS. They did say they made it easy to translate iOS apps over to this. So because it has an M2 chip, I assume it should be capable of running very, very popular iPhone apps by default. And yes, I do think third-party app support is going to be important, which is why they're announcing it now so that developers can kind of optimize for it and get ready for it. Like Disney has said, they're going to have support for it on day one. But will people be but I know Apple has done amazing things, especially when it comes to consumer spending habits, right? Like, they've convinced a lot of us to drop thousands of dollars on phones every year because we use them and we appreciate them so much. Is this headset high quality enough and premium enough and enable enough functionality for people to justify spending $3,500 or $4,000 on something that is on something like this that lets you on something like this? I don't really know at this point. It's still too early to say. I know that there's been a lot of products Apple has debuted in the past that were ridiculed on their launch day, and then over time they got more popular. But I feel like most of those products were not like in the $3,500 price realm, and most of them had battery lives that lasted longer than 2 hours, you know? They were showcasing how you can watch movies on this thing on a plane and just kind of tune out everybody else around you. But if your battery life is 2 hours, you probably won't make it through a lot of flights. There's a lot of movies that you couldn't finish in 2 hours. So I guess you have to keep that power brick around so that you can charge this thing while you're on the flight. This is uncharted territory, in my opinion. I think it's a little bit too soon to know for sure if this is going to be a flop or a big success. My first impressions are pretty surprised by it, in case you're wondering if I plan on buying it. Definitely for review, but for personal use, no. I don't think if I was outside of the tech YouTube space, I could justify it. I think YouTubers will definitely justify it because they'll get to make lots of videos about it. But honestly, I still struggle to see how you're going to demo it. It's going to be really hard to show people what it's like to wear it. This is going to be one of those things that creates huge lines at Apple stores because everyone's going to want to try it and experience it for themselves, but how many headsets can they actually have? And with all that fabric soaking up all that sweat, how often are they going to have to clean it and then close it and say, okay, don't look at it right now? But I totally understand the leaks and rumors now about Apple's board being somewhat skeptical of this product. They're like, should we be doing this? It feels like the hardware is a little bit compromised, and maybe this could have been better if they left it internal and gave it a few more years until they could actually just have the battery pack integrated in the headset. Maybe get some decent battery life out of this thing, but seems like they're ready to go. Seems like they want to unveil it now so that they can ship it next year. And I really hope that they change their mind on the M2 chip thing, because 3nm Apple Silicon chips should be available later this year, which means an M2 chip on day one in 2024. That's a 2022 chip debuting on a $3,500 piece of equipment in 2024. I don't know. That just feels weird to me. Like, I don't know what. I don't know, that just feels weird to me. And if they're being so quiet on the storage and RAM and all the other specs anyway, I would have just rather them not mention what chip is in it, other than I guess you could say the R1. But if they're working on bringing... But the good news is they're starting off with this Vision Pro product. So the fact that it stands for... But the good news is they're starting with the name Pro. So if it's Pro first and foremost, I think that kind of directly admits from the beginning that this is the high-end version of the hardware, and down the road there will be cheaper, more affordable options. Who knows how long that may be, but if Apple is looking for ways to cut costs, I would definitely drop the whole outward-mounted display thing. That seems like such a gimmick. Like, if people can... Like, if the person wearing the headset can see someone, because Apple showcased how when people step into the frame, they'll appear in your Vision OS so you can see when they arrive. If they start acknowledging you or looking at you, they'll say something. Like, I don't think you need a whole separate display showcasing these eyes on the outside. It just looks so unnatural it looks so weird, and I don't think it's the same way as saying, well, AirPods look weird in your ears. Oh, that took some time, but we all got used to it. With this, I don't know if I could ever get used to looking at someone's eyes on a display that is on top of their eyes, right? Like, that's just a little bit bizarre. And there's still a certain, and from people in the mixed reality headsets, and from people have, and like people have already said, in the mixed reality headset space, there is a ton of like eye fatigue when your eyes are that close to a screen, and you can get sick with time and kind of get sick of having this giant big heavy thing weighing down on your face. So maybe it's good that the battery life's 2 hours, because you're going to be done using that thing after 2 hours anyway and be like, okay, that's enough, I'll go back to reality now. But if that's the case, and it's only something you use a couple hours a day, will that justify spending the $4,000 for a lot of people? I don't think it'll be abundantly clear at first. This could end up being like AirPods Max, where it's really big and popular at first when the production capacity is low, but then over time it just turns into that, oh yeah, didn't I buy that thing? I guess I don't use it that much, do I? Or it could turn into, okay, I use this thing all the time and I'm hardly looking at reality anymore. I'm just looking at these displays. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, even if it is something that replaces all of our electronic devices, it does all the work of our phones and watches, and replaces our Mac and all that, then I guess I'm terrified that in the future we're all just going to wear these headsets all day, every day. That's kind of depressing, isn't it? But I don't think that's how Apple's looking at it, especially given all the great things they brought to the rest of their ecosystem today, which we'll save that for another video. But what do you guys think of Apple Vision Pro? Of it not really being that much of a gaming device. I mean, they showed that you can connect a PlayStation controller to it, but it's basically just playing a game on a big TV, but it just happens to be a virtual TV. Do you see yourself buying it in the future? You've got like 8 to 9 months to save up for it now. Are you impressed with the marketing? Are you impressed with the idea of being able to see everything around you? Or do you think this is gimmick territory? Do you think this will flop? Is it too expensive? All that good stuff. Let me know your thoughts down in the comments below. And thank you to everybody supporting this channel directly. Seriously, helps us out a ton, as does just watching these videos. This is your Apple Shape here, and I'll see you in the next one. Okay. Cut. The black magic is hot. Very hot. Let's see how the battery is on the MacBook Pro. Oh, it hasn't even budged. That's great. Let me move you over here. So much news. Hey, Jakery S, thank you for joining Tailosive Tech Pro. Welcome to the members only stream. Okay, let me mute myself so I don't hurt your ears. All right, I just plugged in power in the SSD, so I'm going to probably turn on the fan. Sorry if that's loud, but I am super hot right now. Whew. It's still vaporware. Vaporware just spent 30 minutes in the Apple Vision Pro headset. Y'all, I am very impressed with a few specific things. Definitely stay tuned. Well, that's all we can really... The one equivalent to the MacBook display. 4K, 120 hertz OLED, plus it's as big as you want it to be. But you aren't doing a hardwired connection to your Mac. So the display of your Mac when you're using it is not going to... I don't think it's going to be that resolution and frame rate. Because it's a 4K sample, but then you're cropping in on it. I don't really consider it my dream monitor personally, but that's just me. Okay. I'm excited to try it. I should put it that way. I'll definitely try it out. We've got some time. 9 months is not a lot of time to save for an expensive headset. Well, chop chop. If it's not enough time, then I guess the product is probably not for you. It's not for a lot of people, I guess. Let's import. Thank you, Mike. YouTube is still glitching out with the membership animations. They didn't say the refresh rate, technically, just so we're clear. They didn't say it's 120 hertz, unless I missed something. Did you guys see something on that? I don't think Minecraft VR is supported anymore, is it? It smells like air power. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it got delayed or something. People are tagging me with their memes. That's beautiful. All right, we've got some editing to do. Most OLEDs are 120. This is not most OLEDs. This is micro OLED, so it's a totally different... I mean, think about it. Can an M2 chip handle two 4K displays at 120 hertz? Like, does the Mac Mini support that? If it was 240, I felt like it would have been a good time to talk about it. Bedrock is on Mac still. Yeah, so probably not. That's going to be totally up to Microsoft, and because it's up to Microsoft, it probably won't happen. You need good refresh rate for a more immersive experience. Even the Quest 2 is 120. I'd be very surprised if the headset isn't. Yeah, it better be 120. They're the size of postal stamps. That's kind of nutty. And then it's just a crazy lens attachment, basically. So it sounds like they're slowly letting people try them on. We need a... I like that demo where the... Oh, I didn't even talk about the biometric. Jeez. So whatever. I guess that's not super important. I was anticipating they would have a more generous price tag. I know, I thought $3,000. So affordable, right? No new dynamic island integration. Yeah, what's with that? A TV for watching with others is much cheaper. Much cheaper. Yes, absolutely. There's a video of the guy making a face. I want to capture it here real quick. Ow! Don't do that. It's too loud. I don't like it when they're like, you can look at pictures. That annoys me. I'm not gonna buy a $4,000 headset to look at photographs. Okay, let me capture this. He sticks his tongue out. Yes. That's beautiful. No! Oh, I lost it. Hold on. Save it to downloads, please. Introducing iID. Beautiful. The future is now. Wonderful. Okay. Man, my MacBook is roaring now. With tax, it's almost $37.50. Yeah, right. How long was that? That was 30 minutes? Are you kidding? No. I didn't look at the Lorenzo image. 30 minutes on just the headset. Okay, this is going to be a long day, I can tell. Well, I guess I better get started.
But we do have... Oh my gosh, what is it?
My 65-inch 4K TV was $300. Yeah, but this TV you can take with you.
Vision Pro. Vision.
I think I would rather just buy a $300 TV everywhere I go. That might be cheaper. Look at this photograph. Yeah, it'll definitely be $4,000 in Canada. The future.
Okay, it's just you look kind of crazy. And before I forget, make sure that your 2-hour battery can be fully unlocked through this battery pack.
No.
This is the future. This is where everything's headed.
What's on my neck? What is that? That's distracting. Oh, boy.
Did I mention that this is only I'm scared. So yes, after years and
we gotta keep this short as possible.
It is no longer.
Combine the audio from head on, Apple Direct. Head on. Apply directly to the forehead. Vision Pro. Apply directly to the forehead. So cool watching the editing process. Well, yeah, we've been doing this for years now, haven't we? Yeah, channel members have been watching this for a long time, so welcome to the experience. Normally it's a much smaller stream than this one, but it's a busy day, so I've been live for 6.5 hours, jeez. And I'm not going to be done with this, so I'm going to be live for over 7 hours. My God.
That's probably going to...
Thank you to everybody who stuck around the whole time. Me music. I would love to, but that's going to get stuck. I think I might just keep using the expression ducking.
You know, brand new...
That's too ducking expensive. Watch people combine the audio. Sorry.
A giant a pair of goggles.
I can't believe I didn't mention the biometrics. And I talked for 30 minutes and I still didn't mention everything.
There's still the leaks about the displays.
Can't believe I got that wrong. I was so convinced. I was like, they would not project your eyes on the outside.
Specs. Apple didn't.
I was like, that would be so ridiculous. They would not do that. Oh boy, was I wrong. Don't need to speculate about the most useless Apple device to include in the ecosystem. Yeah, now we all know. Did I miss your thoughts on macOS widgets? Yeah, it's great. I said earlier that there's too much stuff to talk about for me to recap everything in one video.
It doesn't have, you can look at, it's just analyze.
So I'm doing a video just on the headset first, and then I'll do a video after this about everything else.
And then
the
tap
software
pointer
and the Macs.
Your pointer and thumb, and then tap your pointer and thumb together.
Whoops. Gotta cut out this. Man, my MacBook is mad right now. I can hear it screaming. And it's also charging, so that's probably not helping. I like how they came up with high power mode, and I just leave it on all the time. Yeah, Sonoma might be my favorite part. I'm really excited to try the new presentation features. Without controllers, it isn't easy to make a gaming focus because how do you move in an open world without joysticks? Well, you just track the hands, I guess, but yeah, it's definitely a unique approach, very different approach to mixed reality, but you know, the funny thing now is that Apple's entered the space with a $3,500 headset.
So this thing.
Now Meta is going to feel comfortable charging $2,500 for theirs because they'll be like, well, it's still cheaper than Apple's.
Why 3nm?
So in some ways, I bet Meta feels threatened, but in other ways, I bet they feel kind of relieved.
What this thing is really,
They're like, oh, Apple's going to normalize $3,500 for a headset. Everyone's going to think that's the standard. But boy, do you sure look ridiculous.
So even though it's not running,
Wait.
it's not running Mac OS per se off of the M2.
I would actually prefer it if it just ran macOS. Can I make that argument? At least you get to keep your job since Vision Pro was announced. I know. Well, this isn't really my job.
Apple Reality.
I get more from
You're gonna be
the EV channel, so I consider myself an EV YouTuber first that also does tech stuff sometimes. Maybe moving arms in a running motion. Yeah, something like that. Let me just respond to my wife real quick. She's asking me when I'm going to be ready for lunch. Imagine watching the Lakers. LeBron dunks on, and right beside you screaming, "Yeah!" Dual boot. Why not? It's got the M2 chip, right? Then it could actually just have full Mac OS instead of casting from your MacBook.
But yeah, that one cable. But yeah, that one cable.
It's gonna have the Is it gonna have the iPad version of Final Cut? Yeah, Sam didn't lose his channel.
Not
That's
letting
good.
anybody. You could see a USB. You could see a USB.
Okay. Louise should just come in my opinion. It would be fun to get her reaction.
The only that little battery.
That they didn't announce M3. I mean, I knew the 15-inch Air was going to have M2. That was rumored, but...
So it might actually... And then when your battery...
But, I thought at least for Reality Pro, they would have had some different chip other than M2. They'll let it dual boot to iPad OS. Oh, great. Someone mentioned earlier... I'm busy editing right now, so you guys got to help me out with this research. But someone said earlier that there was a part where he was editing, he was editing in Final Cut with the headset. I'm pretty sure wasn't that
this thing is
wasn't that when he was using his Mac? He was like airplaying his Mac display to the headset. He wasn't actually. There wasn't like a native Final Cut for Vision OS thing, right? You shouldn't tell her you buy it. Just wake up beside her in bed with the eyes staring back at her. That would be terrifying. Live streaming in the goggles will be a thing. What do you mean live streaming? Imagine someone goes to USA just to buy it if they want it that back. Don't do it. It's not worth it. That was when he was mirroring his MacBook. Okay, that's what I thought. So he's not actually... It wasn't running Final Cut. It was just displaying a Mac visual. And if it's doing that wirelessly, it's probably not going to be that high quality.
And I can demo them for... And I can demo...
It'll run iPadOS apps, but that means I'm getting the iPadOS version of Final Cut, which, in case you weren't aware, that sucks.
By the way, Apple's known for this kind of... Apple... I know I was wearing it, which, by the way, I know...
Okay. Drew's struggling to breathe, which is why the waveforms are hard to edit through. $3,500 headset gets Final Cut that doesn't have all the features.
You can actually see the... that they're trying to... it looks really unnatural. I'm sorry, it just looks...
How much money do you think that external display costs them? That must cost a fortune to put that on the outside. They showed iPad Photoshop. See, why can't they give it the Mac version? Especially at that price.
And yeah, and of course, as all great, this also has a...
Apple ski goggles, me sad. No, it's definitely Apple ski goggles. It's huge. It gives you a full day of battery. No, it doesn't. It says it lasts all day. It doesn't say full day of battery when plugged in. It says it lasts all day when plugged in. There's a difference, Jasmine.
But again, just it's great that you can put yourself. So it's great.
Permanent little versions of apps in the corner of your vision while you do other things, like a tutorial. Not enough to justify it, of course, but a neat use case. Yeah, maybe I just need to see the right use cases. I'm interested in trying it out. I want to know how much of your vision it covers. That's always my biggest thing. I'm like, this. It's not very immersive because I can see the edges of the display.
And you can.
So, I'd like to see how close to the edges of your display it gets. Ooh. I don't think they redesigned Control Center on the TV. The chat is still broken. Sorry, I'm having a hard time reading your messages.
And you don't have a mount.
It's bouncing around like crazy.
Don't worry, Apple. So you take the heads.
Refresh this. So far, yes, they're saying it's launching only in the US in 2024. They probably want to bring it to other countries later, but they're just starting in the US. So if you're not in the US, you're probably going to have to wait even longer. Yeah, Craig had a Lucid Air. What the heck? That almost was more exciting to me. It's plugged in and there's a power outage. Will it still last all day? Yeah, as long as it's plugged in. It doesn't need to be plugged into a power source. It will take all the power from the grid. Yeah, I really think my MacBook was revving up its fans because of the charging. Now that it's stopped at 80%, thanks to Al Dente.
So this is a, and then they've got it.
Who here is going to change where it goes dark tomorrow? I hope you have fun. I'll be busy making videos. We've just got so many videos to do now.
It's basically, there's no way to look through it.
I thought about you the second I saw the Lucid Air. I was like, I bet Peter's probably jumping off the walls right now.
And I guess for a lot.
They should have got Peter Rawlinson to do the design part of the. New way to break your collarbone on a one wheel.
It's tricky to fix.
They should put disclaimers all over it. Do not use this on vehicles in motion. Hopefully that's obvious, but maybe it isn't.
Same thing with AirPods. Same thing with.
This device has not been authorized. That's very normal. For any product that they unveil early, like the HomePod said the same thing. I believe the iPhone said the same thing.
This is not.
When you unveil something that far in advance, it's very typical for it to not be authorized by the FCC. Can't wait to get an Apple TV. Yeah, they're okay.
But it's got a display. But it's
had a lot of network issues for me. And it's very common for VR headsets to require 13 or older because of eyesight. Where does Apple come up with all these marketing terms? Eyesight. Wow. So yeah, we've got like, I'm looking at the tweet Tim Cook made showing the person wearing the goggles. We've got a lot of bezels to slim down now. The war on bezels continues. Batteries not included.
This year, they're expecting to build less than a.
How many times am I gonna get that wrong?
Especially if it's just $3,500, and
you can hear my voice falling apart.
It's been fascinating so far. It's been fascinating to watch the YouTube.
This is weird.
I don't know. Look at. Is this going to be more
I know, it's not the eyesight camera. This is like EYE sight, not the letter I and then sight. There's so many marketing Apple terms that have overlapped with themselves now.
Yeah, this is by far fascinating and risky steps I've ever. Fascinating and risky.
Wonder if they let everybody at the event try it on. Or if just a few people got to try it on.
We don't really... This could easily...
Do not use while jumping or standing, still or moving. May cause loss of breath, death, weight loss. No, wait, weight loss? Can I get that? How do I get weight loss? Okay, big stretch there. That's good. Gotta get this video down. It's too long.
But I know Apple has done...
That's it. Connect to your iPhone. It's a standalone device. I think it's more of a Mac accessory, honestly, than an iPhone accessory, but it does work without either.
And enable for people to jump...
I believe you don't need any pre-existing Apple device for it to work.
On something.
But the likelihood of someone spending $3,500 on a headset who doesn't have any other Apple device is probably pretty low. How much the lenses would be? Probably a couple $100. Yeah, iOS 17 doesn't feel like a major update to me, but it's had some nice things. Standby is probably my favorite feature. Just it turns it into turns your phone into a nightstand. Clever. Did they say if you need to pay extra for prescription lenses? Yes, they said on the website directly that it is not included. You have to buy that separately.
I still struggle to see...
24 minutes. Sheesh. Could do a quick 1-minute video on Vision Pro. Go on camera and say, don't buy it. Well, there's no option to buy it, so don't worry about it.
Seems like they're ready to go. Maybe get some decent battery life. And I really hope to go. Seems like they want to...
Brand new. Wonder if it feels cheap. There were certain angles of it where...
But the good news...
The glass on the front looked like it kind of was see-through from multiple angles. It had kind of a plasticky look to it. I don't know. It's probably glass, but glass is glass. Wonder what AppleCare is going to be like on this thing. It's not a companion device, yeah. And it has a display.
If the person wearing... Apple showcased how...
Be a total game changer for the vision impaired with the right features.
Vision
yeah.
OS, so you can... If they start...
It could be very helpful for them. I wonder what it would do that no other headset is doing, but it could be the best at it because of the hardware.
Weird, and I don't think it's the same way as saying, well... And there's still... And from people have... And like people have already said, there is a ton of...
Right.
There is...
Gotta find all these mistakes. To shrink this video down. Oh yeah, this will be a long stream today, trust me. We've got a ways to go, unfortunately. It's gonna take forever. Way too much to talk about. Honestly, the headset probably could have been its own event. Because they talked about it for 30 minutes, I think. Or no, 40 minutes. 45 minutes were designated to the headset, and there were still details we didn't get. There were still some things.
And replaces our Mac. I get... That's kind of depressing. I don't think that's how...
No context.
All the great things they...
That's kind of depressing. It's weird. It feels like we're back to the regular members only stream. Like there's just a few people talking, but then I look and there's 400 people watching and I'm like, oh, right. Sorry. That's kind of crazy. Drew will be starved by the time this concludes. Yes.
Are you impressed with them? Are you impressed?
That is very true. They seem to describe it as a new type of device that will bring on the end of the universe if you don't buy it. Pretty much. They tried to get me excited by using what if. Looks more promising than I thought. How so? How does it look more promising? The price is definitely a punch to the gut. If it was $2,000, maybe my narrative would be more positive surrounding it. But I'm still kind of like, can't wait to buy and return it. I'll probably get a lot of returns on this thing. When do I leave? I don't know. I've got a while now to finish all this stuff. Read you text, recognize people, objects for you. Some other things I'll sure think of later. How does it read you text better than like a phone could or another headset? Recognize people for you? Is that useful? How many new subscriptions Apple will make this? A VR headset without gaming. Okay, I confused myself. Well, yeah, there's no controllers, so how would you play the game? You could only do so much with hand gestures. Yeah, and like they said earlier, you wouldn't have joysticks to move whatever. For the totally blind? Well, I don't think the totally blind would want a headset. It's more promising because they ensured that I won't buy it. James has always got the best one-liners. Cracks me up. For $3,500, better sing me a lullaby and do my taxes. Yeah, we're on that train. I could see what they wanted it to be. Like, I could tell just by the fact that they put the display on the outside. They probably want to do the glasses. They clearly want this to be something, like they said with the headline. This is a device you look through, not at. Technically, you still look at it though. It's still covering your eyes, but I think the intention was from the beginning. Apple wanted it to be something you could wear passively throughout the day, just like you'd wear an Apple Watch or AirPods, but they couldn't do that because the tech wasn't good enough for transparent displays, and they needed more room for the opticals to look right and everything. So I feel like I get what they're trying to do. I'm just not sure if this product achieves that very well. Optical zoom for your eyes. Yeah, I'd be curious what the lenses. They didn't say like what kind of lenses they are. How far can they see? If superior cameras or LiDAR will help, but what if it doesn't work in dim lighting since there are no controllers, only hand tracking similar to MetaQuest? I guess you gotta leave the lights on then. You focus on a distant object and it zooms in for you. Assuming it has a telephoto lens. I don't know if it does, to be honest. It better be able to make me enough money to repair the costs of me buying it. Yeah, pretty much. The AR headset is what AR glasses is functionally but not aesthetically. Right, but that's also a really important part of the glasses is the aesthetics, so that you could wear it passively throughout the day. But if your battery life's 2 hours, then yeah, that's not gonna work. Yeah, throw out your iPhones, everyone. $3,500 headset. It's good you wear it in the face because it costs both arms and legs. That was good. Good job, James. I like that one. Right, down to 15 minutes. Jesus, still 26 minutes. Brother. My gosh. Vision Pro on ground while unboxing it. Man, this thing's probably going to be impossible to repair. If you break it, they'll just say, okay, buy a new one. How much does it cost to replace? The cost it it costs the same as buying a new one. Just buy another one. It's useless now. Whew. Color blindness correction? I don't know, but the possibilities of what it could do for accessibility is huge. I hope it does stuff for that. So low to begin with that Apple showed it off. It all impressed me. Well, that's good. I'm glad your expectations were low. That's a decent place to start at. Front glass will be at least $1,500. Does it include a charger, or is it sold separately? We don't know, Jason. That's my point. Like, it's annoying that they spent 45 minutes on it and they still were pretty light on many of the details. Like, we still don't know. I hated that when they did that thing about, well, if you bought a headset and a TV and motion tracking stuff separately, it would cost tens of thousands. But this is only $3,500. New cost $3,500. Repair cost $4,500. That's fair. It's a totaled headset. That Apple makes it. MacBook Air 6-speaker sound system will be better or worse than the 14-inch sound system, as 15-inch Air is a huge 6. But they're all like inward facing. That was my concern with the 15-inch Air, is that the speakers are not facing outward. They're just kind of there. There's no like holes for them, you know. Okay, down to 6 minutes. I would really like this video to be under 20 minutes if possible. Should I put an Apple logo in the title? $150 for Apple Care. That seems cheap. I bet it'd be more than that. How fragile it is, all this new tech. I just need to replace one of the micro OLED panels. Oh! That'll be $3,000. That's where all the money went. Can you wear, if you wear spectacles? I don't think it'll fit well on top of your glasses, but you can probably get prescription lenses that fit in it, but it sounds pretty pricey. Not leaving today, but soon. I gotta do this all day. Sorry, I forgot about the skit. Okay, let's get this down, please.
Vision Pro, and it supports eyesight.
Mental health features and a $3,500 headset. Yeah, no, the 15-inch MacBook Air is cheaper than we thought, but it's still, once you spec it up, it's still more expensive than a 14-inch Pro. So that's my complex answer. It's, now that we know, my answer is, if you're getting the base model, the 15-inch Air is fine, but if you're speccing it up, definitely just get a 14-inch Pro. It'll have way better specs. Don't get a 512 gig 15-inch Air.
But we do have.
Start over here. Here we go.
But we do have one more thing. Oh my gosh.
Wait, I can cut this part.
One more thing. Oh my gosh, what is it? More thing. Oh my gosh. What is it? Is it foldable? Is it a car? Is Apple gonna make a plane? Is Apple gonna make an e-bike? No, introducing the first Apple product you look through but not at. And it is Apple.
Wait, where's is I look through my iPad because I shot a hole in it with my 12
but not
gauge.
at. Not at. And it is Apple through, but not at. And it is Apple Vision Pro. And it supports eyesight, so that it basically feels like you're looking...
Rip iPhone 10, I know.
Sight, so that it basically feels like you're looking right into my beautiful eyes. What are you... Supports eyesight, so that it basically feels like you're looking right into my beautiful eyes. What are you doing? Eyes. What are you doing, Tim?
Crop in here. Let the cringe flow through you.
Beautiful eyes. What are you doing, Tim? What is that? It's my way of staying connected with my virtual world and my real world. Okay. It's just, you look kind of crazy, and, before I... Look kind of crazy, and, before I forget, make sure...
The future is now.
Before I forget, make sure that your 2-hour battery can be fully unlocked through this battery pack that can stay in your pocket at all times. This is the future. Pocket at all times. This is the future. This is where...
Crop in a little more. iOS 17 beta animation looks smooth. That's good. I'm excited to try it.
Can stay in your pocket at all times. This is the future. This is where everything's headed, I guess. So, did I mention that this is only $3,500?
Can see the port.
Did I mention that this is only $3,500? I'm scared. $100?
This is the cringiest you've done. I love it. Thank you, Margin.
$500? I'm scared.
Cool. Well, the skit at least was under a minute. That doesn't help us here. The speakers are on the headband. How do they connect to the headset? What can different headbands do for the headset? I don't know much about different headbands, but they're just on the headset and they play sound, but other people can see them.
I'm scared. After years and years of leaks and rumors, Apple has finally done it.
Okay. Vision, where'd you go? Is it gone already? No, it's right here. They love plot twisting us with the name every time. They probably call it a name internally and then change it at the last second.
In rumors, Apple has finally done it. They have entered the mixed reality headset space. It is no longer a speculation thing. This is real, and it's called Apple Vision Pro. Classic Apple figuring out what everybody wants to call it, like Apple Reality Pro. That's what all the leaks and rumors were pointing to, and maybe internally it was referred to as that, and then just at the last second for marketing purposes they go, everybody was wrong. It's actually Apple. Wrong. It's actually Apple Vision Pro, not Reality Pro. And man, there is so much to talk about. We're gonna do a whole separate video on everything else that was announced at WWDC, but I decided there was so much to talk about today that I couldn't do everything recapped in a singular video. And most people want to talk about Apple Vision Pro because it's this brand new category. Yes, it comes with its own custom operating.
Do they have... Leakers, now what? That's a good point. What are we gonna do now?
Category. Yes, it comes with its own custom operating system called Vision OS. Thank God it's not XR OS. That was just a mouthful, and they got so many patents and things and trademarked for it, but no, Vision OS rolls off the tongue.
Do they have a page that just says Vision OS? Watch the film. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Can you repeat that, please? There we go. I just wanted the home screen looking thing. Google Glass is trending. Yeah, I'm sure everyone. This is the exact same thing as Google Glass.
A mouthful, and they got so many patents and things and trademarked for it, but no, Vision OS rolls off the tongue a lot easier. That's a lot more simple to understand. But I was very excited for this product, not because I wanted to buy it per se, and that's probably going to be a lot of us, given it's $3,500.
Did they have the price on the website? I'm guessing they didn't. Don't see it. Stay up to date. No. We're not going to do that. We're going to go to YouTube. And of course Marquez is on First Week Feast. Don't play the music. Where's the pricing section? No, that's not it. YouTube chat is wigging out. I wish I could show you guys what it's doing right now, but is it here, I think? Ooh, there it is. We got it. Okay. I'm not even thinking about, I'm not going on holiday, I'm just taking a trip. I'm still working on the trip. We've been hearing about the glasses for a while. Is this glasses though?
Given it's $3,500. All the rumors were pointing to it being $3,000, so they got that wrong as well. Of course, even $3,000 was being too generous, I suppose. But I was more interested in how Apple was going to market it. How did they want to pitch us this product? Brand new operating system, brand new product category that Apple's never really been present in before. How do they sell us on this? How do they make it seem like a good deal? And I will admit, it's quite bizarre. Definitely.
It's glitching for you guys too. Keynote. Let me get another shot. Entertainment. Productivity. Can we restart this? No, you can only pause it. That's annoying. Try to edit all my videos with my eyeballs now.
And I will admit, it's quite bizarre. Definitely a lot less of a gaming emphasis than I thought. In my opinion, it feels like most of how they're pitching it is a pair of goggles that will basically put infinite TVs in as many places as you want. Yes, it's a lot more complicated than that, but there's tons of cameras and LiDAR sensors all over this.
Go back down. Oh my god. Ooh. I think it would honestly look better if there was no display on the outside. It'd probably be cheaper too.
The display, even though it's not technically transparent, the leaks about the displays were accurate. They're 4K resolution per eye.
Learn more about technology. Oh, my favorite. Huh? Where's the display one? I was just looking at it. Ah. Everyone's killing their iPad today, I guess, huh? Yeah, I've had Apple Maps cause a huge amount of heat as well.
Resolution per eye, and there's this new technology called micro OLED, but surprisingly, a lot of the headset is weak on... A lot of the headset is mysterious on specs. Apple didn't go into the resolution or the refresh rate of those displays or the wattage that the headset pulls and what's included in the box. We don't know what the packaging looks like or if there's a travel case. There's still a lot of things we don't know, but I think today was just about introducing us to the product as a category. But most of the demos they had for it were showcasing a lot of like casual user type things, not a lot of developer use. It was like you can just have a TV in any
Watch movies. Find that real quick. The Ultimate Theater. Return the Airbot, just not worth it. Good. The Air 3. Good. I didn't think it was worth it either.
developer use. It was
There's an M2 in the display? Yeah.
developer use. It was like you can just have a TV in any room and you can adjust the size of the TV and you can look at pictures.
Let me show that. Bruh. The face she's making. Bruh. Isn't there a... Which one am I thinking of? Photos. Isn't there just one I was looking at? Looks so weird. No, she didn't open it. What the heck? Yeah. Whatever, that kind of gets the basics across. iPads are good for Apple Pencil features. I'll still say that.
Pictures and check notes, and it doesn't have hand controllers or anything. It's just analyzing your hands essentially, and there's cameras on the bottom that are looking at the gestures you're making, and you basically don't have a cursor or anything or a controller to point and click on things. Now you just point at things and click based on you look at it with your eyes and then tap your pointer and thumb together, and that counts as a click. Definitely gonna be very weird trying to do that with a virtual keyboard. I thought they would have some kind of, typing with your fingers type thing on the keyboard on a flat surface, but they didn't demo that. It seems like something you just look at and tap, or of course you can dictate.
How do I get rid of the black bar thingy when I delete the splitted audio on the timeline? The black bar thingy? I don't know. Select it and click delete? I don't know. I don't understand what you mean by black bar thingy.
Tap, or of course you can dictate because it has microphones and even speakers built into the side, so they're not headphones.
Where is this? We saw a shot with the speakers. We gotta use Apple Pencils in the air. That's wonderful. I swear I saw one where it showed the speaker on the inside. Is it this? Where'd that go? Is it back here and I missed it? Is it this? Not noticed any major bugs yet. Animation's looking super smooth. Nice! That's great. Audio, there we go. Okay, good enough for now.
Microphones, and even speakers built into the side, so they're not headphones. I'd be curious to how loud they are, like how much they bleed out to people around you. But yeah, apparently spatial audio, and they sound really, really great, and they're channeling noise directly into your ears, but you can still hear your surroundings because, again, they're not in your headphones or anything like that. They encouraged people, if you wanted more privacy though, that they encouraged people that, you can use them with existing AirPods in case you don't want the audio to be heard by everyone else around you. But yeah, this thing has an M2 chip on the...
Okay, I know they had that on the site. Dual chip. Why are they two separate chips? Whatever. Definitely feels iPadOS cursor inspired with that gray halo highlight on buttons you look at. Yeah, it was kind of hard to tell.
Around you, but yeah, this thing has an M2 chip on the inside of it, which honestly kind of surprised me because M2 chip is like a year old, and this thing is not shipping until next year, so...
Yeah, they had a page for that, didn't they? Where'd it go? I swear it was here. All new platform. Maybe it was in the pricing thing. I lost it. No. Need to go back further. Okay. Everyone's saying it's smooth. That's a good sign. What does that mean? I went to the home screen and it didn't crash.
Shipping until next year, so why...
It'd be a poor use of M2 dice space to add all the Vision Pro features that'll never be used on Mac. Yeah, I'm not saying it needs a M2 or not. Just have a one chip or one that can do everything.
Until next year, so why is the M2 chip shipping in this thing if 3nm architectures are right around the corner with better performance, better efficiency, which with this thing is really going to matter, but they did introduce a new type of silicon called R1, and apparently that helps...
I need to know more about R1.
And apparently that helps synchronize the video feeds of all the cameras that are stitching together reality for you and making sure that it doesn't cause...
What animations are you guys talking about? Like, is there navigation changes to the UI?
Motion sickness and that type of thing. So even though it's not running Mac OS, it has the same silicon as other Macs that run off of the M2 chip, of course, which means you can connect AirPods to it via Bluetooth, and you can even connect it to your Mac and use it as a giant external display.
Let me find that clip. He showed it at work. Back here somewhere. What's that? Is it here? No, this is like at home. Where's the chapters, Apple? Come on. Didn't. Where was that? I know I saw it. Is it back further than I thought? No, that's when they announced it. There was one with the guy at work with the laptop. Where did it go? Oh, there it is. Yeah. Okay. My OCD will not allow it. It needs to be R2D2. No app crashes. My banking apps work. Good.
You can connect AirPods to it via Bluetooth, and you can even connect it to your Mac and use it as a giant external display, essentially. You can AirPlay to Apple Reality Pro, but I think the compromise is you're going to be looking at your Mac display.
That's better. It's a lot smoother when scrolling on the home screen. How is it smooth? Just the frame rate?
Is you're going to be looking at your Mac display in the virtual environment, or you're going to be looking at your Mac display in a virtual...
Wait. Not or.
is you're going to be looking at your Mac display in a virtual world, which is also part of that 4K display for each eye, but then it's going to take up a section of that virtual world. So I don't think it's going to be quite the same as just having a 4K external monitor. And as far as I can tell, there's no way to connect a data port to this headset. This is where the hardware gets really bizarre to me. So it has this little custom magnetic chart.
Okay, now I gotta find that reveal video. I think it was in there. One more thing. Was it the reveal? Karen, thank you for the super chat. It appears new Mac Pro has same M2 Ultra's Mac Studio, so I don't understand. What's the difference between Mac Pro and Studio? Mac Pro has PCIe expansion slots for networking cards, audio cards, video cards. I agree, it's not a huge difference, but that's why I think they were lazy with the Mac Pro. They were just like, whatever. That's not that part. No, go back. Where does Tim unveil it? The thumbnails are wrong on YouTube. Okay, let me see if they show the charge port. So the Mac Pro is more modular than the Mac Studio. Hey, Dad. Dad's in the chat. He says, the Vision OS is not unlike your predictions from years ago. The ski mask design will make typing weird. I agree. The typing will be quite weird. Let's see if there's a port where they show the port. Apparently, people in the chat have also said that the cooling system of the Mac Pro is superior to the... yeah, and money. Also, the Mac Studio has an SD card slot. The Mac Pro does not, so you're actually missing out on some things. Okay, so it's not in the reveal video. Maybe it's in the technology section. Yeah, here it is. If it's actually accurate. The thumbnails are wrong. Sure is weird. Where's the battery bank? This YouTube thumbnail thing is sure making it hard. It's not showing me the real info. Oh, there it is. There it is. I found it. That is a weird connector. Definitely does not look like it does data. The difference is thousands of dollars. That's why you should buy the Mac Pro, because then you will have spent more money. How does the Mac Pro still not have an SD card slot? That's what I mean by they went really lazy with it. They literally just slapped an M2 Ultra in it and called it a day. They did not do much.
To connect a data port to this headset. This is where the hardware gets really bizarre to me. So it has this little custom magnetic charging puck that connects onto the side, and I'm pretty sure just by looking at it that this is just for power. I don't think you can transmit data through this new proprietary Apple connector, which I'm sure the EU is going to love all this. But yeah, that one cable goes into this external battery.
There you go. Screen shot. Reminds me of the 24-inch iMac connector. Yeah, it kind of looks like that.
I love all this. But yeah, that one cable goes into this external
Did they even give it the same high impedance headphone jack? Oh, that's a great question. I don't know.
But yeah, that one cable goes into this external battery pack that I guess you just put in your pocket. It's like an aluminum enclosure, but from close-ups we've seen from the app.
Hold on, let me go find that. It's probably in my history section. I'm guessing it's the last one. Or no, it was a Mac Rumors article, wasn't it? Here we go. Let's get a little zoomed in on that thing. Some of these shots you're inserting remind me of Star Wars Episode 3 when Anakin becomes Vader.
But from close-ups we've seen from the Apple event where they were showing it off to everybody, but not letting anybody wear it, of course. You could see a USB...
I think they let people wear it after. I'll take that.
From the Apple event where they were showing it off to everybody, but you could...
We don't say but.
But from close-ups we've seen from the Apple event where they were showing it off to everybody, you could see a USB-C port, I hope it's not lightning, on the side, and a way to remove that braided cable that goes up to the headset. But the fact that the battery pack itself has a separate USB-C port and then like a proprietary connector for the braided cable that goes up to the headset, it makes me think that that little power brick is probably the only way to power this headset. So that little battery bank lasts up to 2 hours if you're just watching a movie, so it might actually be worth.
Where was that? I know that was here. There we go. Eyesight. You have to have this hairstyle to wear it. That's important. The only place that data is needed is on Star Trek. Fair enough.
Oh, that little battery bank lasts up to... So that little battery bank lasts up to 2 hours if you're just watching a movie, so it might actually be worse. And then when your battery gets low, I believe you'd either have to buy another battery pack to swap it out really quickly, or you would take an existing USB-C cable and charge the battery bank. But again, we don't know how many watts the headset is using. It could be 20 watts, it could be 50 watts, it could be 100 watts. So you might end up needing like a super high-powered brick to charge up the battery pack fast enough so that you can use the headset for extended
We don't know
use.
if it's lightning, but actually, the more I look at it, the more it looks like Type-C, actually.
You can use the headset for extended use. Apple claims it lasts all day as long as it's plugged in, which is kind of how I'm... It lasts all day as long as it's plugged in, which is kind of how iMacs work, honestly. My MacBook Pro also has all-day battery life if I leave it plugged in. Thanks for that, Apple. But yeah, the reason I say it's not just for big screen TVs that you can place anywhere or big monitors that you can put around your Mac is because this thing is also covered in cameras, and there's actually a dedicated button on the top that apparently...
I know they had that on the space. I don't like the way he's staring at the... Look at this video I took. What's the DxO Mark score on the headset?
Covered in cameras, and there's actually a dedicated button on the top that apparently is just for capturing something Apple calls spatial video. So it's like a 3D recorded video of whatever's in front of you, and it documents that, and then you can view it again in Apple Reality. So then
I said Apple Reality Pro.
in front of you, so then it records that with...
Wait.
So it's like a 3D recorded video of whatever's in front of you. So then it records that with multiple angles.
We can cut that down.
Whatever's in front of you with multiple angles and depth data, and then you can view it again with Apple Vision Pro, and then you can like look around objects as you play them back. So it's supposed to be a more immersive way to capture your surroundings, but I'd be very curious to see what those videos look like if you try to put them on any other device, which is why this thing is really, really challenging to market. That's why I'm so fascinated by the marketing of it, because I can't like give you a headset while you're watching this YouTube video. It's very easy for me to say, here's the changes in iOS 17, or here's the changes in macOS Sonoma, because you can visualize what it's like to have, you know, icons and features on a screen, and I can demo them for you on this channel and you can see what it's like. But with Apple Vision Pro, I don't know, like...
It looks nice. Trust us. See, I honestly think that looks more natural than the other thing with the eyes on it.
It's like, but with Apple Vision Pro, I don't know like how you're gonna screen record. How do you capture your experience and then share it in YouTube form? What are YouTubers gonna do other than just put it on and film themselves wearing it? Which, by the way, I know Apple's known for this kind of mockery throughout the years. They got a lot of similar vibes when AirPods originally came out, but I gotta admit, this feels pretty freaking hilarious that they put a display on the outside, which I know I totally didn't believe. I thought that part of the report was ridiculous. There was no way they would do that. Never trust me, I guess, because they did it. You actually...
They have a screen still. Oh, it's so fashionable. It's so nice. You installed it on your M2 Air. That's fair. It's your backup. I could put it on my iMac Pro. Probably.
Never trust me, I guess, because they did it. You actually can see the user's eyes on the outside of this. You can actually see the user's eyes on the outside of the display so that it looks like you're looking through the headset. And apparently that only appears if the headset detects that someone else is in the room. So if someone walks up, then they'll show like, hey, I can see you, but you look just ridiculous.
Oh, no. I can use this one. Beautiful.
I can see you, but you look just ridiculous. Like, it's insane that they're trying to pass this off of just like, oh, hey, how are you doing? It looks really unnatural and really bizarre, and I'm sorry, it just looks goofy. And, you know, I did not mock Apple for the AirPod stem back in 2016. When they unveiled that. I didn't think that looked too crazy. It's just like wearing normal headphones without the wire, but this doesn't look like.
I have another one up here. Eyesight. I think it probably looks most natural at this angle when it's straight on, but anytime it's
the
from
wire,
an angle.
but this doesn't look like anything. I guess it looks kind of like you're wearing ski goggles, but you have some kind of blue orbs going on top of your eyes. So good news is this headset does technically work without the needed assistance of an iPhone or a Mac, so it's not like your iPhone or your Mac is doing the heavy lifting and then just offloading the visuals onto this headset. It's its own independent computer with its own active cooling system at that, and Apple's.
There was a cool shot of the internals here. Yeah, this thing has more fans than a MacBook Air, which has 0. It's not photoshopped, correct.
System at that, and Apple said that there will be like proprietary lenses for it's its own independent computer with its own active cooling system at that, and Apple said that there will be like proprietary lenses from prescription makers so that if you wear glasses you can get your prescription size with the headset, but that's going to cost extra. It's not included. And of course, as all great Apple products.
Wasn't that at the bottom that I read that? Vision correction accessories are sold separately. Yes.
The headset, but that's going to cost extra. It's not included. And of course, as all great Apple products do, this also has a digital crown on the other side so that you can choose.
Where's the crown? I love how many digital crowns are in our lives. Just want USB-C on AirPods Max, jeez.
You can choose to completely immerse yourself in a virtual world, which could be on the moon, it could be by a lake or something, or in the case of the Disney Plus demo that was at the event, you can be watching.
Let me find Disney. Ooh. Disney. Where'd you go? You can't trust the thumbnails. Where'd it go? Is it back here? Dinosaurs. There it is. Mickey Mouse is in my room right now. What? What isn't the need for the watch knob? It does everything. I'm gonna watch Mandalorian on Tatooine. That makes sense.
Or in the case of the Disney Plus demo that was at the event, you can be watching Mandalorian as if you're on Tatooine. But again, just by yourself. It's great that you can put TVs everywhere, but only you can see them. No one else is going to be able to. So as someone who watches most movies and shows with my wife, this isn't going to be a great use case for it for me, but maybe if you're traveling a lot, I guess that's how Apple was somewhat pitching it with like FaceTime in VR.
That's gonna look very weird. Wait, I can get a better shot of it. Play it again. There we go. Show it with the slide. There we go.
How Apple was somewhat pitching it with like FaceTime in VR, where FaceTime in Vision OS, which is when you have people just kind of appear on their screens around you, and you can have a screen capture to look at as you're doing around you, and you can have a screen capture to look at as you're doing it or whatever. But the weird part with the FaceTime demo was like, what does the other person see of you, because you're wearing a headset and you don't have a mounted camera anywhere? Well, don't worry, Apple thought of that. So you take the headset off, first of all, right? And then you create a
You take it off, you put it back in the box, you return it. That's the solution. They had a part where they explained it. Yeah, there it is. He looks so happy to be blasting that infrared into his eyes. Casual Apple Vision Pro wearer.
People thought of that. So you take the headset off, first of all, right? And then you create a 3D version of yourself with the outward-facing LiDAR and camera sensors, and then they use machine learning algorithms to recreate this digital...
All right, let's see it. Let's see it again. Ugh. That don't look right. And how do they know what shirt you're wearing, you know?
Learning algorithms to recreate this digital version of you that's supposed to be hyper-realistic, but it was still totally an uncanny valley. But, you know, they have your mouth motions being tracked and your eye motions being tracked, and they tried to make it look natural, but it was still kind of weird. I'd rather just not have a video feed if that was the option. So, very bizarre approach to FaceTime on your face, but they said that the straps on the back would be adjustable, and there's different sizes, and the lenses themselves but they said that the straps on the back would be adjustable, and there's different sizes, and the lenses themselves are actually adjustable depending on the size of your face, so it should fit a wide number of people. They want to make sure no one feels excluded with Apple Vision Pro, other than the fact that it's only going to be other than the fact that it's only going to be in the US and it'll cost $3,500. But yeah, it won't be shipping until next year, so this is definitely a very, very early first look. And I will admit, with Apple, it is by far the most technically complex and intricate device they've probably ever done. There's really complex displays on the inside, micro OLED, which they've never used before. They said 60 of these pixels can fit in the same space as 1 pixel does on an iPhone. So this is a super rich display. And then they've got a display on the outside to showcase your eyes, which makes so much sense. And then this external battery pack, and as far as I can tell, there's no...
Yeah. Let's show the cable coming down.
Which makes so much sense. And then this external battery pack, and as far as I can tell, there's no internal battery, so once you run out, you definitely have to plug something into that module, and if you don't, then you're just gonna lose your progress. The whole thing's gonna shut down, I guess. So definitely don't wear this while driving or riding a bike or doing anything that's fast, because as soon as the battery runs out, it's basically just going to blind you. There's no way to look through it without power, which is a big, like, design. There's no way to look through it without power, which is blind you. There's no way to look through it without power, which is a big issue if you are operating some kind of equipment, so don't do that. And I guess for a lot of people, the discussion we're all having right now, and this is my favorite part of Apple news, is getting your guys' opinion, is it's tricky to figure out what the market for this
Jetsons Jane's held a mask over her face when using FaceTime. That's a good idea. Should wear a mask over your face when wearing this headset. A closer look. Click or tap each tab. I'm on a Mac. Oh. Whoa. This is cool. I didn't see this part. Huh. This is a new section of the website has been unlocked.
To figure out what the market for this is. You know, I could understand with previous generation Apple products, you know, like the iPhone, okay? It's combining our iPods with our smartphones and just having this all-in-one compassing device. Same thing with AirPods, right? It was like, okay, it's just headphones, but now they're wireless. You gotta charge them and they cost a little bit more, but it's nice to not have the wire. And with the Apple Watch, it was like, yeah, okay, we've had watches for, you know, centuries. This is not a brand new concept to have a timepiece on your wrist, but we just make it a little bit smarter. Okay, you have to charge it a bit more, but it's got a display and it can show you information and widgets at a glance. And it was a bit expensive at first, but over time we got used to it. Do you guys think we will eventually get used to a $3,500 headset? And this,
Stop. I like the 99 part. That makes it so much more obtainable. Move into the visor for the Anakin shot.
Think we will eventually get used to a $3,500 headset. And this I don't really put in the same box as those other categories, other wearables per se, or other, you know, cheap, simple, pocketable technology. And I know a lot of us are probably thinking, well, this is just the first generation product, and in time it will get cheaper and more addressable. But keep in mind, all of these successful products Apple's made over the years, like the iPhone.
I already use regular VR. It's not good. I can never get it to perfectly set on my head, and I'm always able to see a gap in the real world, also too pixelated. Well, this one should be much better. None of the headsets you've used have been micro OLED, but thank you for the super chat. We'll see. I agree with most of the audience that it needs time. It's too soon to say.
The iPhone and the iPad and the Apple Watch and AirPods, they all started actually cheaper than what most of us are paying today. iPhone was $500 at first. Now most of us are paying $1,000. AirPods started at $170, and now most people get the Pros, which are like $250. Apple Watch started at $350, and now a lot of people are opting for the $800 Ultras, and the Series 7 and 8 start at, you know, $400, $500 for a lot of the more popular options. So the mindset of, oh, don't worry, in a couple of years this will only be $1,000, I don't think that really holds up with how complex of a piece of technology that is. I know there's certain economies of scale that allow you to lower.
I like this light seal. Cameras and sensors. Armageddon would be a good release date.
Certain economies of scale that allow you to lower prices with time, but this,
I still want a calculator widget, in and out playing widgets.
I don't think is going to scale up all that much. For one, because it's just in the US market, and Ming Chi Kuo has already told us how complicated this is to manufacture. They're expecting to build less than 1 million of them before they actually start shipping. So it's not a high volume product, so you don't really get that economies of scale, especially if it's just $3,500. And so far it's been fascinating to watch the YouTube community's response of, like, is there a market for it? Are you actually interested in spending that much money just so that you can have more windows around you to, I don't know, look at pictures, check notes, browse the web? Is this going to be more convenient and easier than just pulling out your phone for doing a lot of that basic stuff? And where your phone may fall short is when you want, like, multiple big screens around your Mac or for replacement for your TV. But then it's even a niche of the Apple TV market because only one person can wear it at a time. At no point in the keynote did they showcase, like, here's what you can do if you have 2 people wearing the headset and they could have a share play experience and both be watching the same movie. They didn't really showcase that. They just showcased, like, you watching the movie with other people virtually, and they're watching on
Power. I got that power. Top button. Spatial videos and spatial photos. Very rounded. Vision needs a calculator app you tap on with your nose. Boop, boop. Yes. Yeah, the Tesla widget being interactive is great. It's just hilarious that they demoed it on the Lucid app.
Watching the movie with other people virtually, and they're watching on a normal screen, and you can see their faces, I guess, while you're doing share play. But yeah, this is by far one of the most fascinating and risky steps I've ever seen Apple take, you know, because there's platforms that have been around for a while, like iOS, tvOS, and watchOS, but this is the first brand new platform that is requiring, at minimum, $3,500. That's before you get the prescription lenses for it. That's before you buy additional battery packs for it. And there's...
We don't even know if this pack is included. Maybe they'll have a wall version that just plugs into the wall.
Before you buy additional battery packs for it.
Not found any major bugs. Tesla app opening, closing, looking good so far. Hey, Visualizer, I am exhausted.
And there's probably going to be different sizes for the headbands and everything, or different colors that you can mix and match. So this could easily become a $4,000 purchase for a lot of people, which definitely limits the market, in my opinion. And on top of that, they didn't even really go much into specs, other than it just has an M2 chip in it. They didn't say how much RAM it has, how much storage it has. They did say that they should make it easy to translate iOS and iPadOS. They did say...
Whoops. Uh-oh. Drew's losing it.
Storage it has. They did say they made it easy to translate iOS apps over to this, so because it has an M2 chip, I assume it should be capable of running very, very popular iPhone apps by default. And yes, I do think third-party app support is going to be important, which is why they're announcing it now, so that developers can kind of optimize for it and get ready for it. Like Disney has said, they're going to have support for it on day one. But I know Apple has done amazing things, especially when it comes to consumer spending habits, right? Like, they've convinced a lot of us to drop thousands of dollars on phones every year because we use them and we appreciate them so much. Is this headset high quality enough and premium enough and enable enough functionality for people to justify spending $30?
Need another. I like all these visuals. Saw that one. Full screen. The thing on the back looks like a digital crown too. It's like a giant digital crown. Battery packs will pair the Vision Pro, making other packs unusable. Perfect.
Functionality for people to justify spending $3,500 or $4,000 on something like this. I don't really know at this point. It's still too early to say. I know that there's been a lot of products Apple has debuted in the past that were ridiculed on their launch day, and then over time they got more popular, but I feel like most of those products were not like in the $3,500 price realm, and most of them had battery lives that lasted longer than 2 hours, you know? They were showcasing how you can watch movies on this thing on a plane and just kind of tune out everybody else around you, but if your battery life is 2 hours, you probably won't make it through a lot of flights. There's a lot of movies that you couldn't finish in 2 hours, so I guess you have to keep that power brick around so that you can charge this thing while you're on the flight. This is uncharted territory, in my opinion. I think it's a little bit too soon to know for sure if this is going to be a flop or a big success. My first impressions are pretty surprised by it, in case you're wondering if I plan on buying it. Definitely for review, but for personal use, no. I don't think if I was outside of the tech YouTube space, I could justify it. I think YouTubers will definitely justify it because they'll get to make lots of videos about it, but honestly, I still struggle to see how you're going to demo it. It's going to be really hard to show people what it's like to wear it. This is going to be one of those things that creates huge lines at Apple stores because everyone's going to want to try it and experience it for themselves, but how many headsets can they actually have? And with all that fabric soaking up all that sweat, how often are they going to have to clean it and then close it and say, okay, don't look at it right now? But I totally understand the leaks and rumors now about Apple's board being somewhat skeptical of this.
Do another one. Enclosure? Is that what I want? It's not that different, is it? Get some more visuals here. It does look goofy when we just gotta get used to it, right?
Board board being somewhat skeptical of this product. They're like, should we be doing this? It feels like the hardware is a little bit compromised, and maybe this could have been better if they left it internal and gave it a few more years until they could actually just have the battery pack integrated in the headset. Maybe get some decent battery life out of this thing, but seems like they want to unveil it now so that they can ship it next year. And I really hope that they change their mind on the M2 chip thing, because 3nm Apple Silicon chips should be available later this year, which means an M2 chip on day one in 2020.
Problem solved. Just invite everyone to us. Tim should invite all of us to our house, right?
2024. That's a 2022 chip debuting on a $3,500 piece of equipment in 2024. I don't know. That just feels weird to me. Like, I don't know why. I don't know. That just feels weird to me. And if they're being so quiet on the storage and RAM and all the other specs anyway, I would have just rather them not mention what chip is in it, other than I guess you could say the R1. But the good news is they're starting off with this Vision Pro product. So the fact that it stands for, but the good news is they're starting with the name Pro.
Let me get the name there. No, I can't order anything else because I won't be here when it gets delivered.
Other than I guess you could say the R1. But the good news is they're starting with the name Pro. So if it's Pro first and foremost, I think that kind of directly admits from the beginning that this is the high-end version of the hardware, and down the road there will be cheaper, more affordable options. Who knows how long that may be, but if Apple is looking for ways to cut costs, I would definitely drop the whole outward mounted display thing. That seems like such a gimmick. If the person wearing the headset can see someone, because Apple showcased how when people step into the frame, they'll appear in your Vision OS so you can see when they arrive. If they start acknowledging you or looking at you, they'll say something. Like, I don't think you need a whole separate display showcasing these eyes on the outside. It just looks so unnatural. It looks these eyes on the outside. It just looks so unnatural. It
Possibly, Marngel, yeah.
looks so weird, and I don't think it's the same way as saying, well, AirPods look weird in your ears. Oh, that took some time, but we all got used to it. With this, I don't know if I could ever get used to looking at someone's eyes on a display that is on top of their eyes, right? Like, that's just a little bit bizarre. And like people have already said, in the mixed reality headset space, there is a ton of like eye fatigue when your eyes are that close to a screen, and you can get sick with time and kind of get sick of having this giant big heavy thing weighing down on your face. So maybe it's good that the battery life's 2 hours, because you're going to be done using that thing after 2 hours anyway and be like, okay, that's enough, I'll go back to reality now. But if that's the case and it's only something you use a couple hours a day, will that justify spending the $4,000 for a lot of people? I don't think it'll be abundantly clear at first. This could end up being like AirPods Max, where it's really big and popular at first when the production capacity is low, but then over time it just turns into that, oh yeah, didn't I buy that thing? I guess I don't use it that much, do I? Or it could turn into, okay, I use this thing all the time and I'm hardly looking at reality anymore. I'm just looking at these displays. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, even if it is something that replaces all of our electronic devices, it does all the work of our phones and watches and replaces our Mac and all that, then I guess I'm terrified that in the future we're all just going to wear these headsets all day, every day. That's kind of depressing, isn't it? But I don't think that's how Apple's looking at it, especially given all the great things they brought to the rest of their ecosystem today, which we'll save that for another video. But what do you guys think of Apple Vision Pro? Of it not really being that much of a gaming device. I mean, they showed that you can connect a PlayStation controller to it, but it's basically just playing a game on a big TV, but it just happens to be a virtual TV. Do you see yourself buying it in the future? You've got like 8 to 9 months to save up for it now. Are you impressed with the idea of being able to see everything around you, or do you think this is gimmick territory? Do you think this will flop? Is it too expensive? All that good stuff. Let me know your thoughts down in the comments below. And thank you to everybody.
Credits. Okay, we're almost there, guys. Where's the clock?
Thoughts down in the comments below. And thank you to everybody supporting this channel directly.
Oh, wait a second. That's dated. Hold up. Wait a minute. I gotta get... Please, no one sign up for Tailosive Tech Pro right now, okay? I gotta update the outro credits because we got new people. Okay, first of all... on the list. Of course, I'm doing it on my gorgeous, huge iPhone SE2 display. Okay, first off we have Jacori S. After that we have Jacob. Is Jacob already on the list? I thought he was here. We have a different Jacob. I don't know if that's the same one. It doesn't say you rejoined, so I guess I'll have to add that one. I'll just say Jacob. And Skylar. It says you rejoined, but I'm not sure. Oh boy. Soham. Hold on. Soham. That's not how you pronounce it, I know. Vasudeva. Thank you. And Skylar Kill. Okay, we got that one. Cheyenne Asan. I think we have that one. Cheyenne. Asan. Okay. Oh. And Nora. Jeez, you guys. There's too many of you. Nora, $1 Snake. Were you on the list? You rejoined, but I'm not sure if it was on Pro. Look around for repeats. Okay. $1 Snake. Randy B, are you on here? Yeah, you're on here. Okay. I think that's everybody. Man, there's too many of you. It's hard to fit it all. Way too many. No, you cannot hit the like button. Hit the dislike button, please. I'd appreciate you all hitting the dislike button. I'm just trying to get this credits ready because we got a bunch of new people. Hopefully I didn't miss anybody. So that's wrong. No, why? The second I turn on Wi-Fi, it wants to continuity camera. Didn't airdrop the file. Guess I need iOS 17 for that, right? Please do not sign up right now. It's too late. Oh, so many messages. Whew. We got a lot of memes. Can you just send it, please, instead of making noises? I'm so close to being done. Yeah, I think we'll probably have to make a middle column soon. You'll see how busy it is in a second. Send. Send, please. Why is it sending twice? Sonoma widgets remind me of Windows Vista widgets. Windows Vista widgets. Just send it. Why are you taking forever? Oh my god. Okay.
Oh, and thank you to everybody supporting this channel directly. Seriously, helps us out a ton. As
Tailosive Tech Pro members get to pre-ask questions before the it tells you. When you hit the join button, you'll see the differences.
below, and thank you to everybody supporting this channel
Start
below, and thank you to everybody supporting this channel directly. Seriously, helps us out a ton, as does just watching these videos. This is your Apple Sheep here, and I'll see you in the next one.
Alright. Let's get this bad boy exporting because we're running late. You guys are tech people. You'll probably want it to be 4K, huh? Okay, I'll let it be 4K. Vision Pro revealed. Okay. Now, while that's exporting, I need to make the thumbnail. I'm really tempted to just make it that one of the face. How are you still alive? I'm still making my video. What should I show? I feel like this gave me... Take a closer look. This gives us a lot of options. This one's pretty good. This one's probably better. Headband. Maybe I could do one of this. Okay. So I'll airdrop that. No, if I use my face, it's gonna look weird. Have you thought about reviewing a Sony phone? No, I haven't. I haven't seen anything they've done that has interested me, I'm afraid. Then one like this, and maybe we could put them next to each other. Yeah, we're almost 8 hours into the stream. Alright, let me airdrop here. And then we can... AirPlay, I think, should work, right? Well, you're gonna have to wait. It's gonna be a minute. MacBook Pro, there we go. Ta-da. Okay. Could put one over here, one up here. That one could probably be subject lift. Could just mask it a little bit. I don't know if I want it that way. Maybe it's better to do it with the face. I don't know if it's the longest stream I've done. I can't remember the records. We're definitely shooting for one now. What day are you coming back exactly? I don't remember off the top of my head. You'll know when I'm back. Don't worry about it. Is that how I want it to look? Maybe I could put the gal with the face. Where's Tim, actually? Oh, wait, I could do that on... Okay, the MacBook's really screaming now. I could do that on here real quick. Screenshot. Oh no, her hair's too tall. So let me try apple.com. So you guys can see. That one has a black background. I need one with a white background, which I know there is. Saw it earlier. There we go. Okay, let me view the whole hair. Fine. Okay. You're not making this easy for me. Is this one? Let me. Oh, almost. There we go. Full screen. Full screen. You can do it. You can do it. There we go. Perfect. We'll airdrop that. Well, if we're talking all time, I've done a 24-hour stream in the past, but that wasn't on this channel. Okay. Same day, they're saying iOS 17 will not be on the iPhone 10. They didn't technically say it, but yeah. You can see it exporting right now. We're at 37%, which is pretty fast considering it's a 22-minute 4K at 60 video. Add her here. Here, now I'll cast it. You can see the layout. Resembles the goggle shape. You could always crop in a little more. Mask that. A little bit. Okay, actually, that can be a little bigger. Maybe that's too much. You know what it is? It's because her face is on one side. I want a different angle. Will Apple Vision go the way of the home part? There it is. I knew someone had to make the joke. We went to get take a closer look. Oh, actually, that was good. Take that one. Like that. Let's see. I'm on 192 days, and I could really use the 1 day off right now. I'm sorry. I hope you get a day off soon. Okay, I'm gonna crop the bottom, and then we're gonna cheat actually a little bit. I'm gonna cheat. No one's gonna notice, but I'm gonna flip it so it's a mirrored image. That way we can get it in. There. Just gotta mask it a little bit on the bottom. I think we're almost to the end here, guys, because once the video's done exporting, I gotta wrap up the stream in order to get the upload bandwidth I need. But okay, there's your thumbnail. Airdrop here. Let's see. Decrease the goal for a single day. Okay. Airdrop is sent. And this is it, okay? Just a couple more seconds and then wrap up the stream. Just over 8 hours. I'll let this start uploading. And while it's uploading, I will probably start work on the second video, which is about everything else at WW. But because this video is going to be uploading, I probably can't stream it simultaneously. So, sorry. I wish I had the fiber optic internet in my area to do that, but I don't. Harrison says this is the longest stream. Well, thank you. I think that's a good thing. Can't see why they can't do it. Pedometer does. If you don't get 10 cows and stops 1 day, but you got a 7-day streak, you'll keep your streak. Well, the streak game is messy. Because then some people do it without cheat days and some people do it with cheat days. So do you rank them differently? Oh, this has been a packed day, and unfortunately it's not over yet. So I've got some things left to do still, but I'll be posting that video as soon as it's done processing. And I can't wait to actually go on Twitter and look at all the memes. There's so many memes people are making that I'm missing out on because I've been working the whole time. But I hope you guys had fun. I hope you guys enjoyed it. And yeah, I'd be surprised if someone was able to watch this whole thing. I should probably eat some lunch since I haven't had lunch or breakfast. I'm a little hungry. So letting the video upload will be a good chance to step away. But all the new channel members, thank you so much. You guys were incredibly generous today with your super chats. Just way too kind. Way too many of you donating. Seriously. But I appreciate you all. I had a lot of fun, and it's great to have these conversations again. We're all speculating. We're talking about what the future has in store for Apple, and there's a lot of unknowns and where they could take this next. We got a whole new category to document now, and it's in its infancy, unlike the Apple Watch, unlike the iPhone and stuff that have been around for a while. Yeah, it's been fun. It was a lot of work, but it was worth it, and I hope you guys can enjoy those betas, and I hope you have an excellent rest of your evening. So take care, all. I'll see you later. Have a good one. Bye-bye. Oh, wait, one more thing before I forgot. I cannot forget. Our incredibly generous Tailosive Tech Ultra channel members who are still existing for some reason. But Tyler Forte, Riley McGinnis, Bobby Forsey, Chris, Hasiel Para Castañada, and Nicholas Linthicum. Super huge thank you to you guys for being so generous. I don't know why, but I'm very grateful for you all. Thank you for your support. Have an excellent day. Bye-bye.